All righty, is it live? I was just giving secret rants to the Twitch. But I think we're live, baby. It is Jerome Powell Day. We got a big one ahead. There's already a couple of headlines from the war. There's already from the war down even Bitcoin. A lot of you guys were just tripping out on that. Bitcoin moved up in Ripple. The Gardling House guy says that the WEC case is over. So we have that. We have Jerome Powell. The watch list is on this channel. So if you want to get prepared for Powell, I think you could watch that. It goes over the one little secret that we had. And then I have a couple of more things that we will be going over ahead of Powell. Other than that, we'll see where the momentum takes us. Again, the way the market has kind of been moving, just remember, yesterday's back-to-back gains, it all got ended. But you got to remember, you haven't had 2 days green since February 18th. So at this point, it has been over a month. In the last month, you've only had 2 days of back-to-back gains. So that being said, I got a couple of plays. I hope y'all locked in. I'm going to be watching the VIX. That's what we talked about yesterday. Then VG, Shop, Tesla, SIG, Nibis, Autodesk, TLT. And I don't know. I'll tell you this because I care about you guys. Be very careful with TLT today. If the terminal rate goes up, I don't think TLT is going to be the play. You might want to go to Shop, or not Shop, Shy, the short end, or just in general, you might be better off playing the VIX. So keep that in mind. I don't want anybody getting fooled off of that. So other than that, that's what I'm going to be watching. You guys are here right now. Yeah, Google, Microsoft, they're all popping right now. So let's see. Remember that little thing we saw at the end of the day yesterday. Remember that weird little rotation. But what do you got, baby? Post your first play. Let's go. Apple pop. Uncle calls. Nvidia put at 120. XRP, Mara call. Hood, Tesla, 255 weekly. Calls on JPOW. Serve, Beetle calls. Good morning. VIX call. Spy calls before the put. Jan X shares. Happy birthday and all the chads. Nike, buy SCHD, XRP. Long, Spy, long. Jerome Powell, Spy, Tesla. Apple calls on watch. Apple call. Trump coin. Obv, Spy puts. Nvidia call. Bitcoin, Tesla put. Kato, Serve call. Beto. Long, Mara since yesterday. Netflix weekly, 1000. Sitting, waiting. Spy call. Hold until JP. Starbucks plays. Walmart. First, home calls. 1568. Call. Tesla calls. Nike calls on God. Oh man, look at that back to back. And the final plays. Calls on God. Nike calls. Lucid. MPW. Looking for my kids long term. And Meta, baby. Let's go. I did say Trump coin. You guys haven't noticed? That's why I would get mad. I would ban people because when we get into the plays, I turn into Ron Burgundy. I just read whatever's on the screen. So that's why. I think it's good, though, because some of you guys have plays, and I disagree with them, but I have to turn my filter off, so I just read what's on the screen. So, yeah, they Ron Burgundy me all the time, bro. Oh, man, I'm just mucusy today. I feel a lot better. I just got boogers everywhere. But either way, Chad, we got about 10 seconds. Like that video. Call out any plays. You should already have some plays. And let's have a good one, baby. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All righty. Nice. Those Teslas. Remember yesterday I got those at close. Those popped. Damn, that was a weekly. Wait for it. Okay, I sold my Tesla, and then we're going to hit a ghetto rollover. So, because that play was expensive, got 60% on that, and then we're going to go with the cheap one. But that was just good risk for yesterday. Nice. Well, that worked. All right. Apple's crazy again. Watch Microsoft, Google, but do you guys remember? This is why I made that play yesterday. Remember we saw that weird little rotation. So be mindful of that. Damn, all the plays already went up another 20. So I rolled over, but yeah, we're already in the Teslas. Watch Nvidia too. That could be another one. I had some Nvidia plays, but I B-worded out of those. But then we got out of our puts, so hopefully that doesn't hurt us. Nvidia 118. Oh, wait, where's Medtronic? Remember I whiffed on those the other day, but those are moving around. Oh, and then don't forget about the earnings. Those are going to be on Thursday, but you might get a couple of movers. Russia and Ukraine exchange 175 prisoners of war. That's good. Again, once again, Meta is down. So you're watching all these tech names off the open. There's Tesla again. So you guys should already be positioned. We grabbed those and then just did the rollover, but Tesla's fire. Netflix, too. Some of you were just posting those. NASDAQ's up by 0.6. So it feels like you already got some movements, but keep in mind, I mean, you're barely moving right now. You are back. Remember, I was telling you about this level yesterday? So look, let me pull this chart out. You guys remember I told you we needed to get above here for it to be decent? That's all you are right now. So unfortunately, I don't think you're out of the woods just yet. We need to move a lot more. So watch out. Watch ACAM. That one's moving up. Again, they had the starboard thing. Is that play even up? ACAM is hella weird, actually. I guess nobody trades these. I like the ACAM. It might be better with shares. Again, but that one's just a takeover thing or starboard. Watch Apple and Google. Because remember, just like yesterday, you guys, Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon, that's what's going to dictate a lot of the wind. You know, that's going to kind of be your broader environment if you want the indexes to move. Oh, I forgot about that. Where are those Qs from yesterday? Oh, the Qs got slashed. Yeah, they're down 30. So that one's not as good. Intel, again, bro, they're saying the Intel TSM thing wasn't legit. Or they're saying TSM was not interested at all. So, yeah, Intel's coming down. But that's very different than the last couple days. Boeing running. Dude, I think the U.S., I had this theory before it popped. I was going to tell you guys, but I think because Europe is trying to cut out the money from the United States. So Europe is now trying to spend this money on defense, but then they want to ignore the United States with the spending. I think that'll piss off America. But then that threatens the age-old deal between Airbus and Boeing. A lot of people don't understand that Boeing and Airbus was actually a joint EU-America project from back in the day. Boeing already existed, but we made an agreement with the EU to fund our domestic airliners, and they'd funded Airbus. So it's kind of funny because now if they're going to part ways with us on defense spending, then that might make it where we start saying fuck Airbus, and then damn, those already went up 750. Ay, bro. Yeah, those plays are really expensive, bro. Yeah, all of the Boeings. Reddit dump, I swear I just had it up on the screen. Oh, yeah, Reddit again. It hit a high and then just flipped. Baba on the low, too. They were green. I keep an eye on Boeing, though. That one could be interesting, especially if we get more of the political stuff. Yeah, Baba. XRP got out of lawsuit. Boeing, strong start to key success factors in 24. Nibis, again, Nibis had that Nvidia deal. Again, there's our boy Tesla. Tesla only went up 10. They just had a lot more of the hype in the morning. And then 56.30, so we didn't get above there. Again, it's like 56.42. That's the level. Then the open of yesterday, then whatever those gaps are. And then same downside levels. We'll go over them if we start to do it. Forward on the high. Cat on the high. Twilio starting to move up. Again, high ticker kind of balanced out right now. Meta is still selling. And then Tesla, and then watch pretty much Google still in the green. Apple is going up, but if Apple and Microsoft flip, that's going to add a little bit more pressure. Staples are trying to go up. Honestly, I think this is just a couple big tech names, but everything's matched up very well. Everything on SPY Dow Russell is about a quarter to 0.3, and then the NASDAQ is overshooting a little bit. But generally, everything's kind of moving the same. Yeah, Boeing shares gained 4.5, Intel down 5, Microsoft again, Baidu and Baba, Billy, all China names selling actually, and then SPY going lower on the day, but still everything in the green. Garlinghouse, the Ripple guy, he mentioned something of some lawsuit being dropped. All right. Well, Tesla's coming back to open. SPY a little lower. I mean, you just really have Google or Microsoft and Apple. Google's up, but barely. And then Amazon's already flipped red. See. Okay, Tesla, another candle. I'm saying I'm shopping for something. Yeah, the Teslas are coming back up. They just dropped a bit on those Baidus. TMDX, wasn't that the energy one from yesterday? No, that's something else. Transmedic. TMDX popping, though. That's up a lot. 5%. I think we played this one back in the day. We played TXNM. That was the energy one from yesterday. Watching from the gym early morning. Good for you. All right, Roku going up. You're buying a SPY put. Good luck. I don't think that's too bad of an idea. I don't know how the premiums are moving yet. I haven't really looked. Labu and Biotech's going up. AMD selling off. Intel, there's Reddit again on the low. Now, Bristol Myers. So pay attention if staples go up. Remember you had that weird little liquidation yesterday. More China on the low. See what kind of leads now. SPY and Dow getting closer to the NASDAQ. But again, the NASDAQ is overshooting a little bit. I would say that's Apple and Microsoft adding that. And Nvidia. Nvidia's up too. But Nvidia is kind of chilling. But 1% not bad. You're going 0-day 561 for 195. Good luck. At least you're right in the money. I like that. Hello. How are you? CLSK, more Bitcoin names. Where's MSTR? That was moving yesterday. That one's up too. MSTR usually does good on these Powell days. MSTR is wild. Oh, all the calls even gapped up on that. Whack. Ethereum almost 6. K-Web, you're grabbing puts. Baba this week, puts. A lot of puts all of a sudden intraday. You guys were different in the morning. Or at least 5 minutes ago. I didn't see this many puts. Nvidia. Palantir, MQ, again, high ticker or low ticker balancing. Now there's Bowen again. I really want the Bowen, but I think they're too expensive for my blood. But they're moving now. But then again, the ones that it's like kind of chasing that leader already. It's up to you, but they have gone now. U.S. President Trump Zelensky call scheduled in the next 30 minutes. White House. That came out of nowhere. That was not on the schedule for today. So, yeah, Zelensky and Trump are going to talk in the next 30 minutes. BTAI on the high. And then now Qs are going, or SQQ. So you are breaking into a low. Watch if these value names hold up. Again, the Dow is now the NASDAQ is below the Dow, but prior it was up. So see if we get like a late stage value rotation. But then again, that move was weird yesterday. Stellantis chairman Elkan process to name CEO is going to be next year by mid-year. Nvidia dumping, I think all of the chips. Again, they were saying like Jensen reassured people, but I didn't feel reassured. But then again, I mean, Apple and Microsoft moved a little bit bigger today. I mean, Apple's at least one. Microsoft giving it up now, so that's gonna flip. Why are we on a 2-minute? I don't know. I do not know. So 5, 6, 24, 10 more points, 12 more points, you fill the gap. And then, like I said, we couldn't get above this zone yesterday. Sadly, you are just having an extension of yesterday. I mean, I think we'll break out of it eventually, up or down, but until we do, that kind of sucks. Shopify. Staples XLP still in the red. You think the Nvidia stuff was great? People just want the revenue guidance. I could feel that. But I do think, too, the timelines. I mean, it goes out to like 2020. Did he say till 2028? That's when we're going to have pretty much the next generation of Blackwell. So that means the next 3 years will be dependent upon Blackwell being the leader, selling, and actually having that follow through. I like Home Depot a lot, but it's expensive. But I don't know. I think you don't care about expensive, so it's all you, baby. SPY going lower, VIX on the high. Oh, yeah, that's what we want today. The VIX, bro. The VIX. Oh, I did not mean to do that price. Fuck. Okay. Whoa, Boeing, you're getting a fat pop right now. Again, tech and the SPY. I kind of like this one. I got scammed. All right. Remember, you have Trump and Zelensky. That would be the only unexpected thing. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm going to just hold those cues from yesterday, but I fat fingered a play on accident. But I do have a good one for today, I think. And then I haven't looked at the SPY. The Teslas are still up. And then, yeah, watch if you get a surprise headline regarding anything related to the war. But yeah, bro, in 2 candles, you just broke right back up with big tech playing along with that. Meanwhile, China dumping. But look, Apple, Microsoft, I think that's your move. So, and a little bit of Meta. Okay, SPY still rocketing. I don't have a headline yet. But again, I think you just gave up a little bit from the morning. All I care about is if we break out of this range. You got to get me now back to open. Yeah, we get up to like 5.672-ish or 5.680. 40 points, you'll look good. Otherwise, if we can't get above here, I think you are liable to get your knees taken out for no reason. And then you're liable to have these random-ass 20-point pops. And then again, because then that might just run out the clock. Remember how yesterday played out. So don't forget about that one. Yeah, chips aren't moving as much, but it is it's these bigger tech names, which you need. That's what I've been saying on some of these days where we'd rally. Everything is kind of matched up. Yeah, you just had a big candle that popped you back up. But look at what I'm saying here. If you don't break high enough, and then you just come right back down, you're trapped, unfortunately. So, or just going to play what it did yesterday. So watch, like, again, here's level 1. You're breaking past 56.42. And then we go 56.54. And then like 56.70. So like 10, 15 points at a time. Everyone will be another level, assuming it could actually hold. TNXP on the low. High ticker still pretty active. JG. I know, I like Boeing a lot. Dude, the plays are up a stupid amount, though. That's the only problem. Like, even the ones with a little bit of time are up 200%. That's not a normal move. Boeing, I mean, we had those good plays last week, but that's a fat move. Apple climbing again with the SPY trying to get its way up there. Coin. All right. High tickers starting to gas a little harder. And now you got a couple of chips. SMCI. That looks just like the SPY and did the flipperoonie. So we will see. Watch, those NASDAQs are still in the play. So if those come out, we'll be good. No, I think those are going to get clapped a little harder. So be careful. Any contracts, just like yesterday, if that pop, if you're far enough out the money, if that pop is not bringing you up too much value, you just got to worry about the first downside. Otherwise, you're in the monies, near the money, should be working a little bit. But that's 1 point. So remember, yesterday we did these moves, but we couldn't get out of like 1.5. But yeah, SMCI is about to hit 40. Tesla's on the low now. Nvidia is still a little lower. Apple near the high. And then NASDAQ up 0.5. 9 more minutes, and then we'll be at the first 30. Okay, you're still holding Boeing again. Now Coinbase, Coin, MSTR, and a couple other cryptos, and even energy is moving. Bitcoin near the high. Oil's down, but where are the other currencies? Honestly, nothing else is really moving. Pound and euro are clapped, but we're running off of that. I don't know how I feel about that. Apple again, that's ripping. Tesla prior day high. It's coming down a little bit. It had the juice in the morning. Yeah, and I think people got surprised with Japan. The Japan situation might change a little bit. So essentially, your boy Ueda, he by him bringing up tariffs and like him kind of bringing up the uncertainty, people got a little worried that maybe Trump and tariff changes their plan, which is kind of odd, but does make a little bit of sense. But that was like the new development of the Bank of Japan. Tesla flushing, so now you're only at 2. You're back to the opening candles. So let's see. Where is Nvidia? SMCI still going, and the SPY. So I'll take it, man, even if you're losing one of the tech stocks. Like I'm saying, man, as long as this like holds up, you just Microsoft and Apple, IBEX, big pop, but you just haven't had tech actually hold up. So let's see. Yeah, they washed those XLPs. That sucks. I was up for a little bit. Guardian reports UK Finance Minister Rachel Reeves will not be making any tax changes next week in spring statement. All right, get ready. Is this level 1? Yeah, so 5642. This is one breaking spot. We got to get up to 5654, but this is a good sign. Good sign if you hold, but if we come back below here, it's a fancier trap. But anywhere above here, we're going to start moving up, and then if we start moving up, then we could get back to the levels we were at just a couple days ago. Or where was that? Monday? The high of Monday? SKBL, Verna on the high. Some of these are liquid. I'm seeing a lot of biotechs moving. Biotechs, healthcare is holding. Labu's in the green. All right, little ripperoonie. Okay. Okay, do you guys, can someone tell me, do you guys see ads right now? Are you guys getting ads right now? Because SPY's ripping. Yes? Okay, because I have a button that says insert ad. So every time you guys ask me what time Jerome Powell is, it has been the same exact time for 10 decades. And it's in the title. I'm going to smash the insert ad button. Okay, every time you guys, I got asked that, I just hit it 20 times. So thank you. But that is what I'm going to do. Okay, that's it. Just so. Because it's okay. It's no one's fault. It makes me money. That's fine. But if you guys don't want, I'm going to just get paid off of this shit. That's going to be my sign. This delay ads? No. Insert ad. Okay. I did another one. There you go. So thank you. I appreciate you. Apple is insane. After being clapped for a while. Look at the market, though. We're now at the range we needed. Or at least you're getting right there. This is good, though, bro. You waited all day for this yesterday and couldn't get any of it. So let's see. All right. Apple. I think it's all Apple and Microsoft. You're up by 0.8, but the SPY's good. Give me 4 more minutes, and I'll get you guys a breakdown. You pay for premium. You want to just give the chat hella ads. I'm just going to ban you now. See? Now this is just everyone lost. This is just like vandalizing Teslas. Do you see? So there you go. It's not worth it. Get a long term. On Powell Day? Yeah, Apple, Microsoft. That's what's leading you. For now. Netflix pop. I've been doing. Honestly, I think now you get Nvidia going and you get Tesla going. I think you'll be up 2% if those could actually run. But, like I'm telling you, if we don't get past these levels, bro, unfortunately, this is going to be a nice little fake out. How you say? I don't trust these hoes. Huh? This makes sense? I no trust. Apple, Reddit back to green. That's fire. That's big. Bro, look at Boeing, too. If Boeing comes down, that could be great. GTN. Okay, Tesla's still at 1A. Let's see, Nvidia. Just keep an eye on Microsoft and Apple. That is generally your broader, like, what's holding you up today. Dell, that one's, again, I haven't seen too many chip companies. Actually, AMD is trying to go back up. Intel's the one struggling. Burlington, Microsoft still going. What is a higher quality for playing options? VIX or UVXY? I haven't done them in a while. I think they all suck. So I've tried them. I'm not against it, but yeah. Best way to ask questions, shoot me an email, and when we're not like doing too much in the market, I'll be able to answer them on stream for you. Like usually like the first like hour of the market, we're kind of doing this. SEC will drop its appeal against Ripple. Ripple CEO post. Okay, this needs to hold up. Otherwise, you come down. Premiums are about to get slashed. Yeah, I'm going to take the loss on my QQQ from yesterday. Because it went up a little bit. We should be up more, but it decayed too much. But that one I don't think is going to come back unless you, like, go up 2%. All right, not bad. Okay, still holding up. Amazon's going up now in Micron. Amazon was not playing along earlier. And now you got Walmart. Still a little balance. And now I think I could get you guys a checkup. So let's see where we're at. Dow Jones. 22 names in the green, 8 in the red. Amgen, Sherwin-Williams, Coca-Cola, J&J. Staples are like your biggest losers there, but no sign of any tech, to be honest. NASDAQ 100, 73 in the green, 27 in the red. And then again, there's like pharma names that are down, like Gilead. And then S&P 500, Meta's finally going up. SPY 319 in the green, 181 in the red. Not bad. So it's like 70, 65, 75% green today. Dow's doing a little better. And then again, it's not technology at all. Travel is leading. I see Airbnb, literally like Booking and Expedia they're showing up as leaders on both. So, yeah, you have a majority green today, which, again, very different than today. And then think about the other day. Last time we had less names green, the market was a lot more trappier, but you're actually moving. So you still are going. Let's see where this leads us. 5650. So 4 more points. Otherwise, you've cleared 2 levels if this holds. And then after that, 20 more points. Fill the gap at like 5670-ish. Is it 57? Oh, yeah. And then 5670 or 80. But not bad. Reddit's going nuts again. Not the one? No, this one. No, it looks good, honestly. Just last time, like I'm saying, last time we had 70, 80% of names green. Amazon and tech was down, so we chopped around for 3 hours, then it took off. This time you're actually moving. The only problem, you gave up yesterday, didn't move. You're moving more in 20 minutes than the whole day of yesterday, and then you're going to meet Jerome Powell here in a couple of hours. But still, yesterday was kind of the cushion. Wherever we move to now is part of that cushion as well. Like, think about it. So now this is kind of establishing that 1.5% we priced in, a.k.a. we were pricing in 1.5% yesterday. If we move up 1.5% ahead of it, that means theoretically Jerome Powell, you're either going to be back at open or back at the high of the other day, or you go back to where we started. So, welcome. GME on the high. Hi. Apple's still going. Again, you have all major big tech up now. They lagged for a little bit, but even like Meta, Amazon playing along. Again, there's a couple pharma names that aren't doing that bad. So we'll see. Well, Tesla just had a bigger gap up. None of those other names really like gap like that. But Tesla's still holding. And they need to wind down some of that premium. How about you wind up the peach? Huh? Happy Jerome Powell Day. Peach Nation, it's here. Oh, no. Woo. Okay. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. Bradley, for Peach Nation, do you know how many peaches you've had on Powell days? They don't know, bro. Every day, every Powell, we've listened to so many Powells live, and the peach was there the whole time, baby. God bless America. God bless America. Shout out to vets. And then look, I haven't heard anybody say anything about bonds. Did you guys notice something today? So this happened early and quickly. You're doing the bond inverse right away. So bonds were green in the morning, and then whatever this little pop was, they slammed the bonds down, and they went up. I don't think the VIX got slammed a little bit. It did. Which one was first? Oh, it's kind of the same. So, yeah, very interesting. Because that's doing that early. So yesterday, you really got it. It was like very subtle. Waltz says spoke with Russian counterpart about Trump's efforts to end war. Yeah, the bonds are probably with Japan. But they were green in the AM. So we'll see. Usually when there's a big Japan move, though, and then on our Powell day, we could kind of remain, our bond market kind of remains insulated. All right, you're ripping up again. So it's good. You're hitting all the levels, man. You did nothing yesterday, and literally within the first 30 minutes, you have moved more than you're recovering all day of yesterday. But remember, yesterday's first 30 minutes is what kind of like slammed you into the bottom. Five, 6, 5, 4, 3 more points, and then 60s or really the 70s will probably be it. Tired of paying 3 to 6 for commission? You are now going to become an agent? Let's go. Amen, bro, for real. Even for your own personal properties, that will save you a lot of money, man. So very wise. Semiconductor firms renew call for second European chip act. Euro MP's new European chip act should address AI chip gap. Policy should support chip design materials. Happy to be here. Income tax today. You need a long term. Let's do it. Everybody needs a long term. Everybody. I forgot about tax day. Isn't that coming around soon? All right, new high. That's it. It's honestly, until the first drop, whatever happened here, this is leading us to our first melt up. You now have all the big tech. Remember, you guys not remember what happened last night, yesterday, right at close. It was the staples. I think we had the signal. That's why I made that Tesla play, but look at it. Because within 30 minutes now, all of these are playing along. Apple's up 2.8. Microsoft up 1.1. Yeah, they're all playing along right now. Think about it. Perfect. So it sucks because it's going to kill the staples, but keep that in mind for next time. Zelensky confirms new prisoner swap. Next time at the bell, if you watch that same dynamic, because that today you just opened up very, very aggressively. And now Meta's finally moving. That's one I haven't seen go in like 2 weeks. It opened up a little cool, but like that's aggressive. But that's like I'm saying, remember that weird aggressive staple sell last night right at the bell? It didn't make sense. That's why I was like, this is odd. And then you have all of this stuff. I think it was yesterday's dynamic. You might melt up. I'm making a couple plays, but I'm not thinking about right now. I'm thinking about Jerome Powell. So that's what sucks about this too, is that you have people kind of viewing this as oh yeah, look it, we're good, but we've done this every day. You know what I'm saying? We're going literally. It's been a month without 2 days back to back. So it goes up, everyone gets really excited, but then it goes down, everyone gets really depressed. I would just be looking for Jerome Powell. That's kind of what I'm all my plays so far this morning. All I did was Tesla, took profits, and then I made one other play. And then I took a loss on my Qs. Watch those plays, though, because see, if you could get a Frogger on options, that would be your other play. Pretty much all the dead calls, if you really think we're going to melt up, every single call is fucking dead. So go look. If you start going a certain amount out of the money, a lot of these calls are still clobbered. Do you understand what I'm telling you right now? So if you really want to get optimistic and you believe this, there is a shit ton of cheap-ass calls slightly out of the range. That would be it. Otherwise, you go near the money. How many times, Brady? I think it's going to be fun. Putin wants Trump to formally recognize all land Russia has taken in Ukraine. Kommersant reports. Oh, Google. I don't have any Google. I still got a Microsoft. That one went down. Now it's coming up. I think those apples I sold would have done a lot better. But hey, we'll see. I don't think I sold out of a call. If it's too far out of the money, I don't think it'll pay. Depending, it all depends on when you bought it. So if you bought too far out of the money yesterday, I think it'll be very hard for you to make money. And then the first little red, that play is going to be over. But I think the near the money, I'm a big fan of on anything. You just got to be right on the direction. But like I'm saying here, I would be more concerned with what is going to happen in 4 hours, not necessarily, unwinding 7 hours and 30 minutes. Nvidia, Wong, in the near term, impacted tariffs will not be meaningful. CNBC interview. Wow. You got the Jensen. Jensen is saying tariffs? What? Is he not a liberal?
Yeah, you're right. Doing the dishes and taking the trash out.
Yeah.
Walking the dogs.
This is live.
And so GROOT stands for General Robotics Technology, GRT, GROOT. And it stands for General Robotics Technology because the technology finally arrived where we could create the AIs. We build them in the data centers. It requires large AI infrastructure to train these robots, simulate these robots in virtual worlds that obeys the laws of physics. And we partnered with Disney and DeepMind, and we created this thing called Newton, which simulates physics incredibly accurately. And then you create this AI in the cloud, in the data center, and then you move the AI brain, if you will, download it digitally into a physical robot. And so the technology that we've been working on for some time is really making enormous progress. Robotics and robotics industries, general robots and other forms of robots, is going to be one of the largest AI infrastructure opportunities for us.
Well, if you can simulate, train, simulate, and run, you're expedite. It's going to happen much faster than people realize. When I hear that actually arc of how you can do it, I'm going to buy a robot within the next few years.
Yeah, but
yes.
you'll rent it.
Okay, I'll rent it. I can't afford to buy it.
Well, we'll rent it.
Only the oligarchs can
hire a robot.
No, but you're saying this is going, and the robot is my size.
Yeah.
It can do things that we only dreamed of doing. It's not artifice; it's reality.
And it doesn't get bored. Doesn't get tired.
You sure?
Oh yeah.
Because when I think that they can reason, they want healthcare.
No, they'll want entertainment, and yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll keep them company, and they'll keep us company.
But this is not the dog robot lifting Jell-O cubes. We're now well past that.
Cute. Yeah, they're incredibly cute, as you know.
I know.
And we can make them do all kinds of repetitive work. And seriously, the world is short of tens of millions of workers and factories. And factories would be more than delighted to pay $50,000, $70,000 a year to have some of these robots come in and do the repetitive tasks and all the dangerous work that we'd like not to do.
This is exigency. I think too many people feel that they're going to replace us. They don't realize there's not enough of us.
There's not enough of us, yeah.
Well, okay, but you were talking about we need an amount of computation that's easily 100 times more than we thought. So far, so good.
Yes.
Last year. Were we that off last year?
Yeah, we're way off, yeah.
We were. We didn't see it.
Yeah.
We just didn't know how important it is.
Well, we realize that reasoning is very important to intelligence.
Yeah, that's Elon
And
Musk.
we realized that one-shot AI that we were using wasn't representative of intelligence, and that we were going to make incredible progress. And last year,
566 is better. You overshot yesterday, which is great.
And others.
But now you're just in the, again, do we get to the 70s and 80s or not?
These reasoning models.
But get ready. The next pop is going to be like 20 points. Otherwise, we're trapped, unfortunately. But it's holding the melt-up pattern for now.
Did I answer that question right? And could I have better options that I can present you? And so there's a lot of different ways that the AI has now become much more reasonable and reasoning. And so that requires a lot more computation, hundreds more time computation. And so this new level of AI is going to
Eli
be
Lilly?
a lot of chips.
Okay, high ticker gassing again. Way less names on the low.
A huge data
couple of
center,
transports going up too.
Data center. How many chips does that need?
Hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
But stop right here.
That's millions of dollars for.
So let's see. If bonds come down again, that might be your fuel for another high. Like I'm saying, you're right there at the level.
$40 to $50 billion of opportunity.
And what percentage does Nvidia get then?
Out of that, every gigawatt
is
is about 40 or 50 billion dollars, 40 to 50
But I
billion
thought
dollars.
that you were in trouble and things are slowing down and the Chinese are taking over and we should be looking at you and thinking this is a meme stock that's going to 90.
We have a very large opportunity ahead of us.
Okay, so I worry about this. You give a roadmap. I was laughing on the inside. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You give a roadmap, and I know about the Vera Rubin, and I'm saying, why don't I just wait for Vera Rubin? Why can't I skip this? The Blackwell Plus? No, well, forget that. I'm jumping over,
UK,
and therefore I'm going to wait till 2027.
UK races to avoid worst of Trump tariffs.
Well,
with
this
talks
is
on
building
tech tax.
an industry and building business, and we're trying to build business.
Again,
every
market
year,
brushed that off last
as you
time. I don't know if it'll have an
And
effect.
It's not like buying a TV or, buying a bicycle. This is something that you're building these AI factories to run your company.
Bicycle.
You're building.
Again, watch
these
bonds.
AI
If bonds go
factories
lower,
to
you'll probably
run
break onto the upside.
other companies, and so they're going to want your AI factories right now. The reason why I lay out our roadmap for several years is because the world is building AI infrastructure, trillions of dollars of it over the next several
But
years.
we can't comprehend trillions.
You bought leap puts
Well,
on Rigetti at 4,
This is
so be
the
careful
new,
on that.
New, industrial revolution.
Because when you
And
buy a
inside,
low, I hate puts on cheap
underpinning the
stocks.
industrial revolution
Because do the
are
math.
new factories.
You spent
And we are the
$80
factories of the future.
for a
what are we talking about?
$4
We
put.
think about Fulton and steam
That
engine. We
means
think
your
about
max
railroads.
gain
These
per
are- yours is
contract
so much bigger than
is
all of those.
$320
Well, the world is bigger
if
now
the stock
than
goes
it
to
was back
zero.
then, right? It's a $120 trillion industry.
So that means max
GDP
you can
around the
make
world.
is
And now
400%
this new
if the
factory
stock goes
called
to
AI
zero.
factories is the underpinning
So
for all of
sometimes
it.
it's better to just short
And so
it
the
and buy
idea
calls
that-
as a hedge.
that $100
sadly.
trillion of the world's GDP will
Not a
be
recommendation.
underpinned by trillions of dollars of AI factories. It's very sensible.
With Nvidia in it, and that's why we're going to wait and talk more later on Mad Money. And I want to thank the Squawk on the Street 10 o'clock gang for letting me coming in here with an eye-opening discussion. Thank you, David. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, of course. Look forward to catching a lot more. You guys just started there, so there's going to be a lot more, as Jim just indicated, on Mad Money. That'll
Who
be
the
tonight
fuck
at
is
6 p.m.
clapping?
Eastern. Like Jensen was just sort of opening.
They're like, you got to clap for Jensen or he'll never come back. Please clap. Dude, did you hear? Who the fuck is clapping in this little ass studio at the end of this? That's great. All right, Bond's still dancing around. He had a UK headline, but like I said, we've brushed that off. It's really about where it is. Airbnb on the high, but that speaks to travel. So again, Nvidia, Tesla came back up. You know, the market's doing well. You have more names that are up. You just are kind of, like I said, the wind. The broader push up or down is probably going to be coming from Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, all those good names. So watch out for that. Again, bonds are tweaking out. He's doing that short quantum and buying calls to hedge. Yeah, that's not a bad, like I said, just I've always said this for years. Just be careful if you're buying puts, especially if you're like, I'm buying a leap put and it's a cheap ass stock. It's usually not in your favor. You know what I'm saying? No, so like, yeah, that's not, no, just be careful, bro. If anything, I think the market maker is running it up on you because you don't want to, it's not about buying options on there. Just, again, a put at a low enough stock price, just remember what you're buying. You are buying the right to somebody buying the stock from you at a certain price. So if you're agreeing at a low price, you know, think about it. Think about your max reward. Is it really worth the risk to reward? So, and it's not like you buy a put, buy a call, because you could lose on both of them if they're all out of the money. So usually what people do with these names, if they want to like short like a pump, you short the equity, pay the higher equity fee because it costs, you know, high borrowing cost, and then you buy a call to hedge the shares that are short, not buy a put, buy a call. They're not straddling it. But just keep this in mind. It'll save you a lot of money in the future. Next time you see a shitty company and you're like, oh, I want to short it, and then it's already $10, but now if your price is at $4, what else is there? Like SoundHound, any of these names that you think will die. Yeah, it's just all math. All it is math on the option. What is the max reward? Does it make sense to put that risk on there? And that's all you got to ask yourself. All right, bro. Now the premium, it's moving. So I got a couple plays I'm looking at, but premiums are reacting. You're going up. Premiums are going up like 20, 30%. You're coming down. They're losing 10. You go back up. They go. It's like just like yesterday. You're getting movement. This is great. You have to be near the money borderline or slightly outside of it, but you're running the clock out. That's the problem. This has been now another 30 minutes. So if we go a little higher, you'll get a little gain. You go a little lower, they'll take a little away. But before you know it, 1 hour will be gone. So that's all you got to watch out for, because that's how you're going to get eaten alive. Just don't get chopped up. Otherwise, it's working. If you got the opening moves, that was a gain. Now I think you got a scalp here. You either position for a higher break or we're going to start dancing around. But like I said, watch big tech, watch bonds. I mean, if we do break from here to the upside, you got about 20 more points. So I like it. I don't have a play on it. I have my old ones. I have big tech plays. So I got my Microsoft, sold to Apple, and then we got a couple of earnings. Delta UAL. Remember yesterday we had a couple of airlines, like I was telling you. Travel looks great today. That looks awesome because everybody was saying recession and consumer. So all these consumer stocks are holding up quite well, except for consumer staples. Okay, high ticker gassing. So watch out there. You're doing the little dance, and then bonds, they haven't moved yet. Puts active. Yeah, that's what homie said. That's why he made a play. So just be mindful. Just be careful on what you think the max loss is going to be, though, the gain. That's all. Oh, I think there was a headline on Pfizer. Come on. He's going. Literally, VWAP is climbing. You'll notice that subtly. All you need is a bond drop and you're moving up. Taking time off. Enjoy it, baby. No worries. No worries. Enjoy it. Rest up. I've just been sleeping. That's it. I got sick last week, and now I'm just boogery. But I feel you, man. Rest is good. And then especially if you got a long term. That's it. Long term and rest go hand in hand, if you guys didn't know. Little cup on bonds. Well, see what they do. Again, I'd keep an eye on at least one or two. For now, it was Apple's coming down. It was Apple and Microsoft in the morning. That's what gave us the juice. HCA, that's healthcare. Target on the high. Now Coca-Cola. Now Staples. Okay. Look at that. They were moving up prior. Let's see what happens here. The long time. Trump issues presidential action related to state and local preparedness. I don't know what that means. Actually, even 2 minutes ago. Okay, watch if the staples come up. But honestly, I think it was just Coca-Cola, one or the other. And now Nvidia is coming down. Apple and Microsoft gave up a little, but they're still looking great. There's a lot of weird names. XP Logistics. I keep seeing that one. So like I'm saying, there's still some names that are really moving today. Even Apple, I mean, they were up 3% at one point. So we're almost another 30 minutes in. I'll get you guys another checkup. Amazon, they were good. Again, yesterday I liked them with the data centers. They gave up quick. Micron, again, they have earnings on Thursday with Nike and FedEx. So they're finally going up. Where's Intel? All right, SPY work. Look at bonds up, but now SPY is also trying to fight there. So watch, as SPY goes up, I wouldn't be surprised if bonds gave this up, or now maybe they'll match up. So right here they kind of wanted to, but it's not obvious. And again, here they inversed alongside the VIX. So let's see. And then again, you have the yen messing with it. JKHY. Interesting. FedEx. The yen usually has a higher correlation with long-term bond yields, not necessarily the SPY. So that's kind of what we're looking at. That's why a lot of people are like, look at the bonds today. Or I'd say look at the bonds, and they're like, did you see the yen? Because the yen had a big move down. So it kind of makes sense where you could get that pressure. The only caveat is you have Jerome Powell today. So usually everyone kind of is in wait and see, at least in the bond market. So let me put it this way. You might watch, like, look at equities are already moving about 1% to 0.5%. I wouldn't be surprised if even the bond market stayed near open. Even if it overshot, it'll kind of chill a little bit. So even though the yen is down, it's just Powell. Just, again, everyone, unless there's going to be a final shuffle towards rate cut odds ahead of the event, then yeah. All right, you're working your way down. It's all small. Again, just like the other days. You guys realize this is the opposite of yesterday, right? You make an aggressive enough move in the first, hour, and then we start, chilling. So that's all I'd be mindful of is if we run out the clock. That's it. Because now you did the first hour move. Literally, that's what sets you into this range, and then now we're kind of chilling. We're trying to figure out bonds and all of that, but I hope you see it. So we need a breakout or not. Yeah, Tesla. I keep putting up 2 Teslas. I always do that. Okay, Nvidia holding up still, so watch. And again, watch Apple and Microsoft. I think those what started you off in the morning. Yeah, you heard a UK and then a Trump preparedness thing. That's it. You had Witkoff in the morning. And then Zelensky and Trump are supposed to get on a call. That was about 30 minutes ago. So we might hear about that. Okay, Apple's still dancing. Same with the SPY, but very small now. Netflix is killing it. It did this the other day. I think everything was down. Then Netflix was up 3. Okay, Coca-Cola again. Watch it. The staples start to move. Bonds are getting near open. Back to break even almost. Crude oil inventories, 1.75 million. Estimate was 1 million. Cushing minus 1 million versus minus 1.2 previous. So again, watch energy. Gasoline minus 527. Estimate was minus 300. Yeah, oil's popping on that. Interestingly enough. We're pricing in about 1.5. That was yesterday, but then we've moved about 1% almost today. Or 0.5 to 0.8, depending on which index. Is that Citi? Banks? I see a lot of banks moving up. And then HD. Yeah, and then XLF moving towards the high. That's something actually hitting a new high. I see a lot of random ones now. Ford moving up. Or? I haven't looked at equal weight. Let's take a look. I'd imagine it's up. I think everything's going to be up. It'll be up less. Yeah, it's up by 0.3. Meanwhile, the SPY's up 0.7. And that's because of Powell, or not Powell, Apple, Microsoft, all of that. That's why I'm saying keep an eye on those, because you could kind of just tell off the morning that those are the ones that woke you up. But equal weight's green. It's just not as strong as the overall SPY. Intel, I don't know. Intel, you're going to need earnings. Like I said, I like Intel, but I still think what I said at the beginning of the year, it's going to have a recovery story, but it might take until 2026. Bro, USO is rocketing off of those oil numbers, and then Ford. So literally, Ford's popping out of nowhere. I don't have a headline yet, but that's kind of moving a little bit. Google and Apple hit by twin EU rebuke. Yeah, we had that earlier, and I remember when they first announced it, we didn't move too much, but let's see. And then watch oil and Ford right now. They're both moving. Mattel on the high. It's interesting. Staples coming down, so watch. Staples and bonds coming down. See if the market starts to turn around, because those were getting a bid when we started to slow down. Tall. Ford names exclusive automotive partner of Kentucky Derby. Google rules on Google Play prevent app developers from steering users to rivals. Service fee goes beyond what's justified, EU regulators say. They hit Google with €2 charges for allegedly breaching Digital Markets Act. Google favors own services over rivals, and Google search violates DMA rules. And then Apple, that's what, yeah. It's an update on, it's literally what you just said. It's like the full details. Apple told by EU antitrust regulators to open up tech mobile operating system to rival makers. Smartphones, headset, and virtual reality. Apple required to provide additional support feedback to app developers, EU regulators. Apple says EU orders slow down its ability to innovate, force it to give way to new features to rivals, which don't play by same rules. So yeah, just Europe clapping Google and Apple. I mean, you could take it as escalation, but then again, like I said, last time it happened, we ignored it. But we'll see. Apple and them. Apple's still up 2%. And then Ford, it just woke up. I mean, it's only like 3 cents, but that's almost 1%. Okay, high ticker's still active. A couple names on the low, but chilly, bro. Chilly. Deutsche Bank. That was old. It's climbing. That's why. I mean, again, you have a pervasive impact of the big tech. So when they go up, you get that good reaction, and that's what I think's happening. At a 192 on Amazon. I like Amazon. They move slow, but big fan. BLD. A lot of random names on there. Okay. Our number one fully in the books. Dow Jones 23 green, 7 red. NASDAQ 77 green, 22 red. SPY 349 green, 150 red. Am I holding any meta plays? I don't know, but I have it in the long term. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity.
Rates, not necessarily from the Fed, which usually anchors the interest rate picture, but in the market. And I do think you have this interesting push-pull where the Fed isn't set to be doing anything today, Mike, or maybe for the next few months, but the administration is actively trying to lower interest rates and has succeeded to some extent.
Right. The rate-sensitive part of the economy has absolutely struggled relative to everything else. Now, the good part is consumers were not super leveraged, and so there's a bit of a cushion built up. You still have good wage growth, so it's a muddle along. It's interesting how the Fed characterizes the risks today. There's going to be the new outlook, the dot plot. There's going to have to be some acknowledgement. Well, but it exists, right? So there's an internal forecast consensus-wise that exists, so maybe better to know what they're working with than not. But it has become a little bit too much of a tail wags the dog part of the discussion.
They're never right, and they always follow the market. So okay, they'll probably go to two. They'll probably go to 2 cuts this year, which is exactly where the market is. Right. Maybe anything else would be a surprise. They could raise their inflation expectations given tariffs and where we are on PCE, and they could lower their economic growth forecast.
You remember in the minutes of the prior meeting, it was revealed that some of the members putting out those projections were trying to estimate tariff impacts. Others weren't. So it feels like they need to true that up somehow.
And here's what they have.
Yeah.
This is the one that they have tattooed, right? This is the PCE, the Fed's preferred measure of inflation that they target. And you can see it's come way down from the highs of where we were post-COVID, which is why they started cutting interest rates. But we're kind of stagnant above the 2% level. We've made a lot of progress, and inflation expectations are showing some signs of heating up a little bit. If you look at some of the surveys, not much in the markets, but the Fed doesn't have any reason to cut now because they don't see more progress on that. And especially in some of these ISM surveys, you're seeing a little bit of price pressures bubbling up.
What's interesting to me is the lesson that they draw from 2021, where they thought inflation would be transitory. They didn't think it was going to build to what it did. So is the lesson from that you should never be complacent about higher than target inflation? Or is the lesson you should never get anchored to the current situation and look at what the effects are going to be down the road, the risk to growth, and maybe you have
I think the lesson is you should never use the word transitory.
Well, that's done, I think.
And I think the other lesson is that they have to pay attention to both.
Yes.
And the jobs picture, that's the other side of their mandate, is not showing enough weakness that would push them in one way.
The lesson is propaganda on the political penetration of politics and financial markets. Why do I say that? Because here's my global uncertainty chart updated. Trade policy uncertainty index and headline policy uncertainty index per Goldman Sachs is now the highest it's ever been. In the last 25 years, no set of headlines, environment, or anything has raised you to this level of uncertainty. So, do I believe that we have had? I don't. My belief is that this last 3 months has not been the most uncertain part of my last 25 years of life. Would you agree? It's up to you. But I think I've seen way more global uncertainty when they were blowing up Russia and Ukraine, and then a year later, there's a whole nother war in the damn Middle East, Palestine and Israel. I remember the COVID is the only thing, but now this is more uncertain than COVID. Again, don't even get me started on the 2010s to 2018. Even China. I made a lot of money on China in this period. Nobody was uncertain. Even then, again, you've even had China collapse in this area too. So very odd, but yeah, that's why I think everything's skewed. Trump is in Oval Office on a call with Zelensky right now. Bonds now through the high, bonds back to green. So now you got stocks up and yields down. So that's back to OG days, but let's see what happens here. So again, they started off green. Again, you didn't really have much data. But so if there is going to be an inflection point, you might see it soon. Otherwise, we might, again, I think the clock is just getting run out now. But just don't forget, Pow. Pow is our boy. Turkey situation is just going to add to that global uncertainty. And then are you ready? Do you guys want more pretty pictures? I have a lot. I have a good one for you. I already have an updated dot plot, or I have some projections, excuse me for the statement. But I got one more for you. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? So take into account all this uncertainty, everybody on the news telling you how terrible this is, whatever thing you have, right? You could come up with whatever. You could even claim that I'm biased. It's up to you. But based on the data, again, here is another updated projection from Goldman Sachs. This is where we actually are. Risk scenario, new baseline, previous baseline, no tariffs. So again, your PCE impact of inflation on worst case of tariffs, worst fucking case, you're going to 3% PCE, where you were last fucking year. I don't want to hear it. I'm naked. Don't look. Don't look. Turn away. Turn away. Do you get it? I hope you do. Well, I don't see shit now. Hold on. I have to reopen up everything. But yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what we showed yesterday, the recession chart. But do you guys see? Well, yeah, I've been telling you this is an overreaction for months. Like, I agree. Tariffs will bring up prices. I'm not a dumbass. I get it. That's fine. But not to the extent. If you're like, tariffs are going to end your life, I don't believe you. Tariffs are more uncertain than a banking collapse. I don't believe you. Tariffs are more uncertain than 9/11. I don't believe you. Tariffs are more uncertain than 2020 and the shutdown of the global economy. I don't believe you. Why? Because mathematically, on macroeconomics, trade policy, everything, we're not forecasting. Again, this is from Goldman Sachs. This is not my research. This is from a private bank. They send this to private clients. So I don't know what to tell you, but there's a reasonable expectation of prices going up, and then there is an unreasonable expectation that I think is propaganda. And here we have, and then again, it's all one-time increase. Maybe it lasts for a year. Even in the worst case scenario, you come back down to 2.5, which would be lower than where you are today. But again, everyone is choosing to ignore this stuff. And then again, like, we don't get this uncertainty out of nowhere. It has permeated. That's what I was just showing you guys the other day. Where is that chart? Yeah. The amount of news articles mentioning uncertainty is almost the highest in the last half a decade as well. So like I'm saying, I think people are saying that a lot, and then that's it. Goldman could be propaganda. They've already lowered their guidance, but I agree with this. I think any reasonable person who knows the economy and is not going to let their political bias get in the way, you know that the right set of tariffs can increase prices. Nobody is worried about the level of inflation you saw 5 years ago. That is foolish. That was caused by an increase in the money supply. That is very simple. So that's why I believe that. That's why I'm saying that checks out. But Goldman has also lowered their impact on the GDP. They recently lowered it. They even had a lower number. So prior, I'm giving you, I showed you when they were they were forecasting 0.4. They had a previous baseline, and now they raised it. And now here is worst case. So reasonable people are doing that. You have a baseline scenario, you have better than expected, and then you have a worst case scenario. That's it. And again, if it's like a stress test. And if you did the stress test of tariffs, none of them warrant this level of fear, is the conclusion. But hey, I'll leave that to the media. Mm-hmm. SPY is coming down and bonds up, so this is a little different than yesterday, just depending on how much we move down. So where is it? Yeah, as long as you don't give up 5637. It's literally the exact opposite of yesterday, bro. How should we take this info? Take it as the market is going to swing between reality. That's how you really, like, if you really want to be a smart person and make money off of this, understand the truth and don't get swayed when the market swings from believing it or not believing it. You get what I'm saying? So you know the truth is what the truth is going to be. Small increase in prices. It shouldn't last longer than August 2026. There's a reasonable expectation. Let the market overestimate it. Let the market underestimate it. You take advantage of those inefficiencies. That's how you're going to get paid off of this. That's reasonably how anybody in the world would do it. So put your politics aside or whatever, but that's ideally, that's why I'm saying I want you to know the truth so that you don't get caught in the swings and then get fooled believing the high end or believing the low end. You see what I'm saying? You need to have a fixed target of what is literally going to happen. Let the emotions and markets swing back and forth. You know where your money is. You have a target still. And then that's it. And I'll give you updates, and then we'll see if things change. If things change, we will change with it. But for the most part, remember, macro moves slow, and this is broader economics. So, we'll see how it all factors into it. All right, back below VWAP. Like I'm telling you, if you get below here, then it changes yesterday. Otherwise, you could relatively bounce off of here, bounce right back up, and then they just waste your time again. And then that buys you another hour playing the 3-hour, 4-hour game until Powell. So again, like I've been telling you, even from the morning, man, I'm not really concerned about what's happening right here, right now. I'm thinking about Jerome Powell, and I think you should too. Well, yesterday was artwork and running out the clock. Okay, none of the other currencies. Again, yen chilled out. So think about, I don't know if the yen chilled out or if the bonds brought up the yen. That I wish I could tell you. I have no fucking clue. Again, you're at VWAP, bonds are back up. It could be priced in, but again, the last couple Fed meetings, when everybody priced everything in, everybody was batshit wrong. And no, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying I wouldn't necessarily take anyone's word for it. Today could either be nothing or it could be really big. I'm only concerned of a blowout. That's it. I'm just scared if Powell takes his hands off the wheel, that's not going to be good. And then if Powell could kind of step in, or again, we're going to be looking for quantitative tightening, I think that's your off ramp for today. But please let me add you a word of wisdom here. All those puts now, just like the calls, because I'm looking at them, those puts went up a little bit, right? But if it's far out the money, what is this fucking bounce going to do? So be careful. It's the same logic up or down. I want you to notice the premiums. Do you get what I'm saying? So the premiums are working. So look, I'm just showing you a random ass put. I just clicking random here. I don't like this play. But do you see that moved up 20% on that drop, right? So if they run out the clock like yesterday and you come up and come back down, that's how it's going to get killed. It'll move 20% and they'll pay you, but it's not, you got to be careful. Same thing like I was telling you on the upside. That's why I sold off one of my calls, even though it wasn't green, because I figured if I need juice to get green because I'm too far out the money. So just be mindful of that. But that's the part that I think everyone loses, is if they run out the clock like that, no one wins. We want break up, we want break down. That's going to pay you. Israeli minister warns of further steps unless hostages are released. 5, 6. So again, you're just like yesterday. As long as we don't break down below there, you're going to be fine. Now look at the bonds now. They're dying. Clockwork. Who are they? The computers, the market makers. That's who they are. The people who spend hundreds of millions of dollars to design option pricing based off of the Black-Scholes model. That's literally who they are. And it's a consortium of about, I think, 5 to 7 market makers on 4 to 5 exchanges. Ta-da! So yeah, that's literally, there's no conspiracy to this. This is just option pricing, market makers, and again, that's how sometimes we take advantage of it when we get some of those moves. Interesting. So watch that bond move. Last thing you want is bonds down with the SPY. But then again, stocks down, yields down is an interesting combo like we talked about on the watch list. Rivian on the high. Okay, Tesla's still holding. That's going to hold up the index. Even Nvidia, honestly, I think you just took you took 1% off of Apple. This isn't that bad. That's what I'm saying. Like, that move in the morning was pretty good. Okay, get ready. Bigger bond drop. Like I said, I don't know if it's the yen or bonds. I can't tell at all. So just watch out, though. See what the market does, whether it follows or inverts. Oh, I forgot to look at Signet. Okay, Apple a little lower. They just held 23. That was a good earnings. Italy, we will ask EU to prepare compensatory measures for sectors hit by U.S. tariffs. Can rates clap energy? To a degree, it would have to get kind of extreme, but more likely, energy can impact rates. More so, I would say. Amazon eyes used car sales. We've seen that with the Hyundai stuff, but yeah, that thing's moving. Good call. Carvana on that, and then SPY a little lower. You had Apple moving a little bit. Reddit, DJT on the high. JB Hunt. Watch FedEx too. Okay, bonds now with the market. One of them's gonna catch footing sooner or later. That's first come, first serve. So those puts are climbing even more now. Like I'm saying, they're moving. So you'll get paid if you're right for that little moment. Your problem is if it just stops. So that's different than 2 days ago. Yesterday, you would have caught the move, nothing would have moved. And then it would get slashed if it went against you. So that's the good part about the premiums in the last 48 hours. You had a baby? Oh, wow. Congrats, bro. That means another long term. The job market weakening. It would impact stocks as people get worried about consumer sentiment and slowdown, and then it would benefit stocks as that led to a rate cut. But then people would probably be debating recession or not. But then again, we're already down 8% from the highs, record highs, and people are already debating recession. All right, so like I said, wait till one of them gets a footing. I think it might be the SPY. All right. Fed hold rates steady amid uncertainty. Oh, it's not bad. Oh, never mind. Okay, yen is starting to climb up again while bonds aren't. So like I said, let's try to find one, but I think they're just taking turns. They're passing the baton. Yeah, see, bonds are catching a bit off that too, but so is the SPY. 5641. As long as we don't go below 5636, I think you could still hold the day. Amazon eyes used car sales. Yeah, that's why we have Carvana up there. Ignas got that one. Brent and U.S. crude extends gains despite data showing larger than expected build in U.S. stockpiles. Oh, Tesla's holding. Apple's coming down. Nvidia is now down below 1%, barely. Watch if Microsoft goes red. It's only up 0.5%. But remember, Apple was up 2.5% in the morning. I mean, literally 30 minutes ago. Okay, this is kind of your zone, bro. Again, you did this in the morning. Remember, you had that big drop, then you came back up, but then it was very short-lived, and then that's it. So same thing. You had your big run-up. We're making our little drop. If we break below there, that changes yesterday. Otherwise, it bounces. I mean, you're just doing a weirder version of yesterday. Well, remember, we have a lot of anticipation today. You have Powell. That is what we are waiting for. Even if Powell hits at more rate cuts, market. No, I think market will like it, but I don't think Powell's going to hint at it. Like I was saying yesterday, unfortunately, there's been some. The thing is, last time you heard from Powell, he made it very clear he was going to say the same thing. Powell doesn't want to change what he's saying. That's why he did it last time. But at the same time now, let me ask you guys this. You see the recession searches. You see the media, the fund manager survey, everywhere you look. Do you think that these Fed people, do you think they're going to pencil in, like, what do you think they're going to put on their dot plot? Like, do you get what I'm saying? That's why I was saying last night, just unfortunately, I think people are ready for it, which is good. But I think everybody, there's no way to describe this without putting uncertainty on paper. Does that make sense? And then and I don't think Powell wants to be too dovish, because you don't want Powell doesn't want you to know he's scared, because then you got a Powell put. And then if he's already stayed the same speech as last time, that kind of indicates he wants to not change. But then again, if he steps in, he's going to be the guy. Then right now, you're not blaming him. If he steps in, I don't think so. It's too much risk for him. So that's why I think the only off-ramp today is quantitative tightening. I think a positive mention of quantitative tightening, positive guidance towards ending in June or ending it as soon as possible, that will be the only thing that could calm us down. But otherwise, I think everything's going to come off very uncertain. I think the GDP on the dot plot, or the summary of economic projections, inflation, the rate cuts, I think the Fed, most of the Fed members are going to be, I think, a little bit more hawkish just in describing this uncertainty. So, yeah, that's why I'm kind of, I think today's an interesting one. But then again, base case is nothing happens. Base case, Powell says the exact same thing. The dot plot doesn't change much, and then we just go back to punting for another 3 months and then playing this little data game. But I think there's going to be uncertainty at the surface level, unfortunately. ADTX, we saw this one yesterday. Yeah, I just saw Baidu going down. So, yeah, China names are getting worked after a very good day yesterday. They run in the clock unless we break down. If we break down, then that's it. Like I'm saying, that could change the dynamic a little bit, but we'll find out. The play, with all due respect, is play fear. The play is on the watch list. Play is on the watch list, brother. Thinking dovish, pow today, not wanting to affect next quarter. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think the only way Powell could get dovish is by talking quantitative tightening. Because I don't think he wants to say much about the uncertainty. Because how can you talk about the uncertainty while staying apolitical? You know, and that's, I think, going to be a difficulty. I don't think he could necessarily calm us down without stepping in too much, and I don't think he wants to, but it's a good take. You might be right. So like I'm saying, I'm just worried for the blowout. That's all I'm keeping my eyes on with Powell. Other than that, if we fall back into consensus, then that's it. We just go back to dealing with the bounce or not. Quantitative tightening is hawkish. That's why the ending of it would be dovish. All right, bonds coming down. Look at you. Didn't break below the level, I'm telling you. So you're just running out the clock. Like I said, if it breaks, that's a different story. Look at those put premiums, like I'm telling you. Where was that one I had? Oh, these have time. Let me get you a daily. I'll even get you guys a tomorrow contract and show you. I think this was the one I had up. Yeah, look. See, it moved. So now watch. You literally got, I guess, what, 30, 40% from the bottom as you move down. Now watch what's going to happen with that one. It'll move down, and the calls will move up accordingly. But then if we don't move after, and look, it's been an hour. Remember I was telling you that here? We're now lower, but you're burning time. So that's it, man. They're just walking the ball up court. Okay, latest headlines for the Europe stuff. I haven't gotten anything else. We haven't heard from the Zelensky thing yet. They're in a call right now. That's the thing. I think today is going to have a lot of uncertainty, but the market is already in a correction. So a lot of the downside might be priced in. I could acknowledge that. That's why I'm saying base case. We hear the uncertainty, doesn't blow the market away. Nothing major changes. That's it. You dodge the bullet. If that SEP, the GDP, the inflation, PCE, and the statement don't make any mind-altering moves, you're fine. Otherwise, if it reads hawkish, it has a little bit more of a sting, then that's going to change that dynamic. Can you say that about raising rates? That's technically hawkish because we're going to cut. Well, that's why people say buy the first rate hike. But eventually the rate hikes get hawkish until then. So like quantitative tightening, it has been hawkish because they've been doing it for 2 years. That's what's contributed to the bond market because the Fed is not buying as much. So ending it would mean you'll have at least a little bit more support for the bond market at minimum. And then best case, or if you want to be a crackhead, now you start talking about quantitative easing next. CarMax getting smacked too? Is that off the Amazon one? That would make sense. Damn, they got hit way harder than Carvana. So yeah, that Amazon, Carvana went lower. Mm-hmm. Zillow. It's weird. Look at low ticker, 1 minute velocity climbing, 5 minute velocity on long. The high ticker is going up. So names that were already running are continuing. And then a couple other names just gave up right there. But you're back at VWAP a little higher. Bonds moving slower. NASDAQ up 3/4, SPY 0.5, Dow 0.5, Russell 0.69. Broadcom, they were selling off yesterday. See if Nvidia and any other chips start moving. And then is oil still moving up? Yeah, off of those oil numbers, it's kind of odd. Again, another pop on oil. A couple growth names. I see Spotify on the high. Intel, a couple of Chads got some good Intel puts. Some posted them. But yeah, Intel, it started off weak, and then it just added another 2. Broadcom breaking out. Again, they were weak yesterday. SPY still holding. Bonds doing the dance. The premiums went up on the calls. So, again, you're doing the shuffle. Google, stop moving. Israeli military says re-extended control to the center of the Netzarim axis. Bitcoin moving up. That's great. England coming down on their currency. 84.5 up 2.8. Again, look at the velocity here. Now it's balanced out, but you had, again, names that were running like 10, 20 minutes ago are still moving. Or 5 minutes ago, technically. All right, you're working your way up. So if we break a new high, you might go a little higher, but if you hit a little higher, just like hitting a new low and then chilling, this is going to burn the preems. But the calls moved. Like I'm telling you, even the reverse calls, they just went up there about 15%. And then the puts dropped accordingly. So the move isn't that. It's going to be when this all stops. Where does the premium settle? Microsoftian. All right, working your way up now. That took an hour. At least 45 minutes. I mean, ironically, that's where you were 15 minutes ago. 10:08. So, yeah, you're a little bit lower than where you were on the hour. By about 0.7. Who's moving? Microsoft a little bit, but it's not Apple. Excuse me. Maybe Tesla's just held up, but I think Nvidia, Apple have had the bigger effect. Nvidia, I think, is moving. That's what it is, because it's not Apple. And then Tesla's going up with it a little. And a small Google Microsoft candle. Netflix has just been up 4. And now look at bonds coming down now. So again, you kind of topped out here with it. Market gave up a little bit more. And then like right around here, you started going up. Bonds gave it back up. Yeah, you're doing a lot better. This is where the bonds died from the first time. And then you set off that rally. So watch it. Again, you're moving your way back up. There's a lot, like, again, usually the melt-up ones, this would be a lot tighter. So see and then watch for the high or not. So 20 points up, 5652. Again, that's going to be a little baby level. But you're working your way up now. Now the high ticker gassing, nothing moving on the low ticker. NASDAQ back just below 1%. Let's see, Apple. I want to see, what were those premiums? Oh, wow. Yeah, they're all cheaper. That's fucked. So those Apple calls that I got rid of are lower today, even though stocks went up and gapped. So, yeah, you could double dip on Apple cheaper than any price. So still that's like what I'm saying. So if you do like any of the upside, go look at some plays. Compare them to earlier, but some of your plays you might want, they should be cheaper, even to the call side. As wild as that may sound. But then if you want time, that's going to be the caveat. Broadcom. Bro, Broadcom's on fire. So again, yesterday it had that wild-ass dump. But now that's been waking up there alongside Nvidia. Big level. Well, that took you 15 minutes up. You don't see how you could have a dovish tone. Yeah, but if the market's ready for it, maybe we dodge it. As long as the dot plot and the statement don't move too much, then we're good. But like we said, that could be difficult. Turkey is down 8.7, lowest close since 2021. Yeah, energy woke up and has been going crazy. It's kind of nuts. MO on the low. I haven't looked at state. I like Broadcom, but that's already too late. If it kind of does the opposite of its little sell-offs. Yeah, staples are getting murked on this, bro. Why is everyone bearish? Well, just the uncertainty. That's it. I mean, that's literally it. It went from, it started, this is how you know it's pure uncertainty, because it started with tariff inflation. I really hope all of you remember that. Right after Donald Trump, it was about a month of tariffs are going to cause inflation. And as the market began to hit new records and that didn't work, everybody started talking about geopolitical policy causing a recession, causing an economic slowdown, the consumer slowing down. And now you have both of those. It's literally stagflation, inflation, slowing economy, all bundled up into one. So that it's literally fear. That is what it is, though. So you are right where you could be like, oh, I could see how this doesn't make sense. But at the same time, it's gotten to a point, though, the fear is real. The uncertainty is real now. It doesn't matter whether or not you agree or not. It is permeated across every corner of the market from the Wall Street down to retail. So, yeah, that's why events like today are either going to ease up that pressure or not, or we're going to have this uncertainty until we get into events and find out the data, the info, see where policy develops, all of that. IDF forces have begun a focused ground operation in Gaza. That's terrible. See, we didn't really talk about it yesterday, but you guys realize that Israel is like reigniting the war again. That because you thought you had that ceasefire. Trump got one like what, a month ago? But no, yeah, like everybody kind of ignored it yesterday because they stopped the ceasefire and they bombed, but now they're talking about ground operation again. That's not so that's another war front opening up again. Kremlin says Putin and Trump did not discuss meeting in person. No, they didn't release hostages. I think that's why they started doing it. I think that's exactly why Israel started attacking again. I'm going to go over Powell about 30 minutes prior to Powell. And then fun fact, on that run-up, UVXY premium's gone up. Last 10 minutes, UVXY hit a low, but premium started to climb on some of them. And then let's go back to the SPYs. See, like I'm saying, your problem isn't you getting chopped up. Your problem today is no follow through. Do you understand? Because look, you're like, okay, I'm going to buy the dip. I think it's going to bounce. Boom, you buy it, you got rewarded. Literally, you got 40% right there, reward. But now it doesn't follow through. Now it tracks all the way back down. You're still a little up from your positioning, which is great. But do you see it? So that's what you got to watch out for. You're just not getting the follow through. But the play will move. If you got right timing, right price, that's great. That's what you need. But it's still kind of how long you're holding it. That's going to be the kicker. Apple dumping too. I think it's weird if UVXY premiums start climbing. So watch out for that. And then watch the bonds now, because look at last time the bonds, I mean, you know, you kind of broke from that. All you have is the Gaza thing. So again, you just heard my real-time reaction to the Gaza ground front. So maybe people won't like that. That's more uncertainty, but I don't know. Again, market has had the ability to brush a lot of things off. But do you see it? Because again, you've had the Ukraine stuff. We've got a couple headlines. You had the UK shit over here. And then now this. I heard people saying DJT and Roku. So I don't know. Is that still on the high? Yeah, I think it's just killing it. Meanwhile, X has been valued at $44 billion in a deal where investors sold existing stakes. They also raised $2 billion in primary round to pay off debt taken during acquisition. So I saw it on Twitter. There's a group of people on Twitter, and they think that Elon will get margin called if the stock goes down $90. So I think people are trying to do that. Israel never committed to phase 2. That's why it's already priced. I think that's our problem. I think the problem right now, from Powell to the war to all of this, is that we could say things are priced in, but the fact of the matter is we're kind of all having debates on what's priced in. And I think that highlights the volatility, if that makes any sense. Because I think a lot of things are priced in, but we just don't really know what. And everybody is kind of going back and forth. Because I'm like, I could agree with a lot of takes, man, but then I'm like, there's always there's a couple of spots just missing, and I'm like, I don't know, man. So like, because we know a lot, but then we could still also be that, again, that's literally uncertain. That's what I'm saying. It's literally uncertain. So look at volume now, bonds moving. Only headline was the Gaza thing. So low-key, the subtle UK Gaza, we have came down, but I'm not really, I wouldn't really attribute this to headlines as much as I just think it's like the market. Again, kind of yesterday's formation. So we'll see. Margin called on X10? No, on Tesla. Because remember, people think he's taking portfolio loans and all of that. So they think he has a financial risk at like what? Is it like 120? Okay, volume's kind of tweaking. Okay, about to be 8:30. No euro close. So I got a bigger pop. That's going to mess with premiums. LiDAR and GM speculation.
Robotics advancements and highlighted new key partnerships. The stock is higher
penny
today,
stock
but still
rumor.
down
Be careful.
on the week, well below its record highs. Joining us now, Harvest Portfolio.
Okay, I'm going to go to the
Management
bathroom.
Chief
Follow me on
Investment
Instagram
Officer,
at the
Paul
Trading
Meeks.
Fraternity.
Nvidia
Real
is
Coat
currently
News on
his
Twitter.
largest holding. Paul, good to see you.
Great to see you, Mike.
So what did we learn based on, look, very ambitious and eye-catching projections, $1 trillion in annual capex in a few years, perhaps for data center spend. Was that just table stakes for where Nvidia's trading right now? How are you thinking about it?
So the way I think about this is yesterday's keynote. I followed that carefully on the live stream. I think the disappointment was all was expected. There was no upside. And people like me will continue, regardless of Nvidia's products and prowess, to try to calibrate when is it going to be peak AI. And so it's really more dependent on the continued announcements, the continued articulation of plans for the hyperscalers. Nobody has any complaints about Nvidia's position. I just think, the stock was down, specifically based on expecting more from Jensen, right? This guy is the AI Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that. And it's true that nobody really got any reason to doubt NVIDIA's leadership, kind of indispensable position in all this. But if I look at the way Microsoft shares have traded, I mean, they're kind of flattish on a one-year basis. Yeah. People don't seem to love the idea that they are writing the checks. Now, there's probably other things going on as well in terms of that story and the valuation. But I just wonder just how confident we can be in extrapolating this appetite for CapEx.
That's an excellent question, Mike. The way I look at it is I've been with the AI infrastructure building trade for a while, which is hardware and semiconductors. I haven't had the belief, like some of the other bulls have had, that when we have native AI applications, that they will be monetizable to the scale that some people originally thought. I hope I'm wrong, because we need that kind of visibility to continue the AI infrastructure spend. But we need more use cases. And unfortunately, we have some use cases.
Tell them. Look at that, bro. So, yeah, the follow-through is the problem. Because, dude, this is like yesterday, where you would have those candles out of nowhere. So, yeah, you literally just rocketed down to VWAP. You had those Israel headlines. Like I said, I don't think it's off of the headline. So, don't really fall for them unless we get like a real major one. But you're going down. I'm sure that moved the puts. I haven't checked yet. Yeah. It moved the call. So this one's up. Don't ignore that. It's at 120. So look, it shot up to 140, came down to 110. Now you're up to like 120, 130 on that bounce. So you just need the follow through. So yeah, you're a little lower. The price is a little lower. You're getting chopped a little bit. Just a little bit. You want to paint a car? Where are you? I need several cars wrapped. So I might go to Arizona, Steven, if you'll do it for me. But if anybody's in Southern California, and you have to not be a liberal, because I already asked one of my artists and he refused to do it. One of my graphic designers who does shit for me, he refused to do it. But I want to make a wrap for my vehicles with Elon Musk's face. And I wanted to say, praise Elon, and then shout out the Constitution. And then I want you to write the First Amendment on the car. Tesla breaking out. Speaking of the devil. But yeah, so, as a sign of support and to counter it, I'm going to start taking all my other non-Tesla cars, and I want them there. I'm asking my car to get bombed. Yeah, that's kind of the point, because I don't think that's a normal thing, you guys. Do you understand? You must understand, you guys, for real. If you don't support Elon, I respect that. God bless you. You have a right to not support Elon. I don't agree with everything. You're okay. That's fine to not be in support, whether it's a Nazi, Elon, the ADF, whatever you think it is. That is totally okay. Okay? However, violence and intimidation to Teslas and Tesla owners is ridiculous and wrong. And that's why I would do all of this, to highlight that. That's not okay. So, yeah, it's bullshit. But feel free to disagree with Elon. I am disagreeing with this unwarranted violence. It's literally political violence for no damn reason. And I'm going to have fun with it. I'm going to wrap all my cars with Elon and Tesla, if that's the case. I'm not afraid of my safety, no. In a weird way, I don't take this the wrong way, but I'm okay with dying. You know why? I want to go to heaven. So I'm fine with that. But I plan on parking these cars all over the United States, and I want to film them and see what dumbasses do. But so be it. You heard that he's tough. I am not. I think a lot of people misinterpreted it. I'm not here to argue with you about Elon. I don't care what you like or dislike about Elon. I'm saying people have pushed it too far. That's okay. You're entitled to disagree with Elon. No one's asking you to support him. But to support through inaction or action, vandalism, terrorism, and intimidation is nonsense. And everybody loses. From civil liberties, because I don't want to see kids go to jail for dumb shit. Y'all don't hear me. Y'all telling kids to do dumb shit. I don't want to see a 20-year-old get involved with the wrong people, fucking just like we've already seen. I already saw a 19-year-old was a part of a group and they got in trouble. Why do you want people to go through that? Why do you want young people to ruin their lives, or hurt somebody potentially for what? It's stupid. So like I'm saying, disagree, Elon, and I hope you guys could have more peaceful campaigns against it. That's what it is. I don't support intimidation and terrorism, and that is ridiculous. Stupid people. That's all I'm saying, though. Just be careful, too, man. And even if you, like I said, it's okay if you don't agree with Elon, but if someone's telling you to go and, be violent or that it's justified to cause property damage or violence, that's wrong, you guys. And because guess what's going to happen? If you get in trouble, those people are going to ditch you. I promise you. Every time. That's what happens. How come Diddy don't have any friends anymore? Go down the list. You could, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Did anybody? You saw a lot of Luigi things. I don't know if anybody visited him. So just don't do it, man. No, people in the media said the same thing this morning. I'll give them credit because they talked about it and they said it because people are realizing what they've done already. And they're saying it's reprehensible. Do not do it. And I agree. That's all I'm saying, you guys. Trust you. Watch me. I made a video 10 years ago trolling both political sides. So you feel free to disagree with whatever you want. But anybody trying to get you to violence and intimidation is just ridiculous, you guys. That's I'm laughing because I'm like, I never thought I'd have to tell you guys this, but yeah, it is. There is a proverbial line drawn that I hope that you know for your own good, because unfortunately, it seems like consequences are going to be raised and people are going to take these consequences on themselves, and it's just sad for everybody. I just moved Tesla to break out. Well, no, because, unfortunately, people have addressed it. You guys, you have to realize this is bad for Tesla. You guys don't realize it, whether it's organic or not. This isn't good. It's literally Teslas are turning into a MAGA hat where you now are getting vandalized, which is odd considering Donald Trump is the president, but it's just not a good look. You now have people, they are going to want to buy a Tesla, and now whether you believe it or not, they're in the back of your mind. You're like, well, do you want that smoke? Because it shouldn't be like that, literally, where I'm telling you I want to wrap a car with a picture, and they're like, Josh, aren't you worried about your safety? What the fuck are you? How is that normal in America? So unfortunately, whether it's normal or not, that has a consequence. And I think that has already hurt the brand, which people are saying. So although I think a lot of the political consequences should have been wrought, this took it to another level. Like I'm saying, you have people in their vehicles getting harassed. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. How many leads that you close on? However many. It depends. You get me one good lead that pays for the car, I'll buy you a car. I need to figure out the legality of it, but I saw this other real estate guy doing that. He was like giving away Rolexes and shit for leads that he closed. I said, no way. So, yeah, if I can find a way to do it, I'm down. I'll give you guys cars and houses. But I'm thinking like 5-10 deals I need to close on. But if you could bring those in, I'll whatever you want. No Paganis, though. Somebody was like, buy me a Pagani. I'm like, I don't have a Pagani, bro. What do I look like? Do I look like I'm outsourcing AI from China? No, I don't get a Pagani. Okay? Okay, bonds dying, SPY working its way up. Calls are now higher. This is what I'm telling you guys. Look, it's the same one. I'm just showing you this as an example. I don't necessarily like this play. But 2 days ago, so I don't know if you guys remember. You remember, I think it was here. No, here, this day. You remember this day? You would break out. The contracts wouldn't go higher. So, like, if you bought the contract here and the market went up here, the contract wasn't going higher. Or if you did, like, so let's say you, like, bought it here, right? So on Monday, if you bought a contract here and then it went down and then came back up, you would be down 50%. Today, you bought the contract here or here, it went down and going back up, you're either at the same price or higher. This is what I'm trying to tell you when I'm like, the premiums are moving. You just need the follow through with enough time. That's it. So that's a great sign. That's not, so you shouldn't feel as if you're getting scammed. You're only getting scammed because it's not continuing. Well, you don't even need time for that. It's just a matter of movement, right timing of it, and then you got to like exit. But the other day, it didn't matter what you did with time or not. The premiums were just too high, so you weren't getting that move. But now we chilled out a little bit. The VIX dropped, all of that. You're kind of in this weird zone, but they're moving. The premiums are moving. It's a good thing, but you're just not getting now a move. So the days where you would move like 5-10 points, the premiums were tricky. And now the days the premiums are easy, you're moving less than 2 points. You see what I'm saying? So that's you get something, you give something. The days where you get $20, $10 index moves, harder premiums. The days where now you have no index moves, you could get the premium, but it's just not gonna have follow through. Zelensky tweeting while on the phone. Oh, maybe he's done. The email, yeah, I posted one of it on Twitter. I mean, you didn't. This is crazy. Let me see if I can find the site. Terrible. Where is it? So, I don't want to show you guys this website, but it's terrible. This is real. I just accessed it. Are you ready for this? They have made a site, a full-blown website. They're just trying to scare people because it's not everybody. But they have created a site with a map of Doge workers' addresses, phone numbers, emails, and notable Tesla owners and where they live. And do you see my cursor? This is a Molotov cocktail. I don't know how the feds haven't taken this down. Unless they're just trapping dumbasses who are using it. But yeah, bro, that's wild. That's what I'm talking about, you guys. There's no way you could tolerate this no matter what you believe in. I'm sorry. That's why I'm like, come on. This only ends one way, bad for everybody as a whole. That's wild, dude. I've been shut down for telling you about puts before COVID. Why is this still up? With a Molotov cocktail. Terrible. No, but it's only like not every Tesla owner's on there. They try to make it seem like it was, but it's just like Kash Patel's address is on there. Kash Patel's address is on. Like, it's just like people who work with Elon and shit and like the government. Yeah, I tweeted it. I tweeted that before I went to bed. I was like, first, Robinhood gamifies stocks. That leads into sports betting. And now they're gamifying homegrown terrorism. It's actually wild. Trump just completed call with President Zelensky. Tesla bum. Look at the market. You're going back up. So get ready for melt. This is the opposite of yesterday. Take this chart, flip it upside down. It looks just like this. I wish I could flip it upside down. You got the drop, hit the low, dance around, and then we're going to hit another low, a.k.a. another high. And then you'll sell off, dance around, and then we'll get Powell. Trump call discussed. Very good. Very good. Should we? Let's try it. I'll save both of them. It was a tremendous call. Gotta let Vladimir. Both Vladimirs. Love the name. If you put a negative, it'll do it. Oh, really? I think I've heard that before. Yeah. So look. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's it. That's all you have to do. Put the negative. I remember that. But do you see what I'm saying? This is exactly the same as yesterday. We're just going up. I don't know how I noticed it. I think you might have, but it's like exactly the same. It's just a little smaller. Do you see what I'm talking about? So this is today. This is yesterday. Yesterday, 100 points down, and then slightly hit new lows, burn out the clock. Today, almost what? That's like 80-point run up, a little less. Hit the high, chill, and then like I'm saying, if we hit a new high, it'll be just like one of these. So like, again, inverse the chart, it looks like yesterday, just a little bit slower. Yesterday, you hit the low. You didn't bounce up as high. You bounced up here, then you hit another low, and then we hit the new low later. But yeah, it's the odd. So yesterday, if it was upside, this is how it would look. And that's what I'm saying today kind of looks like right now. So yeah, you're about to hit another high. So get ready. I think you might be in that slow zone until Powell. Really just buy the major dips and call it a day. And then short the new highs if you think it'll stay like that. Yeah, options are breaking out. They're getting higher than the morning. You say SWAT around the CIA building? Are you for real? I don't see that, but I see someone in Twitch saying that. You saw that earlier. Bitcoin. Coming from SWAT, very little info. Just very heavy police presence coming from Fox. Okay, Nvidia. Where's Apple? Tesla ripped. We had those rollovers. Apple came up a little bit, but that slowed dramatically. But yeah, run out the clock till we get to Powell. If you repost my charts, oh, feel free to. I don't mind at all. Ukraine State's railway. Russia attacked its facility in Dnipropetrovsk region. Second time a day. 4 people injured. Powell is 11:30 Pacific. But you asking the time in a different way is bullshit. You know what I'm saying, Tony? It's bullshit. Now the Chad gets a shit ton of ads because of your nonsense. Because you're like, let me ask the same question, but then let me change the time zone. You see what I'm saying? Bullshit, bro. Insert ad. Here, you want to watch me do it? Look. Insert ad. This is what I'm doing right now. Insert ad. You see every little back and forth? That's inserting an ad right there. Insert ad. Oh, because he said Jerome Powell 230. Insert ad. That's what you want to do. Insert ad. Give me another one. Fuck yeah, hella ads. That's what you get. You don't even care about the people. Shh. I'm doing one more. Any other questions? Nvidia CEO says understanding of DeepSeek R1 completely wrong. Insert ad. Woo! All right, you're hitting I think you'll go a little higher, and then it'll just do the little sell. But again, you have to like 72. Tesla. Amazon's coming back up. I haven't looked at the dollar. Dollar's in the green today. Huh? Well, that's good, though. Lately, the NASDAQ has ran with the dollar. You guys know that, right? Yeah, it's kind of odd. So we had that weird dollar move, but I don't know if you guys have noticed, literally the NASDAQ is correlated almost perfectly with the dollar. So I told you that in the past, there'll be a day where the dollar drops and the NASDAQ will follow. But so far this year, yeah, they're hand in hand. Wong says reasoning AI increases computing demand. My work is amazing. You ain't mad? Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And honestly, thank you to every philo hater. You know, the changes you guys have inspired have led to a sizable increase in my income from YouTube. So thank you. And thank you all for supporting. It's funny how that worked. I even had, that's why I was sad, bro. It's just sad, bro. I don't know, haters. I don't know if you're trying to do this. Because even then, I had somebody like throwing shade at me, bro. And then I look at his page, and sure enough, it's a fucking liberal. And he was tweeting dog shit at me earlier. I just never saw it because he's a hoe. But, dude, and he's like, Josh, he's like trying to imply that I'm sleepy because I do drugs. Because I got sick for the first time in fucking 2 years. But then I realized it because then I was like, bro, do you think I would get punished? Like, do you not see this evil world that we live in? You think if I was like, I'm doing drugs every day, do you think they would get mad at me? They would rejoice. And they would be like, yeah, he's one of us now. Give him more views. Give him more money. Hey, yeah, he's one of... This society just rewards you if you do the wrong things. What are you saying right now? So I don't know. It kind of broke my heart. His diss didn't hurt me. I was like, why would he think that's like a bad thing though? I know. That's why I was like, man, it's sad. It's sad. It's sad, bro. But either way, thank you. I appreciate you. And have a good day. Live well. All right, bonds down. You're about to hit that new high. Whoop. I think the GDP and inflation will literally show you where the Fed feels about that uncertainty. $5,660, so a little higher. Honestly, I think it's like 5,667. Or no, 5,7. So 5,672. That'll probably be your next sell. Otherwise, maybe 5,663, I believe. Yeah, 5,667. 5,667, 5,672. Watch for that to stop if it's going to repeat the other day. So we'll see. I might be down to try it. Dude, premiums launched. So very fascinating, but it's good, bro. Your premiums are going up with your moves, man. 2 days ago, you would have gave everything for this. Okay, 5,664. 3 more points. If it doesn't stall in 3 more points, it's going to 72. Wait for it. Yeah, those other Teslas went up 4. The rollover went up 50. $5,664. I'm eyeing one. I'm seeing. I want to put it to the test. I want to see if it does play out like exactly like yesterday. That'd be fun. Now you're up. Yeah, you're lucky, bro. Because if this was 2 days ago, you would still be down. That's how the premiums were. So that's why I'm saying that's the good part about these type of movements. All right, you're working your way up still. 5665. Wait for it. Wait for it. Five, 6, 6, 6. All right, this is point number 1. We either stop in like half a point or you got like another 5 points and then it stops. Okay, I'm going to try it. Hold on. Judge extends deadline on Trump, Venezuela. Okay, 5, 6, 6, 7. I'm buying one put right now. Let's see if it does it. And I'm going to buy another one if it goes to 572. And then if not, I'm just going to lose. Nvidia acquires synthetic data startup Gretel. Trump on truth. Discussion with Zelensky to align Ukraine and Russia to request all their needs. Reddit pop. Uber melt. Everything. Uber melt. Sounds like a good food. Oh, it just popped and dropped. Trump, we are very much on track. True Social. And then again, Nvidia acquired somebody. Okay. 5668. So let's see. Let's see if it works. I'm literally just going on a limb here, guys. So don't take my word for it. I'm just trying something out right now. So I'm doing it with a decent amount. Well, like $50, but yeah, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is long term? Baby, don't long term. Don't long term no more. Doesn't Uber melt sound good? Someone said, I read it in the chat. They said Uber and then melt. And I was like, that sounds tasty. Sounds delicious. Okay, well, 5667 worked, 5%, but I don't know if that's good enough. Mexico got murked too. Again, dollars up. And Canada. Yeah, in a weird way. If the dollar drops, I think you'll get a little signal there too. Okay, Nvidia. AMD too. I think that's green now. Oh no, they've been green. That's Broadcom. Yeah. Yeah, Meta's odd, bro. But then again, it was odd when Meta was going up $100 when everybody was dumping at the beginning of the year. 100. Oh, we need to do push-ups, bro. I got to get some abs. We get focused on Powell Day. HSBC is in advanced talks to sell German fund admin to Blackfin Capital Partners. Who's this? Cooper? baby. Don't hurt me. Long term. Duolingo. Duolingo kind of picking up. 294 to 300. Okay, level 1 work. 10% on the put. Again, the problem's going to be follow through. So I might know where to get the put. I just don't know where to take the profit. And that is our problem of the day. So if I flip this around after this high, 840, no, we're past that. Fuck. I don't know. 9. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's the problem. Second high, you'll go. Yeah, it's gonna be slower. I don't know, but the second one was a little more choppier than yesterday. Okay. I'm selling out of it. I'm taking 10%. I just wanted to try it. I like 10%. So I made $5 or 7, a little more than 10 actually. If you didn't know any better, it's technicals. No, you just want me to align with you. You hope that you could find that familiarity with me and align, but make no mistake, get a long term. No. I don't know. I think I have my own analysis. Maybe I'm just a narcissist, but I think it's a mix of momentum and computers. That's what I'm doing. Because I don't know how to describe it. Like every day I learn something new. So all of these days, all these little plays, that's why I keep telling you, they're teaching me. So these computers don't realize it, but they're training me like I'm an AI. But yeah, I don't have any solid technical, there's no solid rule to follow. It's more so pricing and then some of the other broader dynamics. But then again, I mean, it's not foolproof. Okay, high ticker gassing again. The premiums aren't bad. Just they've moved up a lot. Puts have came down, but again, just Powell is the real event, unfortunately. So don't make the mistake of sleeping on that. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Oh my gosh, what is this? Dude, I'm seeing like a robot. Dude, what the fuck is this? Dude, I'm trying to go to the bathroom here.
They've really just begun introducing
like, what is this
physical AI
robotic
in
aerobics?
To this wider audience. First,
all right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on
CES
Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you.
And focusing on the underlying technologies. So really, guys, like we've seen over the past few years in digital AI, scale and integration, that's critical. This next race is even higher stakes. Sarah, are we ready for it? Still unanswered.
I am ready for a robot to build an IKEA piece of furniture. That is a very hard task and a great use
One other
case.
way I'll be made obsolete. Yeah.
My husband too. All right, we are near session highs. We'll see if it holds through the Fed this afternoon. That does it for us. Over to Frank Holland and the halftime report.
And thank you, Sarah. Welcome to the halftime report. I am Frank Holland in for the Judge Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, playing the tech bounce as we await a critical Fed decision. Our investment committee standing by to break the entire thing down. Joining us for the hour, we have Jim Lebenthal, Sarat Sethi, and Steve Weiss. But first, a very quick check of the markets. Taking a look, you see markets in the green across the board. The Dow up about 0.75%. The Nasdaq up nearly 1%. It's the Nasdaq doing the best, up about 1.25%. And that's really where we begin, that bounce when it comes to tech. Jim, I'm going to start with you. You're right next to me. A lot of this seems to be off of this Nvidia GTC conference. Even though Nvidia traded lower yesterday, today we're seeing a bit of a rebound. Did you have a takeaway from the conference, and why do you think we're seeing this tech bounce today?
Well, the
as expected, it was a positive announcement. And I think what I'm surprised by is the fact that the response is not bigger. It's frankly muted compared to what I expected. And I think that is sort of an omen of what the markets overall are going to be like for the next couple of weeks. I mean, it doesn't matter what Nvidia says. We're in this overhang of waiting for April 2nd and tariffs. That's going to apply to China, even though those tariffs are already in effect. I mean, it just has the overall ring of the trade war, which is weighing on stocks like Nvidia. I know we're up today, Frank, but we've been down in tech and Nvidia for the last several weeks. And as much as we're up today, it's hard to get really bulled up either on Nvidia or the markets for the short term because we've just got to wait and see what April 2nd brings.
All right, so Jim's in wait and see. Sarat, where are you at? Do you believe in this bounce, this very short-term bounce?
What are you missing on Instagram? My reels. So if you ever miss any of my long-term posts, you don't follow me on Twitter, you hate going to the YouTube channel, then I will post an Instagram reel with a random video of my camera roll alongside what I bought in my long term. And then randomly I'll go live on there too. But yeah. XRP, I don't like XRP anymore. It was a good run. I held it from like 2017 or 2018. But it's time to move on. I met somebody else. Making a second long term. I'm excited for the long term. I'm glad. I can't believe it, guys. Like, the long term is amazing, but I'm like really happy I'm stacking cash, especially how everything is moved. Do you know? That's it. I love it. Bro, I've gone months without buying. You guys aren't used to that. Bro, we were letting it fly. For 2 years, bro. I never had cash. That's it. We were just letting it fly at every corner, bro. So I'm very, very glad that we got to build cash. So, again, we're almost done with March now. Halfway through, we'll get another deposit, and then we'll have 5 figures in cash. Finally. And then 4 figures for the small one. Oh, I think. No, wait. Never mind. I still won't have 5 figures. Never mind. I just got a little excited. We should make that S&P long term. We will whenever I feel that it's appropriate. And then again, even here's the beauty. I am going to make another long term with just this SPY for you guys. Okay? You already know that. But this is what I want you to understand. Are you ready? Me waiting to start it is a lesson in and of itself. Do you get it? So please pay attention. Because we've been talking about this idea since like, what, October-ish, I believe. It was like right around here. I think it was like right before the election. You get what I'm saying? I think it was October, I want to say. I think we were somewhere around here when we had this discussion. Right? So, it doesn't mean don't buy the SPY. The lesson I'm trying to show you is that even in trying to time it, you're going to see if we missed out or not. You see what I'm saying? Because again, am I really like, I'm not really like motivated to start a S&P long-term only buying the SPY 8% from the record highs. At the time people wanted me to do it, it was literally the highest we've ever been in history. I don't like that. So, but in the way when I was like, you know what, let's wait a little bit. I said wait till the curve uninverts, and it did, but then it was because of weird policy. But I'm waiting on it now. But even then, you will see what happens if you wait, because now I've waited about what? October, November, December, January, about 6 months. It went up for a little bit and went down. I would have missed out on whatever dividends or savings, but yeah. So think about that. But that's what I'm saying with it. So I think our first real decline, I'm down to start it. But I don't know about you guys. I don't really think this is a real decline. Is that weird? I mean, again, you're talking to the guy who's long-term is really doing well right now. But I don't really think that this 10% correction, I don't see it as anything big. Is that weird? Because I think with everything we've gone through, 8% from the highs, I think correction is the right word, but it doesn't I'm not terrified, and I'm not oh my gosh, oh, you just gave me a deal of a lifetime. Let me start my SPY ETF. No, because I'm just we're back to a couple months ago, and even then that was already kind of wild. Okay, you're coming back up. $20 on SPY. Hey, it's not, I mean, the savings in compounding, you're going to win no matter what. That's the thing. So it's just don't ever be afraid to save. And if you're waiting, make sure you're stacking. And again, though, after some amount, there is a point where stacking is again, just don't hold too much cash, being a little scaredy cat. You're done trying to pinpoint the bottom. Patience, small good decisions are the way. You love the macro and cyclicals. Well, listen, you'll get what you want once you're willing to let go of it. You see what I'm saying? I think you're a smart guy. I think when you release the perfection of trying to find the bottom, I think all your other knowledge will help you. But you commit to a plan that doesn't require it, you're going to be fine. But if you chase it, it's going to elude you and be very elusive, is what I've noticed. Zelensky backs proposal to halt energy asset strikes. And then SPY new high. Well, yeah, I think the real downside is more important. That's why I'm saying I'm not really scared at this. I would be more scared if we start threatening anything from 470 to here. This is the problem. Because you guys got to realize, breaking that all-time high in 2023, that was wicked. You guys don't remember that? I'm telling you, this is where the market got crazy. This is all fluff to me. Because I don't think we earned it. But then again, the market doesn't give a shit. Because remember, after all the banking crisis and everything, to get back up to that all-time high after all of that money, that was a very big level. But at the end of the day, it's not. That's why I'm this doesn't scare me. You're still so elevated. That's why you're getting the sell-off that you're getting. That's why people aren't hedging. They're just selling off. They don't need to hedge because you have so much money here still. Do you understand that? You don't. Why would you hedge when you could just take an extra 50% profit in a year that you shouldn't have had anyways? That's why I don't think people are buying out of the money puts. I think they're just taking their profits. So, yeah. But we'll see. That's why today will be more exciting. SPY kind of tweaking. How does this stack up? Low. Oh, my play's higher. Shit. Yeah, damn it. That play I flipped, it went higher than where it's literally at the price I sold it out of. Yeah, so they work still, bro. That's crazy. I was going to buy another one, but I think I already missed my 10% pop because they went cheaper. They went down to 40-something. And Nvidia, Raul, yeah, that's in the right. Again, don't get fooled, you guys. This follows the pattern of yesterday, sadly. You're right here pretty much. You're one of these. So, like I said, even on the little Israel shit, don't get fooled. I don't think we're going to be moving on headlines. I think we're just naturally just money's moving with computers right now ahead of Powell. Powell, watch, gosh, show me the way because the market maker's trying to break me down. Powell walks with me. You know what the FOMC is? The young and restless, the restless. Powell might jack your spot puts, the reckless. Powell might jack your spot card. Somebody tell these traders who Jerome Powell is. I walk through the valley of the market expectations. Top floor, the view alone will leave you breathless. Try to catch it. It's kind of hard. IV keeps on running. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm excited, bro. I love Powell. This is my moment, bro. This is your moment. I just looked at the clock, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, 2 more hours. And we lost him. I know. Yeah, now Nvidia ripped. They hate you. Who's they? The market makers. Positioning. We'll get the market. Well, listen, I said this yesterday. As much as I don't want to repeat myself in the essence of helping you all, I truly hope you guys get this because, I think it'll help you a lot. And I'm trying to tell you stuff even intraday that I hope could get you, better. But very simply, man, we either have a wicked bounce off the 200-day or we never see a new high of the year for 2025. That's it. All these little steps in between, don't let it distract you from the finale because that's all we really care about right now. I think that's what's going to give you more money, more buying opportunity. I think that's where the dynamic changes or not. But that's what we really need. I should have got that put. All right, puts are moving, though. It's playing. Euro close is coming up, too. Rise, get the long-term, baby. Tell 'em. How you living, dog? What up, JMR? Welcome. It's everything right now. It's not, like I'm saying, go back. I even kind of mentioned it today. Everybody is uncertain now. That's what you need to recognize. I want you to recognize how the brightest and best minds, the people who have been right and wrong, cannot seem to find agreement. 1 minute it's this, the next minute it's that. You're literally, that's why I'm saying uncertainty is dangerous, because it just pulls ideas and consensus apart. Don't forget, Wall Street made that. I was just showing you the chart and how we did 2024 from the end of 23. Do you guys realize why did we run like that? It's very simple. If you really think about it, I'm sure there was more going on, but I'll put it to you simply. From here on out, like you see this move, from here on out, the market had consensus. There was no uncertainty. So the end of 2023 leading into 2024, everybody, everywhere, all at once came to the conclusion that the soft landing was in play. The odds of hard landing dropped to 5%. And they said soft landing. We all agree. 9 out of 10 people on Wall Street would have, like a Trident commercial, would have agreed in a soft landing. Retail to Wall Street, soft landing, and what else? The wonderful world of AI. You had consensus. And I think that's why you got the move that you got. When it came down to what's going on, what's going to happen, what if this happens, everybody came to the same answer. And now that's falling apart. Do you see why? Now the trade, the policy, whatever. But now you can't say soft landing easily. You can't even say hard landing. You don't even know. And then now, is AI the driver? Well, what about DeepSeek? What about this? How come the earnings? What about the guidance? And then that's where now, in a weird way, right here, right now, we are trying to find what is going on here. Wasn't I super bearish yesterday? Not on the market, but I made claims for Powell today on the watch list, which is on this channel. But no, actually towards the end of the day yesterday, I had a feeling tech was going to rip. That's why I bought Tesla at the last second, because the staple rotation. But I do have a negative view towards today in Powell, but I do believe there is an off-ramp. Meta gets no, dude, we should have held that, but it works, bro. So even the original play, you would have made money. So playing the inverse, it worked, you guys. It's there. So, but then again, now you have no more signals for the rest of the day. Because now it's just going to chop around. That means we'll probably come here, and then we'll just chop around till Powell. But no easy high or low signal if you were going to copy it. That's cool, though. Got to learn something. We're going to rally out of this week regardless of Powell. I think if Powell doesn't fuck it up, I could get behind that to a degree. However, I think Powell is a wild card, and this is what I'm saying. I think everybody has made the mistake of thinking Powell is going to be easy. So if I'm wrong, great. I'm fine with that. But I'm not going to get caught off guard with everyone telling me Powell isn't going to do anything. So he might not, but like I'm saying, this situation isn't easy. Nvidia says cloud providers will keep spending on AI. Well, it's easier to rally than drop right now. Keep that in mind. That's why I think Homeboy is saying that, because you guys realize we just sold off 10% in like 2 weeks, right? That's huge. So you're going to have way more impetus to just bounce out of nowhere. And then depending on if big tech plays along. That's why I'm saying, don't forget the market. It gets in these like hyper fixated modes. And then once what's going to happen on the days where you don't really have a headline and then it dries up, the market, leave it to its own devices. It'll be very resilient. You like the Nick Timmerhouse tin? I do too. Oh shit, you were in that tornado, man? I hope you're good. Energy is too messy right now with the whole Trump goals, the war, and all that. UN spokesperson, Secretary General strongly condemns all attacks on UN personnel, calls for investigation. The tariffs will be lower. I think it'll be lower after he threatens them higher, if that makes any sense. Should I DCA if you're down 15 on target? How much cash do you have percentage-wise relative to your long-term portfolio? That will tell you what to do. And then, too, how diversified are you? Because remember, average down, you're putting more money in the same industry. 12%? I don't know. It's up to you. 15%. This is a good enough average. Technically, it'll take you down to like what? 7% if you average with size. It's at the low. So I think, let me put it this way. Target's either going to bounce that 15, 20%, or I think it's going to go to like 87, I believe. 88, yeah. So your next range will be 100 to 80. 88. So that's another like 10, 15%. So maybe average at 30, or you could go half and half. Either way, your cash isn't too high. If you had high cash, I would have said do it. Easy. No thought. You don't have to really think about it. But if your cash is like in the middle, it's up to you. And then what else? Is there other opportunity? Are you heavy in any sort of direction? Do you have more consumer stocks? Do you have more energy, tech? Where are you lacking right now? Let that show you. Liberals don't like Target anymore? I'm so confused. Because didn't the Republicans cancel them? It's my birthday, Nick. Happy birthday, baby. Yeah, that's crazy. Nvidia CEO says many custom ASICs designed, not deployed. I'm so confused with Target. Gold on the high. Interesting. Gold waking up out of nowhere. And saying, watch out. But then, you guys, is lighting vehicles on fire, is that bad for the environment? I'm really confused because I'm still trying to figure that out. But because then I'm like hypothetically, if like the environment and saving the environment was like your primary goal of the last like 2 to 4 years, does lighting of electric vehicle on fire help or hurt it? You know, that was my girlfriend's reaction because she's European. So by default, she's more of a communist than not, right? And I told her, I was like, yeah, they're like being hella weird with Teslas and like they're lighting them on fire. And the first thing she says, she's like, wait, but they're electric. Why? So like even some of the Europeans are confused, you guys. Because like they're like, wait, the whole goal was to get these EVs and save the environment, remember? So, yeah. But I guess maybe lithium on fire isn't that bad for the environment. I might have misread it. Nvidia sucks now. Even Apple, too. I don't know. Target had bad earnings, but apparently they get boycotted now by both sides. East Coast lenders, yeah. I do have, we have a lot, so it's good. It's just a little harder, but like technically I'm pretty sure lending tips can do everywhere now. But yeah, we have some good lenders. Elon Musk raises close to $1 billion in new equity. It was earlier. SPY coming down. Nvidia says top 4 cloud service providers ordered 3.6 million Blackwell GPUs. Shots fired reported at CIA. We heard the SWAT team there early. We didn't get more details. Those lenders do refinancing. Yeah, everything. So, like, the lenders that will, let you borrow against, like, your long-term or, like, use it as income and shit like that, it's more limited. But assuming if you're doing normal funding and normal refinances, I got somebody who could do everywhere. You need a better rate, but where I would wait. I don't think you're going to refinance into much better. Escondido, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but Lending Tips loves it. You want to do a deal on 100 units? He's the operator and I'm the money guy. What do you think is fair split? 60-40? 50-50? I would need more of the details. But you want to give somebody 50% and they're not putting up any money? That's crazy. I hope not. But I give my managers 10% if they're going to manage a property, regardless of how many units it is, because that's like the normal rate. So you could even find like a real big processor like a Greystone or one of these other companies. They won't even do it for more than 15%. So hypothetically, if you are providing all the money, that would be a very unusual deal to offer a manager that much equity. I'm hearing people say they'll refi since 2021. I mean, yeah, actually, though. Some people did, though. That's the weird part, because the rates hit like 7 to 9 at one point on mortgages. So if you were there, you could actually refinance and save. But if you got trapped in that like 6, nothing. What are you gonna do? Spend $20,000 for that? He's putting money on stabilizing and doing management. You're providing the down payment, and that would be paid back and then split the profits. So you could send me the full details, but I don't like too much. So I don't know what your experience is with real estate. Yeah, it does sound already messy, but, I'm glad that it falls back to one of my principles. Like I've told you guys, if you can avoid a joint venture in real estate, I would avoid it. So, like I'm saying, if this is already, you pay this, I pay that, then we recoup, and then you get this, I get that, and then manage this and that. I mean, if you could do the deal on your own, maybe do that and then just hire someone to do what you can't do. But I would need more details to make a real judgment on this. This is going to borderline come down to the numbers. It's a 6 you just told me it's 100 units. But email me the details, and yeah. But so far, I'm hesitant. Oh, he manages 100. You sent the feed of it? Let's see. There's a live feed? Yeah. So there is a barricade incident at the CIA headquarters. Trump says Iran must stop sending Houthi supplies immediately. You just help someone in Esco? Nice. We had this Airbnb thing there, and I loved it. Like, there was a really nice, Escondido has some nice houses. That's why I think LT saw it, but I'm not a full believer just yet. A barricade, it means somebody is barricading themselves in the building as a threat. They probably have a gun or something, or they're threatening to do something. So it's like a standoff. Twin City in Minnesota. I think we do. We might, but we might not. I got to double check, but I think we do. All right, you're going back up there again. Trump comment on Iran. That's it. Otherwise, super quiet. And then it's 9:30, so stand up and do a push-up, baby. Let's go, man. Move the body around. I got to stand up. Google kind of ripping. New high. So that's actually good. High ticker picking up. Nvidia now ripping. FINRA. No way. No way. We just got FINRA to buy a membership. That's insane. I know that means a lot, brother. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Wow. Yeah, bro. He's been here since 20 people. Driving in San Diego, seeing all these Tesla trucks with ads. Probably, did you see mine? That's it. I'm about to wrap all the other cars. We out here, man. You got that long term? It's all you need. All you need. Yeah, that was the video feed. I think I X'd it out. No, it's still here. But yeah, there's literally a armed standoff. That's the CIA's. Engaged? Wow, bro. Congratulations. Is this the same girl you were dating from back in the day? Because if so, bro, that's hype. Congrats, bro. Wow. That's it, man. I love it though. If it's a new girl, I'm just remember you guys. Yeah. So then I've known y'all longer than y'all known some of your wives. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. So don't play me, bro. Get a long term, save 10%. Oh, you can't hold me like that. Some of you like, Josh, I got married. I knew her for a year. I'm like, I knew you for 5, bro. So get a long term. What the hell? Why? It's crazy. But congrats. Congrats. All right, kind of coming down. Bonds, too, working their way up. Saw my Tesla truck in Carmel Mountain. Well, that's good, man. I hope you guys see it. And then if you don't, or if you do see it, don't stand in front of it and flick us off, okay? That's it. Because I told Lending Tips what to do. Because he's like, I'm running him over. I'm like, no, you're going to lose and get sued. I say, Lending Tips, you are fucking a giant. You get out of the vehicle and you walk up to them and you get them to assault you first on camera and then you beat the shit out of them. That is what I have instructed my gigantic ass agents to do. You do not throw the first punch. Do not use your vehicle as a weapon. You get out and ask them to kindly move. If they assault you, defend yourself. That's it. Very, very simple. So, yeah. Because that's why I was like, how, bro? How did you let Lending Tips? How did you guys bullied Lending Tips in a parking lot? Was he scared? No, he said he was confused. He said he didn't realize what was happening. So he gets in the car and he's trying to pull out of this lot. The other agent said he knew what was going on, but Lending Tips didn't realize it till like later. So he said he gets in the Cybertruck and then this guy just stands in front of it, stares him in the eyes for like a minute, starts flicking him off, goes to the side of the window, starts banging on the window, and then just screaming expletives at him. And then, and then he just drove off. But he's like, I didn't get what was happening. He was like, I just thought the dude was like, I don't know. He was like, he looked like he was like a crackhead. But this was in a really nice area. That's the funny part. This wasn't in like downtown or anything. This was in like the suburbs. I was like, this is odd, bro. But either way, I was like, it's not organic. I think some people are picking up on it and doing it on their own, but I think everybody else is just a plant to intimidate. Very weird. Someone flips you off randomly. You didn't understand it at first. What did I do? Have you heard people turning Teslas into Hondas to avoid vandalism? I have, and that's really terrible. That's why I want to turn all my cars into Tesla wraps to highlight a point. So, yeah. I'm going to do it. I need a good design. If you guys email me a graphic design of a car wrap with Elon and Tesla on there, and if you have a good one, I'll put it on my vehicle. So you let me know. Yeah, with like American flags. Tesla logos. And then like a statement in support of Elon. I mean, I'm not trying to get the insurance check. I just want a good video, and I think it's ridiculous. I think it'll be a great video. I also like it, too. I want to go and take my Cybertruck with a baseball bat and offer people a swing at it if they could tell me why. I think that'd be a great interview. San Diego is more conservative, but a lot of people from LA moved here. So certain parts are very liberal now. But generally, it used to be the most conservative part of SoCal. I mean, it's a military town. That's the thing. That's why San Diego took off later. Like, military towns don't blow up until, like, they get really, really nice. That's why San Diego always lagged. And then after COVID, everyone's like, holy shit, this place is heaven on earth. But it's a military. That's why Oceanside. So Oceanside is right next to Camp Pendleton. That's why, like, the values stay kind of down, but it's been climbing. So go look. Most, like, places with the military, they start off really cheap, and then if they really expand, it takes like 20 years. Then they start to blow up, like price value wise. But otherwise, it's kind of creates a interesting dynamic. Mm-hmm. Josh knows Temecula. I do. I bought a lot of Temecula, Marietta, Menifee, a little bit of Hemet, and all the way up till San Bernardino. That was my 2016 to like 2019. That was me and my China homie. I was a big, when it was dirt cheap. Oh, yeah, bro. I remember when Menifee, Marietta, Temecula, you could get a 3,000 square foot home for 200 grand. We were all about that. Mm-hmm. I like it. I like those areas. I think those places appropriately went up as they should. You know what I'm saying? It's a very, like, they were just dirt cheap, and it was just so close to everything. But now they've blown up. It's actually kind of wild. Yeah, Utah. We were talking Utah yesterday. Bro, the places in Utah with, like, ski tourism are insane. That was very impressive. You think the double Roman salute pushed people over there? That's the funny part, because we were, like, talking. I'm like, dude, I wouldn't do that again, Elon, but you guys realize the stock dumped from then? Does anybody know the date of the Nazi salute or Roman salute, whatever you call it? But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was inauguration, but I'm pretty sure that was it, bro. Ever since that moment, I think it's kind of funny, bro. It's sad because it's led into political violence, but at the end of the day, I do believe that was the last time Tesla went up. And ever since that, now it's down 40% from that salute. Colton, Indiana? Yeah. Alyssa got you. Alyssa just helped out another Chad in Indiana. And move back. I mean, sell it to, is it a good house? I'll buy it. But if you live in it, if it has renters, I'll buy it in Indiana at a fair price. I don't need it at 70% off. Or 30% off. And then puts are still going. That one put, it is up 50 almost. Palm Springs? Yeah, bro. I love Palm Springs. The Chads know it. All the Chads who live in Palm Springs, they're like, you really like it? I love Palm Springs. Shit, man, I'm a little Egyptian boy. Palm Springs is the closest we could get to the homeland in California. I love Palm Springs. Great place. It wasn't always rich, but now it is. But yeah, it's a nice place. I love Palm Springs, Palm Desert. The whole Coachella Valley is beautiful. Chevron and XLE on the high. Yeah, you're in Coachella. Yeah, it's a nice place, bro. Montgomery, Alabama. I don't know. You can email. Again, if you email, put me your location. I can forward it to the team, and then we'll see. Some places we don't have. That's what sucked the other day. There was a couple we had to, and we'll let you know, and that's what sucks, because if we have to refer it to someone else, it's, again, I want it to be a chat agent, because like I said, I could help both of you guys out, and we could kind of monitor it, but some areas we just don't have. And then Tesla, SPY chilling, but just get ready. So just like yesterday, you're doing this. So yeah, we'll hit a level. You might get one more pop, but now I am kind of expecting to do this until Powell now. Meta flush. Interesting. Everyone's waiting, yeah. But at least you got 1% to wait. Wasn't bad. I'm looking, send me the address. I just want to see the property. And then again, I don't believe Excel sheets. So use it as a rough estimate, but I discount them all. Does that make sense? Welcome to commercial real estate. It doesn't look bad though. But yeah. And then again, it's saying it's saying a 10% cap rate. So like I'm saying, go back even 5 years ago. I got old videos telling you this. If 10% cap rate is like a holy grail, and most people who say they have it don't really have it. So if this is all based off estimates, which a lot of this shit is, that's what I'm saying. I don't really care about the Excel sheet. It's not bad. Like I'm saying, it should look nice, and it does look nice, but you want verified rent roll. If you do contact the agent, I'll just tell you, send me the address so I can see the property. That's all I care about, is what you're going to make a move on. Does it have value? You see what I'm saying? Because then that way, whether the rents check out or not, is it a good deal? If we can make our money on the buy, worst case, you're flipping this with 10, 20% equity. Who gives a shit? You win. But you don't want it to be... you don't want to get trapped hoping you're going to get a lot of money for it. It's like buying an option too high and then thinking you could sell it for more, whereas like even in the same option, you buy it cheap enough, even if nothing happens, you'll make money. And then keep in mind when you do, in the future, if you do contact them and you do talk to the agent, you want a verified rent roll. And if they provide that at the same, don't ask these separately. Ask for tax returns. That is the number one way to verify this all. I am talking to you. You missed it. Your master's in electrical? I can maybe help you in real estate, but I'm not really familiar with being an electrician, to be honest. Yeah, the Staples sold out. That was just like yesterday. And then we woke up with the tech bounce. And then we have an hour 15. Yeah. So I don't know if Wolf is back, but tell me when you're done with your ad. Intel Big Red. Let's see. Boyle and UNG. I wouldn't call it a big red. A little decline unless my chart's lagging. Now with the address. Well, like I said, whenever you do, whether this property or the next one, when you get to it, ask them for a verified rent roll and literally tax returns on the property. Because all my rentals, I have tax returns. So if you say, how much money do you make on your rental? I don't have to estimate it. I could literally show you a taxable income, expenses, everything. And that, right, every real landlord will have that. And that will tell you the reality of the situation. And if that's legit, then there you go. I have heard of Air DNA. They've been around for a while. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Nvidia says using TSMC factory in Arizona. Yeah, bro. No, don't touch this. Were you there the other day? I don't know if you were, but yeah, I wouldn't touch this property, brother. It's been on the market for almost 200 days. Even if they give you a 10% discount, it doesn't make sense. And then, yeah, dude, nothing comps around there. So even though it's multiple units, that's not a place for multiple units. Because those are all just one at a time, bro. That makes no sense. I don't like it. And then it's, and if you notice, this is what I was trying to tell you guys the other day. Don't buy somebody's flip. Homeboy just bought this at the end of last year. So you could send it, but I'm just telling you, it's a terrible deal. It's not there. He's trying to flip you. He's trying to just flip you for an extra $50K, and he can't get it. It's been listed for 200 days. He bought it and listed it 2 weeks later. It's a scam. Don't do it. Yeah, you're going to get out-hustled. So, again, and if your boy who does this, I don't know why he's not noticing this, but, again, it's sat on the market for 200 days. Nothing in this area. I don't know the area, but just off of a quick look, I don't see any comp near that. I just see smaller individual units. So unless you're going to parcel this out, which will take more money, it doesn't work. So here's your price. I'll give him his 550 ARV. I don't think it's worth it. Even then, that doesn't offer him 350. Then you have a deal. 380 max. That's my opinion, but I wouldn't do that one. So if my conversation the other day sparked this, I think you should find a residential 1 unit, maybe a 4 unit, something that you would like. Don't partner with anybody. Make sure it's the cheapest price. Like I said, if it's sat on the market for over 100, 200 days, you better lowball that and do not buy anybody's flip. That is those right. If you avoid all those, like I'm saying, I could get you in the neighborhood where we're making 10, 15 off the buy, and that's what you want, not this case where you might get trapped with it. Good cash flow if it's real, but I think you're buying the value, and whoever's selling this, I'm telling you, bro, they're scheming, bro. I could just tell by the history and the property it is. This is like trying to buy a house from like a shoe reseller. All right there. That's why, too, go and look at this right away. Because that's what I'm saying. Like, this could just save you a lot of time, emotions. You don't have to get too involved. This is a major red flag. This is like a girl about to get married, and then she breaks up with her boyfriend and then gets married 2 weeks later to a new guy. I'll be like, these are all major red flags. So he bought it at the end of the year for $450, right? I guarantee you he didn't do shit to it. And then 2 weeks later, He's trying to make a quick 20%, a quick 100 grand off of it. However, it's not selling. So honestly, give it another 200 days. I bet you he'd be willing to sell it to you for what he paid. And then if that don't work, because I'm looking at the comps, I don't think it will. He might take that 380 or 400 flat, but it's not a good deal for him. Let that guy's problem be his problem. Don't save him with unless you're getting it at 380. But I really don't think it's a good deal. And then again, the whole nature of the listing and all of it, you could just kind of tell. So kind of like a dividend stock, don't fall for the cash flow, the yield trap, essentially. I mean, I've flipped a house in 30 days, and I've done a little bit more, but that's a way lower price property, multiple units. I doubt he did anything. And then even then, the margin wouldn't make sense. What did he do in 2 weeks where, okay, even if he put in 50 grand in 2 weeks to make another 50 grand, why would he take on that risk? I think he hustled somebody into selling the house. He knew he got it at a decent deal, and then he thought he was just going to list it and then hustle the next guy. He should have just wholesaled it. He's an idiot. He should have wholesaled it, made 10, 20 grand, and then everybody won. But I think he got greedy, and now he's trapped. So, yeah, I wouldn't jump into that one. Keep it on watch. Give it another 3 months. Give it another 100 days, and then let's see the price. But I don't think 500 is a good deal at all. TLT's dumping, and we're moving up, but you got about 1 hour. So this is literally final hour until the statement. And remember, statement is gonna be in there. Statement's gonna have the SEP. Yeah, greed is very common in real estate. But these are the deals when like people get hella opportunity. I've seen it a lot lately. Is that there's deals that people should be wholesaling, but instead they're like, no, I'm gonna buy it, and then I'm gonna try to sell it with. But they're getting really, really high valuations that aren't reality, and that's what kills people with these rates. Oxy, look at oil just straight plummeting, or excuse me, bonds. Oil's ripping. Yeah, wholesaling, you get somebody to agree to sell at a certain price, and then you sell the contract. So that guy had that house at $450 a couple months ago, right? He could have got the seller to agree to sell it at $450, and then he could have sold it to an investor for $470. That way the investor would have profit to build it up, and then he could have made $20K in a day if he wanted to. But instead, he's now buying it, and then without doing the work, without renting it, without a rent roll, without any of it, he wants now $100,000 2 weeks later. But now he took on the risk. He put up the money, but now he is sitting there with that property. But like I'm saying, just right off the bat, no ill will. I just don't think it's a good deal. What I would do, give that fool another 3 months, and then let's circle back and see what he has to do. You know what I'm saying? Because then we'll see where he's at. But that one's just not. You can find a way better deal. That's what I'm saying, bro. I just had another Chad pick up a house in Ohio, 100K equity off the bat. Or you might as well just go get a new build, 4% interest, and then knock down 50K from the builder. Like, get a good deal off of that. But I wouldn't buy someone's problem. Only shoot, like I've been saying here, don't buy the most expensive house in 3 months. Don't buy someone's flip. Make sure it has good demand, utility, supply, transferability. You should have instant equity. Caroline about to speak. Oh, no way. Okay, SPY dumping. Is it a little different than yesterday? I guess we might be right here. Time matches up. So you might get one random. Be careful. There might be one random pop after this. If we are following yesterday. The Ohio Homes. Oh, that guy, he was just working with Alyssa. So he emailed me. I put him in touch with the Colt agent, and then they started hunting. AM Dizzle, JD Vance, no. I don't think so. I think yesterday was just all about the Nvidia stuff. Yeah, Caroline any minute now, it looks like. This is the CIA building. They're still there. All right, going down a little, Chad. And then literally Jerome Powell in the next hour. You could ask a new build for a discount. Yeah, they most of the time will. And then they usually offer the incentives on interest rates. You will need an appraisal to request cancellation of PMI, yes. That's how you got scammed on commercial. The lease was in the market for 15 months and was in a hurry. They told me not to. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say a couple weeks ago. Because, like, a lot of Chads really liked the conversation. And they're like, yeah, Josh, I'm on the look. But then the first set of Chads that hit me up, I had one Chad, and he was, like, trying to, like, lever, sell shit. And he was trying to do a lot of work to get this property. And then I click on the property, and then I'm like, dude, this thing has been listed for 250 days at a way, way too high of a price. So I'm like, and that's why I was telling you guys, this is a very, very simple lesson in real estate. If that house stays on the market for 100 days, no one's going to buy it at that price. That's why it's been on the market. It's like if you put in an option on like Nvidia. If you put it low enough, it's going to fill right away. If it's a good deal, somebody is going to take it instantly. Make no mistake. You're not the only person looking at real estate. You understand? So if the house is worth $400,000 and they list it at $350,000, it's going to sell in a week or two. Not even. But if that house is worth $300,000 and they want it for $450,000, it's going to stay on the market for a long. You're never going to get $450,000 for that. How do you know? The market already rejected it. Isn't this where you can leverage their desperation? Yes, but what did you say? So you sent me this house at $550,000, and now you're like diving into the fake numbers and you're playing the game. It's like when a scammer talks to you, you're supposed to move on. But you see what I'm saying? They're like, what about your wife? Which, come on, think about, what about this? Just look at this. Let me show you this. Here, think about it. And then you see and you start getting involved. And yeah, like I could speculate that it's all going to work. Oh, yeah, well, 10% cap rate. That sounds good. If this works, that's good. But then, like I'm saying, 550 list. You think the deal is getting it at 500. Homeboy just bought it at 450. It's not a deal. Like I told you, you want to take advantage of the desperation, 370 is your price. So you talk to me then. But that's what, otherwise, there's no desperation there. He's still operating. Your desperation, quote unquote, is a 10% margin in a quarter for this guy. That doesn't, it doesn't look like that to me. That's why I'm saying it's just sitting on the market. It's a high price. If he could afford it, let him. But as of now, like I'm saying, that property, I would reasonably value it in the threes if I wanted to consider anything about it. That's why I'm saying maybe watch it for another couple 100 days and see what he does. But like I'm saying, though, once it sits on the market, let me put it this way. Do you think in the last 200 days, do you think somebody offered him 500 grand for that house? They either did and he said no, or nobody even offered him close to that amount. That's why I'm saying it's still on the market. It didn't even go pending. So that's kind of the whole point. It's just too high of a price. All right, you're going down a little lower. Last time Powell didn't say good afternoon, the Dow dropped. I think it did. It was a mix of other things because the statement came out hawkish, but technically I think it did. Give or take. That I could contact, do it after they expire. But again, if it's been on the market for a while, then you offer a fair price, not what the overpriced is because it's not selling. Higher inflation, dots unchanged. That's generally what people think. GDP lower, inflation, PCE up, two cuts max, with kind of a margin for 2.5. I think the market can absorb 0.5% more or less cuts in either direction. It doesn't matter. So even if we get like 2.5, 3, I don't think it'll scare you as much. But remember, I think it was December 18th, we had a big adjustment. And that was another meeting where we generally thought the same thing. We thought inflation was going to stay the same or GDP would move, and we thought no way in hell they moved the terminal, and then they fucking slashed it. Or then they doubled it. And that's what we got to watch out for. Well, other than that, base case is nothing happens. It all stays in the same. Consumer spending down is good with tariffs. I mean, as long as it doesn't lead to a recession. But unfortunately, that's what people have been discussing. Nvidia. Okay, well, Nvidia, like I said, you're liable for like one more random ass pop. Low key. And then we chop. But Nvidia is going. When is Powell? Okay, I need to go to the bathroom now. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Spy at VWAP. Bonds at the low of the day.
Yes, has been weaker.
we haven't really seen that in the harder data.
Right.
Inflation has actually been moderating, and that helps the Fed. So I think you have them saying, look, we don't see anything right now that's warranting us to take any action. Perhaps they take back some of the very pro-growth, kind of stronger language on the economy to help them adjust for a May meeting, where that can really kind of set them up possibly to start kind of shifting more towards a cut narrative, if that's ultimately needed, if we see weaker data from now until kind of that May meeting.
But that's the bias you would expect, is kind of preparing the way for maybe a May cut, depending on how April 2nd goes.
Yes.
So how many cuts this year do you think?
As of now, I would say 2, but again, like, a lot of this just ends up on where the tariffs ultimately end up, right? I mean, if the actual end outcome is a very marginal impact for the U.S. economy in terms of it being inflationary.
Right.
And you have more of a softer landing scenario, economic data holds up well. You know, keep in mind, we're coming from a very strong economic foundation. So things would need to deteriorate pretty significantly from here to warrant, I think, any more than kind of the 2 cuts that are not saying it's possible,
right,
but any more than the 2 cuts that are roughly being priced into the market. So I would say probably 2. But certainly that could be repositioned to be higher if things do possibly deteriorate in the hard data.
Paul, you guys are at 3. Is that because you see more of a slowdown here?
We're at 1, actually, and we do think that the economy, the economy, we think will remain solid this year. And
we're going down a little bit now, back below VWAP. The VIX is higher. That one's going to be interesting. Well, yeah, and I mean, do you guys realize how many Jerome Powells we have watched together? It's crazy. I've been documenting Jerome Powell live since like 2019 then, and then even the other 10 years before that, I've watched every single Fed meeting in the last like 15 to 20 years almost, actually, now that I think about it. Wow. At least minimum a decade. I've seen every single one, every second, every time. But that's why you guys know the time has never changed. So it's never been a variable time. It's been more consistent than anything, actually. So, yeah. Well, we'll see. Like I said, upside, I'm not worried about the upside. If Powell cools everyone down, if all becomes well, we just sold off. If there's going to be a rally, you could tag on late. You get what I'm saying? You've moved down so much already. I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried if it's too much uncertainty and you don't want Powell. I want to see what Powell's going to do. I want to know if he's going to get involved or not. You got to realize the dot plot's important, but deep down, we're trying to find out if Powell has a put. I want to know his pain point. That's why I'm saying if he can't step in today, because if he does, this pain point is too low. The market will bully him. But how is he going to go hands off without being too hawkish? That, I don't know how he's going to do it. And that's what I want to see. But the dot plot will provide a lot right off the bat. But like I'm saying, we're going to figure that out quickly. And most of it, people have general ideas. We've been exposed to a lot. So we don't got to worry. But 20 more minutes, I will go over a preview. So if you haven't watched the watch list, there's one key thing you got to look for. But other than that, I got a couple analyst comments for you. I have a statement for you, and then I think that's about it. That's what I'm saying. He wants to do the whole gathering data. His last speech, he kind of made it clear nothing has changed, but what are the other Fed people going to put on paper? What is the dot plot going to say? And then how does he defend it? Because last time the statement was hawkish, but Powell came in a little dovish. But now, if he is too dovish, Powell doesn't want to be linked to being a dove right now, because you don't want him to think that he's panicked. And then, too, you don't even want him to get involved on the politics. Imagine if Powell said, oh, I'm not worried, I'm worried, that starts to lean a certain way. So he's gonna do what he does. Brady. He has a very fine line and a fine tightrope to walk today, and that's what he really has to do. But like I'm saying, there's only one off-ramp really. But other than that, just we know there's gonna be uncertainty. It's gonna reflect. Let's see how the market takes it, and then it's really gonna be Powell doing the dancing act. But there's one factor that changes everything. But then other than that, how he navigates acknowledging higher uncertainty without stepping in, that's what we got to figure. That's what's going to be the artwork today. And that's what's going to be real difficult. And that's why I think it's going to be way more difficult, or it's way more complex than just the market's expecting it. Because I don't know people are ready to handle it. Because I don't know what's going to happen. So that's why I said just head on a swivel. Base case is easy. The base case is nothing happens. So why, okay, if we go to base case, I'm wrong. I don't care. But I would just know what are the tails. Be mindful of the tails right now. If we have something really bad or if it goes good. If it goes really good, we fucking FOMO the bandwagon. We'll have time to catch up. You see what I'm saying? But if this turns into pull the legs, it's so uncertain, Powell goes hands off, then we have a problem. So we'll find out today. But most people, I don't know if it's expected or if it's hope, but we want nothing to happen today. But we'll see. I don't know. Today just reminds me, it's like having a kidney stone. You know you have a kidney stone. You feel it. It's in pain. And all I'm saying is when you go to the doctor, you know what he's going to say, but there's no way it's going to sound good when he says it. Are you following? I've never had a kidney stone, but all I'm saying, the doctor's going to be like, yeah, you got a marble stuck in a coffee straw. It's just not going to sound good when he says it. I think that about the dot plot and the SCP. No matter what unexpectedness we believe in, it's just not going to sound good when you see it on paper. And then that's what I'm saying. Unless Powell is going to step in, I don't think it's going to sound good. So that's where I think you have just a messaging difficulty today. Do you get it? That's what I'm saying. Today, I think the artwork is it's going to be difficult to message what they want without it sounding terrible. Well, ideally, if Powell's going to want, if he could punt till June, if he could keep everything the same and then have room until June, God bless. That would be amazing. That would be easy for him. But that's what I'm saying. I don't know if we're going to give him that as easy as he would want it. Like I said, there's one off-ramp. If you watch the watch list, you know what I'm talking about. If it sounds bad, how low will it go? Not too low because you already know you have a kidney stone. Hence, you already know inflation and uncertainty. You're already worried about it. So maybe it doesn't get that, but it's just never going to sound good, though. I think, no, we know what's baked into the market. I'm just saying, I think there's other stuff that we're not really, we're kind of debating if that's incorporated or not or how much. How about a surprise cut? Well, did you click on the free iPad that you won? And did you fill out your info? Because if you did, then I'll answer that question. Otherwise, I think that's the same concept for now. 193 reverse repo. Bruh, that shit was at 60 billion last week, 2 weeks ago. You want a free iPad too? I really did you like that. I let you slide. You were like, does today have the dot plot? I let you slide on that, so don't even. Because, again, surprise cuts only happen when the VIX is above 40. That's a fact. So keep that in your pocket for the future, and you will always sound good, and you will never be caught off guard. Oh, look at that little dump. Okay, I'm not going to do it, but I like SPY flips right now. But I've been crushed like this before. That's why I'm not going to do it. You buy here, sell at VWAP, or we take the move down there. But they just slashed the premium 70% from the high. Which the S, the X, and the Cybertruck. People used to call me a liberal for having Teslas. And now I'm a Nazi. I don't know how that happened. But it's very weird. That's why I don't like it when people keep changing their minds. One day they're mad about this. The next day they're mad about that. That's why I don't take some people seriously anymore. If you guys ever wondered, you're like, how come? It's because if you have selected, you're just going to change the target next month anyways. So I'm just being patient. Blue cow today, yellow cow tomorrow, maybe some green ones. Amen. Amen. All right, those plays already went up 16%. I didn't take them. I'm just watching, like I'm saying. If you want it, right ahead. New to trading, too worried about Powell. Sold my puts. Was I wrong? No, probably not. But I don't know. I'm not necessarily your typical day trader, so I don't know how that fits in. But Powell brings uncertainty and opportunity. So sometimes that's a good move, sometimes it's not.
Elon Musk and SpaceX to rescue these brave astronauts alongside NASA. The president also called the acting administrator of NASA and told her to bring the astronauts home as soon as possible. As acting administrator Janet Petro said herself yesterday, per President Trump's direction, NASA and SpaceX worked diligently to pull the schedule a month earlier. The president looks forward to welcoming Butch and Sunny to the Oval Office when they are recovered. This historic mission brings new meaning to President Trump's promise to always look out for the forgotten man and woman. On another important matter, yesterday, President Trump and President Putin spoke about the need for peace and a ceasefire in the Ukraine war. Both leaders agreed this conflict needs to end with a lasting peace and also stressed the need for improved bilateral relations between the United States and Russia. President Trump also spoke with President Zelensky this morning to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their needs and requests. As President Trump has said repeatedly, the precious lives and money that both Ukraine and Russia have been spending in this war would be better spent on the needs of their people. This terrible conflict would have never started with President Trump in charge, but he's determined to end it once and for all. President Trump also promised maximum transparency and a commitment to rebuild the trust of the American people in our intelligence community. Part of that promise was to fully release previously classified records related to the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy, and he made that happen yesterday.
Nah,
This
she's not
historic
60,
release
bro.
consisted
Her
of
husband is.
approximately 80,000 pages
She's like
of
27 or
classified
29,
records
and
that
her
are now
husband is
published.
59.
The records are available to access either online at archives.gov/JFK or in person, accessible to the American people.
No, her
at the
husband's
National
59.
Archives in College Park, Maryland.
I promise you.
Records that are currently only available for in-person viewing are being digitized and will be uploaded in the coming days.
This is one of them age
On
gap
another
ones.
note, positive economic data continues to pour in, showing the immediate impact of President Trump's pro-growth agenda. After suffering a steep decline in the final year of the Biden administration, the manufacturing sector came roaring back in February.
Y'all could judge me all you want.
Industrial production surged
If I don't
in
end up
February.
marrying my
These are new
girlfriend and I
numbers.
turn 60,
3 times at a
and some
greater
30-year-old
3 times
interested
rate
in me,
than the expectations to its
I
highest
mean, I
ever
didn't work this
recorded
hard
level.
to
And
not.
President Trump's laser
So,
focus
I
on
hope I get
massive
married. We'll see.
deregulation and
Otherwise,
unleashing
I
our
can't
domestic
judge yet.
energy industry is leading to stabilities for Americans' bottom lines. As Newsweek summed it up today, gas prices are plummeting under President Trump. And the Trump administration continues to make American communities safer through our ongoing mass deportation campaign of illegal alien criminals. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel announced the agency
Her
captured
husband,
another
Bill
fugitive
Belichick.
from its 10 most wanted list, securing the extradition of Francisco
That's a good joke.
Javier Roman Bardelas, a key senior leader of the brutal MS-13 gang. And the brave men and women of ICE also arrested a number of dangerous aliens across the country in recent days. You will see them on this screen. ICE San Francisco just arrested a citizen of Guatemala convicted of sexual battery. ICE New Orleans arrested a citizen of Ecuador convicted of rape in Suffolk County, New York. ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Mexico convicted of assault by strangulation. ICE Dallas arrested a citizen of Mexico convicted
Are
of
these
assault
new
with a
ones?
firearm and rape with a foreign object. An
How did
ICE
they have
agent
this
arrested
many?
a
Remember
citizen
they
of
like come
Guatemala
through and they're
convicted of
always like
indecent
this.
sexual
Is this a new
contact with
set of
child
people?
in Texas. These are heinous criminal alien monsters who the previous administration allowed to flood into our country. And every time President
That's why I'm like,
Trump
are
and
these
his
the
team
same? Are
deport
they
one of
repeating
them,
the same
our
people
country
or are these
becomes
new
safer.
people?
Finally, before I open it up to questions, I want to tout how successful our efforts have been in filling out President Trump's administration. There have been a record number of 281 Senate confirmed nominations already, with another 280 in process. Here at the White House, OPM, and GSA, we have filled 100% of the total number of slots. And this is a record number of placements in the first 58 days of any administration, and a testament to the caliber and the sheer quantity of talented people who want
Okay,
to
low
work
ticker
for
picking
President
up a
Trump
lot.
to make America great again. Here in our new media
I think
suite
worst
today, we have
case,
Katie Pavlich.
you're going here.
Katie
That's
is
it.
the editor of townhall.com, which is a subsidiary of Town Hall Media. It's a leading conservative news and opinion outlet based right here in Washington, D.C., with writers and journalists reporting around
That's
the
not
country.
Pam Bondi.
Last year, Town Hall
This
Media
is
has
Caroline Levitt.
unique users and 1.4 billion page views with a broad reach on a number of social media platforms. With that, Katie, please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Damn,
So
Pam
getting back and
Bondi,
forth
though,
with
is like
the
59. That's
judge of
crazy.
The administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act. Does the president plan to send new and additional flights of Venezuelan gang members, now designated as foreign terrorists, from the U.S. to El Salvador or elsewhere? Can Americans expect to see those flights sometime soon?
Americans can absolutely expect to see the continuation of the mass deportation campaign that has been successfully led by this president, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Since you brought up the judges, I would like to point out that the judges in this country are acting erroneously. We have judges who are acting as partisan activists from the bench. They are trying to dictate policy from the President of the United States. They are trying to
Okay, low
clearly
ticker.
slow
See if we
walk
break this.
this
Again, worst case, you get into
administration's
open.
agenda, and it's
I mean, you only have 30 minutes till
as the
Powell,
President
35.
said last night, we will
I'll
continue
do
to
5 more
comply with
minutes of
these
this,
court
and then
orders.
we're
We
going to
will
get into the
continue
Powell
to fight
preview.
these battles in courts, but it's incredibly apparent that there is a concerted effort by the far left to judge shop, to pick judges who are clearly acting as partisan activists from the bench in an attempt to derail this president's agenda. We will not allow that to happen. And not only are they usurping the will of the president and the chief executive of our country, but they are undermining the will of the American public, tens of millions of Americans who duly elected this president to implement the policies that are coming out of this White House.
And then One more question. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said yesterday that he was united with Democrats in working against Americans who, quote, their attitude is, I made my money all by myself. How dare your government take my money from me? Or I built my company with my bare hands. How dare your government tell me how to treat my customers? What is the president's response to this, given his upcoming tax agenda and need to work on Capitol Hill?
Well, we certainly hope that Democrats all of a sudden are for more money in the pockets of the American public. The president has made it incredibly clear that he is committed to tax cuts. He is committed to passing a big reconciliation package later this year, ending no taxes on tips, taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security for our hardworking seniors. And we encourage everybody on Capitol Hill to support that when it comes to the finish line, especially Democrats who clearly need a boost from the American public right now. Their approvals are at an all-time record low. Thanks for being with us, Katie. Garrett.
I have one other question, but I want to follow up on Katie's question, actually. You said the mass deportation campaign would continue, but she asked about the flights specifically. Will those flights to El Salvador continue while this case is being appealed?
We don't have any flights planned specifically, but we will continue with the mass deportations. And I would just like to point out that the judge in this case is essentially trying to say that the president doesn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our American soil. That is an egregious abuse of the bench. This judge does not have that authority. It is the opinion of this White House and of this administration, and that's why we're fighting this in court. And it's very, very clear that this is an activist judge who is trying to usurp the president's authority. Under the Alien Enemies Act, the president has this power, and that's why this deportation campaign has continued. And this judge, Judge Boasberg, is a Democrat activist. He was appointed by Barack Obama. His wife has donated more than $10,000 to Democrats, and he has consistently shown his disdain for this president and his policies, and it's unacceptable.
Right where I wanted to go about the idea that these people are all foreign terrorists, but Judge Boasberg was originally appointed by George W. Bush and then elevated by Barack Obama. I just feel like I should clear that up.
Well, let me just say something to that effect, Garrett. 67% of all of the injunctions in this century have come against which president? Donald J. Trump. Let me say that again. 60% of the injunctions by partisan activists in the judicial branch have come against President Donald Trump, and 92% of those have been from Democrat-appointed judges. This is a clear, concerted effort by leftists who don't like this president and are trying to impose or slow down his agenda.
So, given that, do you think it's a good use of Congress's time and the president's
Yeah, bro, I like
capital to try to impeach and remove a federal judge, which would take 67 votes?
We need a little bit more Elon, but yeah.
Well, look, the president has made it clear.
And then we're going to put this on the G-Wagon, Range Rover. I got a sports car, too, y'all don't know about. So I need different models of this, yeah. This is the right idea. Needs more Elon.
These partisan activists are undermining
Fuck it, let me get a salute
the
in there.
branch by doing so. We have co-equal branches of government for a reason, and the president feels very strongly about that. Jackie.
Yeah, chainsaw.
Options does the president have to, he says he's going to follow court orders. He wouldn't defy a court order, but he's raised these concerns about these judges acting in
Put
such a
Andrew
partisan
Tate
way.
on there? Fuck
What
Andrew Tate.
option does he have to
fuck you too,
ensure
Kanye.
his agenda continues
Anybody
to move
else?
forward while this is
Everybody
ongoing
could get
and
this
the
smoke,
judges
bro.
appear to be trying to just
Shout
block
out to
and
Cole,
delay.
baby. Get a long term and
You're
save
right.
10%.
They are trying to block, delay, and impede. This is lawfare. The president is no stranger to it. He faced it in his campaign, and this is a continuation of the lawfare that President Trump faced as a candidate, and he's now unfortunately facing as a president. Clearly, these partisan activists in the judicial branch didn't get the memo on November 5th when the American people overwhelmingly re-elected this president to continue with mass deportations. So White House counsel and the Department of Justice are working on this. They're appealing these cases, and we will continue to use the full weight of the White House counsel's office and the president's team of lawyers to fight this in court, because we know we will win, even if we have to go all the way to the Supreme Court.
It's smaller, but just like yesterday, bonds are underperforming. Yesterday's gap was way bigger, though, so I don't know if you should take it.
Sure that the law is completely on his side. He cites some previous Supreme Court rulings dealing with enemy combatants in wartime, says that even they have a right to challenge their detention in court. He raised
shouting out
concern
the cold
also
at your
that
wedding.
while TDA has been
I would
designated
appreciate
as a
it.
terrorist organization, these
Talk to your wife
individuals
about
hadn't
that.
been
That's her
prosecuted
decision, not
for
any of
terrorism.
ours.
So my question is,
That's her day.
will
That's
the
her day,
president
not
ask
ours.
Congress potentially to declare war on these cartels for the invasion that he's talked about so that he's on stronger legal footing?
Well, we absolutely disagree with the legal opinion of the individual that you mentioned. We would not have moved forward with this if we didn't believe the president. This was within the president's executive authority to continue with this mass deportation effort under the authority provided to him under the Alien Enemies Act. And when you read the act, as I did last time at the podium, a predatory incursion is absolutely what has happened with Tren de Aragua. They have been sent here by the hostile Maduro regime in Venezuela, and the president, immediately upon taking office, designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization. And under this act, it is within the president's authority to deport these terrorists. And anybody trying to defend these terrorists who have now been sent off of American soil should talk to the families of the individuals who these heinous monsters have killed and have raped. If you talk to those families,
We got
they
Jensen
are
headlines.
so heartened by the president's decision to take tough action and to use his executive authority, something that no other president has been willing to do, because President Trump does what he says he's going to do, and he is
You did the
deporting
horn
these
at your
foreign
wedding?
terrorists from American soil to secure
You
our
may now
homeland.
kiss
He's
the
within his rights
bride.
to do that.
Oh.
On Tesla, there's a website that's trying to dox Tesla owners across the country and saying they're only going to take down personal information when people show that they've sold their cars. What's the administration going to do about that?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that website, but we certainly think it's despicable.
Girl,
The
you
violence
watch
that has
Fox
taken
News.
place
How did you not
against
see it?
Tesla, the company, its employees, and also just Americans who have chosen to drive an electric
She
vehicle.
learned that one
Many
from
of
Corinne.
them are Democrats, by the way. Democrats were
You
big
saw it.
supporters of Tesla and of electric vehicles until Elon Musk decided to
saw
vote for
it.
Donald Trump. So we would like Democrats to also come out and condemn this heinous violence that we have seen. And I believe the Attorney General has said she's investigating these incidents.
That
as
put
acts
play
of
from the
domestic
top,
terrorism.
if you did hold it, that was money.
Is the White House going to pause foreign military aid or intelligence sharing with Ukraine, as Russia says it's pushing for, and then have a follow-up on the Federal Trade Commission?
Sure. When it comes to Ukraine, I do have a statement for you from the National Security Advisor and also the Secretary of State. First, I'd like to reiterate what the President said earlier following his call with President Zelensky this morning. He said he just completed a very good telephone call with President Zelensky. It lasted approximately 1 hour. Much of the discussion was based on the call made yesterday with President Putin in order to align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their requests and needs. We are very much on track, and I will ask Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz to give an accurate description of the points discussed. That statement will be put out shortly. Well, I have that statement for you right here. Bear with me as I read it. Today, President Trump and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky had a fantastic phone conversation. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for a productive start for the work of the Ukrainian and American teams in Jeddah on March 11th. The meeting of the senior officials from both nations significantly helped in moving toward ending the war. President Zelensky thanked President Trump for the support of the United States, especially the Javelin missiles that President Trump was first to provide and his efforts towards peace. The leaders agreed Ukraine and America will continue working together to bring about a real end to the war, and that lasting peace under President Trump's leadership can be achieved. President Trump fully briefed President Zelensky on his conversation with Putin and the key issues discussed. They reviewed the situation in Kursk and agreed to share information closely between their defense staffs as the battlefield situation evolved. President Zelensky asked for additional air defense systems to protect his civilians, particularly Patriot missile systems, and President Trump agreed to work with him to find what was available, particularly in Europe. The two leaders also agreed on a partial ceasefire against energy. Technical teams will meet in Saudi Arabia in the coming days to discuss broadening the ceasefire to the Black Sea on the way to a full ceasefire. They agreed this could be the first step toward the full end of the war and ensuring security. President Zelensky was grateful for the president's leadership in this effort and reiterated his willingness to adopt a full ceasefire. President Trump also discussed Ukraine's electrical supply and nuclear power plants. He said that the United States could be very helpful in running those plants with its electricity and utility expertise. American ownership of those plants would be the best protection for that infrastructure and support for Ukrainian energy infrastructure. President Zelensky also thanked President Trump for continuing to push humanitarian concerns, including the exchange of prisoners of war. He noted they had just had a successful exchange and thanked the president for his leadership on that. President Trump also asked President Zelensky about the children who had gone missing from Ukraine during the war, including the ones that had been abducted. And President Trump promised to work closely with both parties to help make sure those children were returned home. They agreed all parties must continue the effort to make a ceasefire work. The presidents noted the positive work of their advisors and representatives, especially Secretary Rubio, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Special Envoy Kellogg, and others. The presidents instructed their teams to move ahead with the technical issues related to implementing and broadening the partial ceasefire. The presidents instructed their advisors and representatives to carry out this work as quickly as possible. The presidents emphasized that in further meetings, the teams can agree on all necessary aspects of advancing toward lasting peace and security. That is a lengthy statement that was just given to me, so thanks for bearing with me. Our office will, of course, provide this after. And as you know, as I just pointed out in the statement, the president's team of negotiators and national security experts will be heading to Saudi again later this week to continue working on and ironing out the details. But I would just like to emphasize we have never been this close to peace, and it's only because of President Trump that we are here. I think a couple of years ago, as you all reported on the war, it was incomprehensible to have a partial ceasefire in this conflict. And today that is true because of the leadership of this president.
So they agreed to closely share information between their defense staffs. Does that mean all intelligence sharing will continue? So the White House is rejecting Russia's request to pause.
Intelligence sharing in terms of defense for Ukraine will continue to be shared. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. One on the United States Institute of Peace and then on the Supreme Court, if that's okay.
Sure.
So on the United States Institute of Peace, this is a little bit wild. I understand the old president refused to leave after he was removed from his position. He barricaded himself in his offices, had to be escorted out by police, left the building without Wi-Fi, telephones, elevators, and more, and is now telling media that Doge broke in and illegally removed him. So can you comment on this sequence of events and specify, did Doge illegally enter?
I'm really glad you brought this up, Mary. We were made aware of this story by individuals at Doge, at Elon Musk's team, and also at the State Department who were unable to access this building. And it became very clear that there was a concerted effort amongst the rogue bureaucrats at the United States Institute of Peace to actually physically barricade themselves essentially inside of the building to prevent political appointees of this administration who work at the direction of the President of the United States to get into the building. There was a piece in the Daily Caller, thank you for sharing the truth on this, about what happened. Staff contacted the MPD in an attempt to prevent Doge personnel from entering. They barricaded the doors. They also disabled telephone lines, internet connections, and other IT infrastructure within the building. They distributed flyers internally, encouraging each other to basically prevent these individuals from accessing the building. I use this to say this is what Doge and this administration is facing. It's a resistance from bureaucrats who don't want to see change in this city. President Trump was elected on an overwhelming mandate to seek change and implement change, and this is unacceptable behavior.
Thank you. And just really quick on the Supreme Court. I know it's been almost 3 years now since the leak of the draft Dobbs opinion to Politico, actually. A leak which sparked protesting outside the homes of the justices and even brought on one attempted assassination attempt. I know Justice Alito said that it made the justices targets for assassination, but yet the Supreme Court has not tracked down any leaker. Does the White House have interest in finding out who that leaker was, and can you comment on that at all?
I know generally speaking the president has an interest in finding leakers and he believes it's unacceptable, and it's the position of this administration.
LALeakers.com.
Homeland Security has taken
Hot
tough
new
action
hip
at our
hop with
agency.
Jerome Powell.
Leaking is unacceptable to this president and to the leaders across the board in this cabinet.
Damn, Powell,
especially when
where'd
it
you
puts
find
people in harm's
this?
way. Sure.
All right, baby girl. Thank you for your time. But Chattadonia, are you guys ready or what? Are you ready or what? So lock and loaded. I hope you guys are prepared. We have the Fed statement and the summary of economic projections here in about 20 minutes. So my job, besides being annoying, is to get you guys the best info. So I do hope that I could prepare you a little bit ahead of time. We have already talked about this a lot. I might recap a couple of things, but I'm going to give you a couple of secrets for today that we have already covered on the watch list. Meaning, if you actually care about your future and your education here, you could prepare in advance if you would like. So that being said, the base case of today, everybody is expecting that nothing is really going to happen. Why? Because we know what's going to happen. The Fed is going to indicate more uncertainty. They're going to be worried about the economy, and they are going to be worried about inflation. Why? Because that is what all the data has pointed to. GDP estimates down, all of that. Again, consumer sentiment, the media worry of recession, you name it. That is going to bring GDP down. There's already metrics for that, so that's not new. Again, inflation up because of tariffs, policy uncertainty, whether or not the rates get lowered, who knows? That is already expected. So I'm going to jump around here a little bit, but how is this going to get reflected? Through two ways. Via the statement that comes out in about 18 minutes, and then through the dot plot, the summary of economic projections. And this, my friend, is your big deal of today. So when you go to the Fed website, every 3 months, they come out with a summary of economic projections. That's why you'll notice some of them say projection materials. Every 3 months, you get a projection of the economy, rates, inflation, all that good stuff, right? So the last SEP we had was in December. And last time, everybody thought Powell wasn't going to do anything. And sure enough, there was a pretty shocking surprise with the rates. I don't think a lot of people realize it. I think how quickly we all forget. So let me put it this way. Do you realize, if you don't believe me, the last dot plot was so surprising, it killed the bonds after they rallied. And do you notice something about today? See, I got your back, baby. All for $3.99. Do you think this is by design, coincidence, what? But do you think it says something that the bonds on the long end of the curve are at the exact same spot you had a summary of economic projections? Zero exaggeration. So, today, don't let your guard down. Anything could happen. And realistically, we're kind of unchanged from the last summary of economic projections. And last time we had this, it surprised everybody. So here is the December one. Do you guys not know what happened? So at the October meeting, September, the Fed was like, yeah, we're going to cut rates a bunch. We're going to have 3.4 rates by the end of 25. And then everyone's like, yeah, Jerome Powell's not going to change much, even though we know who won the election, yibbity-bobbity-boo. And then all of a sudden the Fed said, nah, we're going 3.9. So this realistically, when you hear everybody talk about the dot plot, you don't have to be good at reading charts. All you have to do is read this right here. Fed funds rate 2025. What is the projection? And then they're going to tell you what the previous projection was. So that means today you're going to see 3.9 where 3.4 is, and then we're going to get a new number, and that'll let you know how many rate cuts the Fed thinks we'll have until they put this out again in 3 more months. So you all following? Big surprise on this December. That's kind of what got us here, mixed in with everything else. But now I'm telling you, this uncertainty. Everybody has this uncertainty, and it is going to get reflected. How is it going to get reflected? Through the summary of economic projections. So take a look. GDP, people think this number is going to go down. So if everybody on the Fed, all these members are like, yeah, the economy is going to go lower, this number is going to go lower. The lower this goes, that tells you where the Fed thinks the economy is going. And then unemployment, believe it or not, this thing's probably not going to move. No one's worried about that yet. And then PCE inflation. Remember, not only last time did they, think about it. How do you justify 2 more rate hikes? If I was a group of Fed, how can I tell you No, never mind. We're not cutting rates. We're actually going to raise them. How can I justify that? Anybody? Anybody? You only got 15 minutes. Anybody? There you go, Zach. Ta-da! You've raised the PCE projection. That makes sense. So, if this number is going to go high, so is this. That's the problem that I have with today. This is why I'm saying, yes, I could be wrong today, and I don't give a fuck. That's okay if I'm wrong, because if I'm wrong, we fall to base case. I think you should be very, very cautious today. I think we could get a surprise, because what is everybody telling you? Everybody's telling you the Fed is going to lower GDP, and then they're going to raise inflation, but then they're telling you that the Fed fund rate is going to stay the same. Ta-da! Does that make sense? I don't think it does. So if you get these two moving, I think you're going to move this. So if everyone's thinking the Fed's going to pencil in more inflation, I think it's a reasonable assumption to assume higher rates. But then again, we'll see. Either way, what I'm trying to tell you is that this uncertainty that I'm talking about, that is quote-unquote priced in, this is where it's going to get reflected. Lower GDP, higher PCE, that will let you know where the Fed thinks. Now, not everybody on the Fed is a liberal. Michelle Bowman and Waller, they have leaned more to the Republican end, so they'll probably be less on inflation, less on rates. But then again, I mean, you could probably guess. I could probably tell you who the dots are. This one's probably Michelle, and this one's probably Waller. You see what I'm saying? So they can affect things at the margin. They're going to be that 0.5 that fucks with it all. So that's where it could get a little tricky. But yeah, a dissent is going to show up today. So that is the first part. Are you guys all following? Any questions on the SEP? Because I got another one for you. It's kind of arguably more important. Fuck, I shouldn't have X'd that out. Well, you have time for questions, so I get this other link up. Okay. So now, like we're talking about, everybody is expecting this uncertainty. We know the Fed is going to confirm it. Why? Because they did that last time, mother effer. So do you remember this statement? And here's the beauty. Everything I'm showing you right now, this becomes live in 10 minutes. Do you understand? You don't have to wait for Powell to get the SEP. When the statement comes out, you will have actionable stuff to respond to. We will have an idea of more or less hawkish in the next 10 minutes. So last time, though, even February or January, they made the statement more hawkish. So why is this important? Because here are the projections for today. So this is according to Goldman Sachs right now. So Goldman Sachs, I kind of agree with this. I don't know if they're going to add this line. So the last statement reads as follows. Recent indicators suggest economic activity has continued to expand. They said at a solid pace. Last Fed meeting, they said solid. So do you understand what would happen? You don't need the same word. So I'm showing you a projection right now, but you have to understand this. You don't need the exact word. What matters is the word being changed. Are you following? Because last meeting, they said it was solid pace. If they change that to moderate, that's a step down. If they say it's roughly the same, do you get what I'm saying? Moderate, strong, it's slowed, slightly, gradually. It doesn't have to be moderate. But if they change solid, that's going to be a slight move in hawkish or dovish. Then they're going to say unemployment stabilize. We haven't had any issues with unemployment. Maybe a little Elon fear, but remember, you ignored the damn non-farms. That's not an issue. So labor market shouldn't have an adjustment. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. That's fine. And now, I don't know what they're going to do here. This one's an interesting one because this is a double-edged sword. Some people, Goldman, believe that they're going to add, although some surveyed measures of longer have risen, market-based are little changed. Do you see how that's a double-edged sword? I think it's easier if they just don't add it at all. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. That's the same. But Goldman is thinking they're going to acknowledge the higher end while at the same time saying that the lower end didn't move, giving both good and bad at the same time. I don't know, but that would be confusing. But that one's both good and bad in the same breath. It adds new info, tells you the bad end of the long end and the good part of the short end. And then go to the next one. Here it is. Last time they said the economic outlook is uncertain and committee is attentive to risk. This is hawkish, but they're expecting this. People think they're going to say uncertainty about the economic outlook has increased. Do you get it? That's literally verbatim what I am telling you. Where everybody has uncertainty, the Fed is going to pencil it in. If they do this on the statement, that would be slightly hawkish. It's just somewhat expected. But again, uncertainty has increased. That is different than the economic outlook is uncertain. They acknowledged that last time, but are they going to say that the uncertainty has increased or not? That will be a key change. So that's all you really need, man. I'm telling you, beauty about SEP, I'll have an analysis for you in 8 minutes. We'll be ready to rock. If it's confusing, be careful. It's more likely going to be a little more hawkish, and then we'll see. But I think some of the other dot plot stuff could get a little tricky. So watch out for, there will be a descent. We said that last time, and it did not happen. So keep that in mind. The descent doesn't matter as much. I would really pay attention to further spread about a higher range in the dots would be more indicative than a descent, in my opinion. But that's a complex topic. We'll get to that later. But now I have analyst comments for you, and I have the final thing. Like I told you, do you guys see it? I'm showing you the statement. Everyone is thinking it's going to get uncertain. If they lower GDP, they raise inflation, you got to fuck with the terminal. It's just like, I know people know this is uncertain. My view today is like, I don't know how this is going to come out nice. It's all going to sound terrible unless they don't change it. And if they don't change it, even better. And that would be good. Nothing will happen. But I don't know if Powell can do what he does without kind of showing his hand today. But it's very simple. Do I think today is going to sound terrible? I do. I could be wrong. But there is a way where all of the expected happens and then you avoid a negative outcome. How you do that is if Powell brings up quantitative tightening in the end of it. Or if in the statement they make a mention to the end of quantitative tightening, or if Powell says quantitative tightening soon, or he hammers down June to the end, that will be your bullish off-ramp. That will be your bullish escape. Do you guys understand? So like I'm saying, it's going to sound terrible. And I don't know how it's going to look, but if he says quantitative tightening, we're ready to end it, we're ready to stop, or we're going to stop it on June, that's bullish. In that, I think that's going to hook up the bond market. So I don't care if you believe me or not, because the bonds will believe me, because that's what happened on the Fed minutes right here. It doesn't matter what you believe. I'm telling you, that's bond market shit 101. You say quantitative tightening ending, that's bullish. I don't care whatever else happens, especially if it's expected, right? You give me expected uncertainty and then a bullish quantitative tightening end, that's a done deal. Everything else going to be kind of weird. So, yeah, and then that's a good one. So here's the deal. I don't think TLT is going to be your play, you guys. Unless they say quantitative tightening, I would stay away from TLT today. Your bond play is going to be on the SHI, the 2-year bond, or the short end of the curve. That's where your money is. Because why? The long end will get confusing if they try to raise inflation but not raise the terminal. And that could happen. So, yeah, that's what you got to be careful of. So, excuse me. We got 5 minutes. Let me pull up the analyst comments now. And like I'm telling you, everything I have already shared with you thus far, it's going to go live in 5 minutes now. So good luck. Where is it? Hold on. My links are hella slow. I just have so many fucking tabs. I gotta keep my Fed website up. Hold on. So yeah, very simple, you guys. If you've ever been here for a SEP day, obviously the statement will pick it apart, but go straight to the dot plot. You go straight to the summary, and that's gonna have your money today, or at least we'll be able to get a quicker jump on the read. All right. I should have put this into AI. Okay. All right. So Josh Sherwin, chief strategist for GBM, he says bullish front end, bearish equities. Fed meeting is going to be about watchful waiting. The Fed will see how policy plays. The dots will show 2 cuts and then drift up in terms of constellation. Expect weaker strings of reports in March and April. Weakness in data will show up all in summer. Tariffs have implications. Key thing is policy is starting in restrictive place, which is how Powell categorizes it. And given we're starting from restrictive, I'd conclude they could lower the fund rates as they see labor weakness. Overall, he's bullish on the front end. Big asymmetry to growth shock and bears. Who's this? Alan Stewart, he says short the dollar and a hawkish Fed reaction. Go long the dollar on bullish. Michael Cahill, Fed constrained on inflation side of mandate. Whether the Fed is able to pivot or cushion. Issue for FMC is constrained on the inflation side. Core PCE tracking 30 basis points. Mitch will likely give them some pause. Looking at revisions, they made a picture of the balance. That implies pressure on both sides of the Fed mandate and makes insurance cuts a tougher proposition. That's hawkish. Alex Slattery, Goldman, the market is not pricing in major fireworks for FOMC. The equity volatility landscape has changed a bit. And then the rate cut odds are not showing much now that they've came back into proper trading ranges. Continue to favor diversification across assets. JP Morgan, Michael Ferroli, at the conclusion of FOMC, we and consensus look for no change in the funds rate of 4.25 to 4.5. We expect post-meeting sentiment will moderate slowly but stay away from discussing trade-related risk. Actual policy decision at next week's meeting appears obvious, though. No Fed speakers are advocating a near-term change in policy. Wow. All right, Chattadonia. Game time. So you got about 1 minute. Get ready. I'm going to have this up. That's all I am going to go for. I'm not that big of an asshole. Here's your news wire. So you will get all the statements. I'll stop it so you could read it in real time. And I'll use this note to say Don Lemon is a bitch and watches our channel and steals our content. That's why I have to hide proprietary stuff from the people who actually need it. So yeah, 30 seconds. Thank you for supporting me, you guys. I appreciate you all, for real. Let's go. All right, 20 seconds. Bill Dudley won't rush. Why is Bill Dudley saying anything? Okay, 15 seconds. Look at you right at open, bro. Look at Shy. You can look at TLT too, but 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're off. All right. Oh, wow. There's a lot. Fed no cuts? Oh, shit. Yeah, I think it got hawkish. I haven't read it yet, but that looks very... Hold on. You're already moving up. Let me take a double check. Puts are dying. Oh, no. They kept it the same. No. Terminal is the same. GDP went lower, and PCE only went up a little bit. Nah. Now, honestly, it wasn't that bad. Let me read this statement. Look, terminal didn't move at all. Oh, no, it's 2025. Terminal didn't move. They lowered GDP, but look at the inflation. It's not that high, and even long-term, they didn't move it too much. It's really not that bad. Let me read this statement and see what we have, but I'm going to check the dots for now. That's actually surprising in the sense it's not that uncertain. Like I'm saying, you avoid a bomb for now. So 50 chance of basis points cut. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to keep that up there for y'all. Yeah. So look, even your Republicans weren't that bad. This is Waller and Bowman. Uncertainty around outlook has increased. That's hawkish, but we knew that. The dot plot supports it good, though. So they did it. They raised inflation, lowered GDP without touching the terminal. Hats off to them. That's some fucking trickery shit, but it worked. Like I'm saying, does that make sense to you? So literally, the terminal did not move. They raised inflation sharply, or not sharply, gradually, and then they reduced growth. That's the big victim right there. GDP took the hit, but PCE did not have anything unreasonable, and then you didn't have to move it. There's an AI agent for that. That's hilarious. All right, here's the statement. Recent indicators, economic has continued to expand at a solid pace, so they didn't change that. Unemployment stabilized and late. This is it, right? Yeah, no, the statement reads way more duffish too. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. What? Uncertainty has increased. That's a little bit more. We knew that. Yeah, and they didn't add that dumbass state. Honestly, I think you avoid I think Powell did it. They didn't make it sound bad. Do you see what I'm saying? So literally, they didn't even change the economy expanding. They didn't mention any changes here, which people thought they would. And then slight uncertainty increase, that one right there, but then they didn't add any weird caveat. I don't know about quantitative tightening. So that's it. But so far, it's a little bit, they watered it down. No, it may not be a kidney stone. That's what I'm saying. Terminal is exactly the same. They confirmed what the market was worried about, but without doing it in a dramatic political way, like last time. Last dot plot was fucked up. They jacked up all the GDP, or they lowered it, jacked up inflation, and then they moved the rates around. This one was, this was like a little adjustment. Again, they acknowledge lower GDP, acknowledge slight uptick in inflation, but now the terminal's the same. You might be able to go for TLT now. I think that just avoids any, again, all of the traps I was worried about so far. I take half of my worry off the table so far. So everything I was telling you to be cautious of, that release, I'm kind of calmed down now, if that makes any sense. I still think you got to wait for quantitative tightening, and then you got to wait to see the other questions, but the way they did it was nice. And again, I don't necessarily agree with them, but like I'm saying, this is more normal than not. The last one didn't make any damn sense, but like I'm saying, gradual. It's all gradual. They added one more hawkish statement to the statement, but then they removed the other one. So it was a little bit of give and take. Let me see. Give me a little bit more. But that's my first read in the first couple of minutes. So I think the Fed confirmed everything that you were worried about. We don't know about QT. Oh, is that it? You might be. Hold on. My control F isn't working. They say balance sheet runoff starting there. That's great. But we want it to end. One dissent from Waller, who supported no change. Yeah, but this is what I was telling you guys earlier. If you go to the dots, none of the dots are spread out like last time. So I'm telling you, this was a lot cleaner. QT slowed to 5 billion. That's good, but we want the guidance to end. So they're going to slow on April 1st. That's a positive. But I need more. You need him to talk about it. Does that make sense? So we already had some of these indications, but now we want him to like give you a solid guidance. It's ending in March. All right, well now you got to wait 25 minutes. I think you're going to just dance around now, but I think that took a lot of worry off the table. And then at the same time though, the Fed is now once again acknowledging uncertainty. And then you guys got to think about it though. That whole raise the rate or raise the terminal, don't underestimate. If Powell comes off hawkish, the next step is a rate hike. Don't underestimate that. So this could still turn really hawkish, but like I'm telling you, the stuff I was telling you of how it could sound really bad through the dot plot or the statement, That did not materialize. Do you understand me? So from now you go to interpretation, let the momentum, and then we wait for Powell. But now you need the response. But I hope you guys understand it. Those worries that I had, I don't think it. You went into the doctor's office. It did not sound that bad. So I'll take it. Oh, gold could be a good one, but then again, like I'm telling you, the terminal not moving in a weird way might not be your best friend, but gold has many, whether it's inflation or not, gold is probably going to be the winner. Not today, but in general. I don't know, dude. How they did that was I'm surprised. Like I'm telling you, everybody got what they want in a weird way. I would say that statement was a little bit more dovish. They didn't add any of the nonsense. They didn't, again, even the dot plot was clean. I'm telling you, I was scared of a messy plot. I was saying, like I was telling you in the beginning, how in the world are you going to show a sharp increase in inflation and then a sharp decline in GDP without fucking the terminal? And they did it by 0.2, slight increase in inflation, major drop in GDP. That's how they did it. But then, like I'm telling you, your dissenters weren't a problem. Remember, I just showed you the other one. These motherfuckers last time, they were 100 basis points apart. So that means your dissenter, Waller, I bet you he's right there. And then this one's Bowman. And then this is everybody else. And then these are the more extreme guys. That's why I'm saying I think you could thank Waller and Bowman too, because they tightened up. If they were more wider, we would have had a way, way wider one. I think it's as expected. I think, forgive me, but I think it's a little bit more dovish, to be honest. Because I think you got what you wanted. Less worry of inflation, more worry of GDP, nothing on employment. So, and then you got something on QT, but it's not that bad attitude. I could see that. No, you're still uncertain, and that's going to be depending on what Pow says. You get what I'm saying? You need Powell. Don't make no mistake. Statement reads one way. Powell is going to confirm or deny. You understand? So now, like I'm saying, I'm like, all right, that's not that bad. That's coming in pretty decent. Powell's either going to back that up with dovishness, or he's going to remind you, no, well, this is just a summary, estimate, yibbity yabbity boo. Yeah, so median still at 2. Forecast dispersion has widened. I just told you that. Their analysts are talking about it now. 9 officials expect 2 cuts versus 10 in December. 8 now see 1 or no versus 4 in December. And then 2 predict 3 versus 5 in December. So that's what I was trying to tell you right there. That's the official stats. But that's why I'm saying it's a lot cleaner. So you have less uncertainty even in the Fed. Last time you had way more people up and down. They've tightened up a lot more. While the statement avoids mentioning tariffs or Doge, the Fed signals flexibility, stating it'll adjust policy if risks threaten economic goals. My watch beeping? No. All right. Well, I think the market's going to take it bullish. Like I'm telling you, even I'm taking it bullish. It just wasn't that bad. And I think that's going to be the attitude until Powell talks. So you might get like literally 20 minutes of bull, if anything. Yeah, it could have been way worse. I'm telling you, I was shocked that people weren't prepared for way worse. That's all I'm telling you. I'm like, there's no way I'm not going to come into this one expecting nothing. I'd rather be wrong than like ignorant, if that made sense. So I'm glad, because like you see, within minutes, I could instantly confirm, the idea. And that's why I'm like, okay, now we just need to hear Powell. But I think the statement, the dispersion, the tightening up of all the Fed people, I think that's opening up a little bit of a window here until we get to see if Powell, again, confirms or denies. So you were so welcome, baby. I don't know. I don't know what Powell's going to say. That's our next, caveat. And, Tesla calls the rollovers back to break even. I don't know if you want to double dip. I made another play, but not on Tesla. Waiting for the dump at good afternoon. You got time, though. We got 20 minutes. So let me start finding, what's it called? Let me go find the fastest feed now.
And before they can, and later we don't know how much. I'm not saying this statement doesn't matter, but how much do you think the Federal Reserve is like everybody else, just kind of waiting and seeing what this administration does? Because how do they make any real policy moves when we don't actually know what's going to happen?
Exactly. 2 days after the election, Jay Powell said, we don't guess, we don't speculate, and we don't assume. But you can't make monetary policy unless you do one of those things. And so eventually it's going to have to make a monetary policy move one way or the other. But I think it's not just the tariffs. The other part of it that's really important is how does this how does the tax bill?
Honestly, I don't get fooled by the bonds are going to be weird. I'm just saying you have more meat on the bone in equities than bonds today.
And
then again, there wasn't a meaningful shift in the bond stuff. So don't honestly, just don't miss the move going for the one that doesn't move.
And so they want to see that too. So I think it's a bit about tariffs, but it's also a lot to do with how Congress shapes this tax bill for 2026 and what that means for the outlook for 2026. And the Federal Reserve is signaling greater uncertainty, but they like everybody else just has to wait and see.
All right. Panel, thank you. We'll leave it there for the time being. We appreciate it. As the market moves back towards session highs, Dow's up 235 points. On that note, let's get down to Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange. Mike, and what's your take?
Yeah, Kelly, I think the reason the market, initially is able to have some measure of comfort with this outlook, to me, is in the raising of the inflation projection, PCE inflation to 2.8, and not reducing the median number of cuts.
Yeah, that was it.
That to me suggests some level of tolerance for inflation being sticky. They still think policy is somewhat restrictive. They still think that disinflation is the reason that they would be normalizing rates lower from here. And they don't see a reason collectively at this point to change anything.
Nice.
Now, none of those positions.
I don't know how. I already got a visual.
As everybody's
That's
been
crazy.
saying,
it's way too early.
They're essentially just going to defer.
All right, I got a
the next
visual of
several weeks
Powell,
worth of
or at
facts
least
and
the meeting.
developments before we decide.
So,
on
yeah,
that. I think
I'm
it leaves
trying
the
right
market
now. We're
in a
gonna find.
position of
We're gonna
probably
find
rooting
the
for the economy to
fastest
stay
feed.
in there. You realize that the Fed ultimately would kick in if we got weakness, but good news on the economy should be good news for the markets because you're not really wishing for things to erode quickly from here, I don't think, if you want earnings estimates to hold up.
Let's go down to Chicago, and a man I just saw in person, by the way, which is great, Rick Santelli. Okay, I need your help, Rick, because I'm very confused. We're starting to see headlines crossing from other news organizations. Financial Times saying Federal Reserve sharply cuts U.S. growth forecast. Okay, maybe, but the first line of their statement is recent indicators suggest the economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace.
Dude, I'm telling you, it was a finesse.
Headlines are coming
They
from.
did good,
What
bro.
Are you seeing
They freaked
something
out
different?
last time, but then that's what I was saying. The way they
most of the people
minimal
I talk to that are
alterations.
traders are with large institutions, hedge funds. They don't really pay as much attention to these flashes as you're pointing out. As a matter of fact, with all this talk about uncertainty, here's what many people I talk to jokingly say. When we were pre-uncertain times, was the track record of the crystal ball of the Fed and their dot plots very accurate? No, it wasn't accurate pre-uncertainty. I don't suspect it's going to be any more accurate during uncertainty.
Well, that's the thing. So that's what you guys got to watch out for because, like I'm saying here with Jerome Powell now, to determine how dovish or bullish he's going to be, you don't want to hear him say that, what Santelli just said. You don't want Powell to remind you too many times that this is just an estimate. You understand? Because then people are going to take that a certain way. You guys still have the wire, yeah? So again, you should get random ass comments. Powell likely to be drawn into political debate as Fed navigates between supporting it. Fed forecast still shows showing growth, elevated inflation. Powell press conference is set to be high stakes. Interesting. So you already have, I'm surprised. I thought the analysts would take it a little more, but you got a couple analysts worried. Oh, the wire's been frozen? No, it's there, I think. 8:15, 8:16. KPMG Swank says thinks the Fed decision was much more hawkish. So again, watch out here with the what's it called? The bonds as well. Let's see. Again, we have the visual. It's actually kind of crazy. But you got Powell in 13 minutes. Again, SPY near the high of the day. People are still weighing on this presser. So that's kind of both good and bad. That means whatever move you're seeing now, it's not guaranteed, my brother. So just watch out for that. EXE. Again, high ticker is almost like fully gassed. I haven't checked any of the other currencies, so we'll find out. Honestly, currencies barely moved on that. The yen loved it. Shout out the bonds. Fed monitor still at June. Yeah, none of it's really moved. Because again, that's why I said though, don't get fooled by the bonds today, because they didn't even move the dot plot. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you got to watch out for. Okay, bonds, they're still dancing. It's great stuff. It's very fascinating. So it's good, though. Like I'm saying, I thought we should be cautious. The statement and dot plot, I don't think warrant that. And I think it kind of shows you a much more calm Fed than last time. Because literally last dot plot was insane. And that's why I'm saying it's like they toned it down a lot. Everybody on the Fed, I think they might have realized, but they toned it down a lot. I have no idea what to tell you. That's why I'm saying how they did it, the words, the word choice. They chose not to alter a lot of things. Again, they acknowledge the situation without any sharp correlation between rates and inflation. I like it. That's why I'm like, all right. But people are still waiting for Powell. And now they're talking QT. So he's saying the Fed is cutting Treasury from $25 billion to just $5 billion a month, down from $60 billion before the first slowdown. Instead of stopping QT, the Fed may be signaling a commitment to balance sheet reduction, possibly reversing flexibility to adjust later, especially after the debt limit standoff clears. Interesting. So yeah, we still have not as much clarity on that. I don't know. I don't think Trump and Powell have spoke. I think Powell spoke to a couple of other people in the Trump admin, but not himself. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the only feed I got right now with a visual. We got 10 minutes. SPY is back to near the high, but you're up a little bit. So again, I do think people like it. I don't think we're out of the woods, so that's kind of been my whole theme here. No matter what happens, you just are not out of the woods, so don't get fooled. Timmerhouse, Fed officials marked down their forecast for GDP, up forecast of inflation, employment, but almost all of them see the risk to the downside on growth, and almost all of them see the risk to the unemployment and inflation to the upside. So Timmerhouse kind of beating it down right now. The positive from the SEP is that inflation expectations didn't jump, the terminal rate did not change, and GDP went down, which is negative, but again, and all of that is what people were already believing. Instead of stopping, yeah. Wait for the QT clarity. But yeah, some people are already taking that it's not that good. Okay, you're at the first high. See if you fail it or not. At this little level. Oh, where are we levels-wise? 5663, 562. Okay, look, bonds are breaking out. So again, this is going to get tricky because you don't even know the correlation between these two. But now, since the release, the bonds are winning. I'm excited, dude. I don't know. Again, I didn't think people would be this anticipatory for his speech, but the way they just did that, it's gonna be interesting. Last time Powell spoke, we dumped. But then again, we didn't move as much, and even the statement wasn't good because of the sharp rise in the SEP or the terminal. Speech is going to begin here in 7 minutes. Okay, look at bonds. TLT's taking off. Oh, actually, I guess I was blocking out the chart. It's barely green. But yeah, that's good though. I'm surprised, but now watch with both of them move. I don't know what they're going to do in tandem. And then watch for the next shift. Because again, they broke apart right around like here, I think. Right there, bonds took it, SPY gave it back up. Powell didn't bring the put. No. That's why I'm saying if he doesn't look at what's happening, they toned it down. They came a little bit to reality. So that way, if you could get this good response without him having to give in to anything, ideally, I think he's going to stay the same. So that's what I'm saying. That statement, we want to see if he confirms or denies. But if it was bad, like I said, this is going to be difficult to maneuver. They got past the first part. Now the second part is going to be, can he stick to the same speech? But you don't want Powell to indicate up or down. You don't want him to indicate any sort of worry because that will show his hand. No, someone's going to ask him stagflation, but he's not going to acknowledge that. But then again, they literally just lower GDP and then they raise the inflation. So bonds are ripping. So right now, this is already, let me see where Shy's at. Yeah, Shy really took off, but they're both barely green on the day. This is what I was telling you earlier. There's still a fat gap. So literally, we're talking almost 1% between the indexes and bonds and gold. So rate cut odds are moving on this, which is kind of odd. In a weird way, the higher the bonds go, the more the market's kind of doubting it. So think about that. Fed won't cut until early 26. I know, that's why it's weird. People with that dot plot see if the bonds keep going, but this could be off that quantitative tightening slowdown. Remember, they did that, but I still think we need clarity. So you did get the mention of QT lowering it to $5 billion a month, but that's the only driver there for the bond market. Remember, we talked about that. That's just pure bonds when it's all said and done. Yeah, gold's right there. They're all holding up. And now currencies. Yen is ripping. Still down. Yeah, look at the currencies, though. Uh-oh. Does that mean the dollar's coming down? Yeah. So I may not buy that. Let's see. Next dollar move, market might follow. Yeah, dollar dropped. Matthew Lazzetti, Deutsche Bank, says the Fed approach to MBS runoff was a technical decision, reinforcing stance on balance sheet reduction. All right, look, SPY down, bonds. Okay, I don't like this. The dollar is down, though, so bonds are up. And now see if they both start coming down. But remember we were talking about this odd following. So dollar went up here. Market tried to follow. So there has been some little lags. But that's what I'm saying. Next move up or down, keep your eye on that one. Brian Colton, Fitch highlights, excuse me, Fed's dilemma. They downgraded growth forecast but raised core inflation projection, reflecting the impact of rising import tariffs. Yeah, I didn't realize it till you guys said it. But yeah, they literally just printed stagflation on paper. So I don't know. Someone has to ask him that. I know one of you's listening, so let's see. But yeah, they literally penciled in stagflation. That would be the only bad thing I see on that, is that they literally said slight increase in inflation, sharper decline in GDP. That's stagflation. Well, I mean, if Powell says I don't see stag or inflation, then there you go. All right, 2 minutes. Get ready, my friend. Get ready. Oh, you hear the audio? Okay, we got one set of audio. Okay, get ready. I'm waiting. I'm just looking at my feeds. I'll get the first one up. And that's it, man. Okay, SPY down. You're about to get back to VWAP bonds, bro. I think it was QT. Even though it wasn't the signal I wanted, but that's the only thing that would make sense with a static terminal. So pay attention, but then again, let's see what he says. All right. I got one live feed. I have no idea when he's going to come out now. But you got about 40 seconds, and then officially we should be beginning here. So good luck, my brethren. Volatility is great again. It's interesting how the Fed's predictions have any merits still, I know. Well, that's going to be the thing, though. If Powell reminds you constantly that this is an estimate, he's going to throw it back to the market to kind of make a choice. So be mindful of that. I think that's why I'm saying, like, for now, this is better than I thought. I want to see what he's going to do. And here we are. He's already out. I got one. This one's delayed.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain.
Watch your speakers. I'm turning it up.
Our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong.
He did not say good morning, did he?
Significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions are solid, and inflation has moved closer to our 2% longer run goal. It remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We also made the technical decision to slow the pace of decline in the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about these decisions after briefly reviewing.
There, he mentioned the QT thing in the beginning. That's good.
Economic activity continued
watch
to expand
bonds
at
now.
a solid pace in the fourth quarter of last year, with GDP rising.
That's interesting that made it to the first statement.
Recent indications, however, point to a moderation in consumer spending following the rapid growth seen over the second half of 2024. Surveys of households and businesses point to heightened uncertainty about the economic outlook. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.7% this year, somewhat lower than projected in December, and to rise a bit below 2% over the next 2 years. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains averaged 200,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and is held in a narrow range for the past year. The jobs to workers gap has held steady for several months. Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace than earlier in the pandemic
he's just
recovery.
reading. This is not new. That QT thing was
Overall,
interesting,
a wide
though.
set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary
The
pressures.
pre-written ends when he starts saying
The
our
median
commitment to
projection for the
communities,
unemployment
yibbity
rate
bobbity
in the
boo.
SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year and 4.3% over the next 2 years. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Some near-term measures of inflation expectations have recently moved up. We see this in both market and survey-based measures, and survey respondents, both consumers and businesses, are mentioning tariffs as a driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.7% this year and 2.2% next year, a little higher than projected in December. In 2027, the median projection is at our 2% objective. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path of monetary policy. While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy, uncertainty around the changes and their effects on the economic outlook is high. As we parse the incoming information, we're focused on separating the signal from the noise as the outlook evolves. As we say in our statement, in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance, and we are well positioned to wait for
He's falling back
clarity.
to normal Powell.
In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down
That's
their
good for
individual
now.
assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. An admittedly challenging exercise at this time in light of considerable uncertainty. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of next year, unchanged from December. While these individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, as I noted, uncertainty today is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or a decision.
Unusually elevated.
Policy is not on a preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. At today's meeting, we also decided to slow the pace of decline in our balance sheet. Since we began balance sheet runoff, our securities holdings have declined by more than $2 trillion. While market indicators continue to
gold.
suggest that the quantity of reserves remains abundant, we have seen some signs of increased tightness in money markets. Beginning in April, the monthly cap on Treasury redemptions will be lowered from $25 billion to $5 billion. Consistent with the committee's intention to hold primarily Treasury securities in the longer run, we are leaving the cap on agency securities unchanged. This action has no implications for our intended stance of monetary policy and should not affect the size of our balance sheet over the medium term. The committee also continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. At this meeting, we focused on labor market dynamics and our maximum employment goal. As we have indicated, our review will include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. Throughout this process, we will be open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy.
Okay,
maximum
so
employment and
literally
stable prices.
June.
We remain committed to
That's your
supporting
QT.
maximum employment, bringing
Wrap it
inflation
up by late
sustainably to
summer.
our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission.
Okay.
We at the Fed will
about
do
to get
everything
live.
we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I will look forward to your questions.
Howard. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thanks for your time. So 2 things on sort of the real side here, inflation and then GDP. How much of the higher inflation forecast for this year is due to tariffs? And since the policy path remains the same, are you effectively reading this as a one-time price level shock?
Okay, so how much of it is tariff? So let me say that it is going to be very difficult to have a precise assessment of how much of inflation is coming from tariffs and from other, and that's already the case. You may have seen that goods inflation moved up pretty significantly in the first 2 months of the year. Trying to track that back to actual tariff increases, given what was tariffed and what was not, very, very challenging. So some of it, the answer is clearly some of it. A good part of it is coming from tariffs, but we'll be working, and so will other forecasters, to try to find the best possible way to separate non-tariff inflation from tariff inflation. In terms of your sort of looking through question.
That's good.
Too soon to say about that. As I've mentioned,
it means the Fed is going to separate the two.
It can be the case that it's appropriate sometimes to look through inflation if it's going to go away quickly without action.
The Fed's not going to bundle it all up.
Transitory, and that can be the case in the case of tariff inflation. I think that would depend on the tariff inflation moving through fairly quickly, and it would depend critically as well on inflation expectations being well anchored, longer-term inflation expectations being well anchored.
Well, I guess I'm looking at the out years here, and the fact that the policy path doesn't change at all, and inflation is unchanged in the out years also. Doesn't that imply you all have basically decided that there is no signal here, and that it's just we're back to transitory again?
So I think that's kind of the base case, but as I said, we really can't know that.
You say base case is transitory?
Actually work out, and the fact that there wasn't much change, I think that's partly because you see weaker growth but higher inflation. They kind of offset, and also, frankly, a little bit of inertia.
Dude, I don't know how I feel about that.
When it comes to changing something in this highly uncertain environment, I think there is a level of inertia where you just say, maybe I'll stay where I am.
Colby.
You hear that? He's like, maybe I'll just stay where I... Dude, he's not...
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times. You just
a good statement, but Powell's doing what he's doing, bro. He's going hands off.
Has your confidence
he's not in a hawkish way.
Changed at all, given the increase in certain measures and the high degree of uncertainty expressed by businesses, households, and forecasters?
So on inflation expectations, of course, we do monitor inflation expectations very, very carefully. Basically, every source we can find.
Is it related to the UMich consumer sentiment?
Long-term, households, businesses, forecasters, market-based. And I think the picture broadly is this. You do see increases widely in short-term inflation expectations. And people who fill out surveys and answer questionnaires are pointing to tariffs about that. If you look in the survey world, if you look a little further out, you really don't see much in the way of an increase. Longer-term inflation expectations are mostly well anchored. If you look at the
That's
New
great,
York,
Powell.
for example,
Powell is
then,
telling you what I've
market-based,
showed you.
It's the same pattern. People in markets are pricing in
Every
in
single
break-evens,
instance,
some
high
inflation over the
short-term,
next year
low end. It
must
doesn't
be
make
related to
sense.
Tariffs. We know from the surveys.
It's all data-driven.
If you look out 5 years or the 5-year forward, you'll see that break-evens are either flat or actually slightly down in the case of the longer-term one. So we look at that, and we will be watching all of it very, very carefully. We do not take anything for granted. It's at the very heart of our framework, anchored inflation expectations, but that's what you see right now.
And how much weight do you put on the deterioration in consumer confidence surveys? You said recently that this is perhaps not the best indication of future spending, but I'm curious, what you think is behind this deterioration and to what extent it could be a leading indicator for hard data.
So let's start with the hard data.
Okay, I like
do
that.
see pretty solid hard data.
I found a
still.
shitty
So
play.
growth looks
I
like
went with the
it's,
out of the money.
Maybe moderating a bit, consumer spending moderating a bit, but still at a solid pace. Unemployment's 4.1%. Job creation most recently has been at a healthy level. Inflation has started to move up now, we think partly in response to tariffs, and there may be a delay in further progress over the course of this year. So that's the hard data. Overall, it's a solid picture. The survey data, both household and businesses, show significant rise in uncertainty and significant concerns about
What is the
downside
play?
risk.
You want
So
a
how do we
Corolla?
think
Just
about
buy
that?
the
And
stream
That
alerts.
is the question.
That's crazy.
As I mentioned the other
I don't
day,
believe you.
as you pointed out, the relationship
Yeah, I already
between
hit a
survey
couple.
data and
I took a
actual
loss on
economic
some of the other
activity hasn't
plays,
been
but I
very
already hit a
tight.
couple on this
There
first
have been
move.
plenty of times
Stream
where
alerts knows.
people are saying very downbeat things about the economy and then going out and buying a new car. But we don't know that will be the case here. We will be watching very carefully for signs of weakness in the real data.
I
Of
know
course
I had
we will.
puts go up. I
But
took my loss on them. I had
Given
UVXY.
where we are, we think our policy's in a good place to react to what comes, and we think that the right thing to do is to wait here for greater clarity about what the economy is doing.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal.
Nicky T.
Chair Powell, Chair Greenspan once defined price stability as an environment in which inflation is so low and stable over time that it doesn't materially enter into the decisions of households and firms. Can you say that today, that we have that price stability, that households and businesses are ignoring price growth? When you see buy in advance psychology, big changes
Their audio's messed up.
and surveys that show consumers, at least in the short run, expect higher inflation.
So I do like that definition a lot. In fact, I used it at the recent conference where I spoke. So I think a world where people can make their daily economic decisions in businesses and they're not having to think about the possibility of significantly high inflation. We know inflation will bounce around. That is price stability. I think we were getting closer and closer to that.
That's it. Do you guys realize it? The second one off of him acknowledging the reality of inflation.
I do
Short-term, yeah. Long run, no inflation. That right there. He's saying it again.
Progress may be delayed. The SEP doesn't really show further downward progress on inflation this year, and that's really due to the tariffs coming in.
Look at that. So he's saying inflation would have been lower.
If you look at our forecasts,
if you didn't have to deal with this tariff shit. That's me assuming, but I'm reading the subtext. That's why we made a play right there.
I see progress having been made toward that, and then progress in the future.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what happened, but they're much more reasonable today.
If that's the case, why are there cuts in the SEP for 2025?
So again, people wrote down 2 cuts the last time, and they look at the they wrote down meaningful decline in growth from 2.1 to 1.7 in 2025, a tick up in the unemployment rate, so not much there. But core inflation.
Yeah, I was wrong on the
so those two
TLT,
kind
but
of
literally the
kind of
QT
balance
thing,
each
I
other
thought
out.
TLT
So
was
people,
going to lag
not
heavy.
everybody, but on balance.
But literally
people
the
wrote
quantitative
down similar
tightening and then that
numbers. The
opening
changes aren't that
statement,
big. The other-
I think
the
that
other
was enough
factor,
for
though,
now.
As I mentioned, is just really high uncertainty. What would you write down? I mean,
That's what I was saying.
It's really hard to know how this is going to work out.
I was like, how are you going to
And
write
again,
any of this
we think
down?
Our policy's in a good place. We think it's a good place where we can move
Amen.
in the direction where we need to. But in the meantime, it's really appropriate to wait for further clarity. And of course, you know, the costs of doing that, given that the economy is still solid, are very low.
Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So with near 4% unemployment rate, that should be low enough to bring people in from the sidelines in terms of hiring. But we're seeing the hiring rates have been stuck at 2023, 2024 levels. So what's going on there?
Yeah, so that's a feature of has been for some time a feature of this labor market. You have pretty high participation accounting for aging. You've got wages that are consistent with 2% inflation, assuming that we're going to keep getting relatively high productivity. We've got unemployment, pretty close to its natural level. But the hiring rate is quite low, but so is the layoff rate. So you look at initial claims or layoffs, so you're not seeing people losing their jobs, but you're seeing that people who don't have a job having to wait longer and longer. And the question is, which way does that break? If we were to see a meaningful increase in layoffs, then that would probably translate fairly quickly into unemployment, because people are, it's not a big hiring market. We've been watching that, and it's just not in the data. It hasn't happened. What we've had is a low firing, low hiring situation, and it seems to be in balance now for the last 6, 7, 8 months. That's where we are. There's healthy levels of job creation too. So overall, it's a labor market that's in balance, and we watch it very carefully.
So then, have we seen the new administration's policies in the economic numbers yet? And when do you anticipate that happening?
In labor or in other? In
labor and inflation, just across the economy, have we started to see the new policies take effect in the numbers?
Only in a kind of an early way. I mean, it's only been a few months, right? For example, the layoffs that are happening here are, they're certainly meaningful to the people involved, and they may be meaningful to a particular neighborhood or region or area, but at the national level, they're not significant yet. But we don't know. We don't know how far that will go. We'll find out much more. I mentioned that you saw we've had two very strong goods inflation readings in the last 2 months, which is very unexpected. And I think hard to trace it to specific tariffs, but it must have something to do with, it's either noise and it'll come back, and that's very possible too. But if it is persistent, then it must be to do with people buying ahead of tariffs or raising prices ahead of tariffs and things like that. Those kinds of things happen, and they're very, very hard to capture because so much of it is indirect. A great example is their washing machines were tariffed in the last round of tariffs, and prices went up.
Yeah, he does not seem worried about it, which is very different than the message sent last time.
So the
I think this is how he is communicating his dovishness.
So
3 times now,
very indirectly.
he's just saying,
and
yeah,
so there'll be a lot of
the
work done in
expectations
the
up
coming
were
months
uncertain,
to try
but
to trace all that through.
he's telling you what I've been
Ultimately,
telling
it's
you.
too soon to be
It's a
seeing
short-lived
significant
one.
effects in
That's not the
economic data.
basis of all their decisions.
Craig.
He's just saying,
Craig
it's
Torres from
unexpected.
Bloomberg
We're
News.
factoring it in.
Thanks, Chair Powell.
It's
You
not
said
like a
transitory
long-run
price
thing.
increases from tariffs are the base case. Transitory is the base case. Wasn't it the base case last time? And didn't the FOMC forecast lower inflation ahead last time? And wasn't the lesson that it quickly got into services, haircuts, daycare, everything else? And so I'm just wondering why the 9 aren't taking that on board and are cutting twice this year.
When you say last time, are you talking about the last?
Pandemic, yes, during the
Because
pandemic.
you could have been talking about the last time there were tariffs, in which case the inflation was transitory. Yeah, no, of course, we're well aware of that.
Yeah,
And,
bro. I was like, come on, clarify it.
It's still the truth. If there's
It's
an
still the
inflationary
truth, even if I am a
that's gonna
hypocrite.
go away on its own, it's not the right policy to tighten policy, because by the time you have your effect, you're in effect by design, you are lowering economic activity and employment. And if that's not necessary, you don't want to do it. In real time, as we know, it's hard to make that judgment. And we're well aware, of what happened, obviously, with the pandemic inflation. But I mean, we have to look at this as a different situation. There are differences and similarities. I mean, it's a different time. We haven't had real price stability fully reestablished yet, and we have to keep that in mind. And we hear that people are very reluctant to take on to allow prices to go up. At the same time, we hear that businesses are intending to pass many of these prices through. So it's hard to say how this is going to work out.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. The Bank of Canada, in its last policy statement, said monetary policy cannot offset the impacts of a trade war. What it can and must do is ensure that higher prices do not lead to ongoing inflation. I wonder if that kind of reflects your own sense of prioritization faced with higher prices and weaker growth, that the idea is you have to take care of inflation.
So we have two goals, right? We have maximum employment and price stability, and we have to balance those. And there can be situations in which they're in tension, right? And we actually have a provision in our consensus statement that says what we should do in that case. That's a very challenging situation for any central bank, and certainly for us. And so what we say that we'll do is
he's dampening the inflation fear. He's staying away from the economy, though, if you think about it.
Measures is from its goal. And then we'll ask how long we think it might take to get back to the goal for each of them, and we'll make a judgment, because our tools work in one direction. We're either tightening or loosening. So it's a very challenging situation.
Oh yeah, the wire works on
We don't have
Twitter,
that situation right
Twitch.
now. That's not where the economy is at all. It's also not where the forecast is. I don't know any mainstream forecast that really shows significant problems like that.
Well, just to follow up, yesterday the UCLA Anderson forecast said there's a high probability of a recession. Where do you stand on whether or not the slowdown you're seeing creates a higher probability or concern that you may have?
Okay, so here's the recession question.
There's always an unconditional possibility of a recession. It might be broadly in the range of 1 in 4 at any time. If you look back through the years, there could be within 12 months a 1 in 4 chance of a recession. So the question is whether this current situation, those possibilities are elevated. I will say this. We don't make such a forecast. If you look at outside forecasts, forecasters have generally raised, a number of them have raised their possibility of a recession.
Downplay
somewhat,
the fear,
but still at relatively
downplay
moderate
tariff,
levels,
inflation,
still in the region of the traditional.
Same stance towards recession.
You go back 2 months.
That's where he
saying
did
that
it.
The
Plus
likelihood of a recession
slight
was
quantitative
low.
tightening
So
adjustment.
It's moved up, but it's not high.
Chris.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. As you know, I guess last night President Trump fired 2 members of the Federal Trade Commission, an independent agency.
Yeah, all the calls are moving. First set's already up 15, and then the other set's up like 10, but those shouldn't move. Again, I took losses on my other plays earlier. They were smaller, but it worked out. Again, I was wrong on what I expected. I played accordingly,
I
took
did
my
answer that
loss,
question in
and
this
I was
very
able to
room
make
some
more
time
by
ago, and
repositioning right there.
No desire to change that
Money.
answer, and have nothing new for you on that today.
Well, maybe I have another mulligan.
Try again, bitch.
As you know, I wanted to go back to the consumer sentiment, particularly the inflation expectations in the University of Michigan survey. In the summer of 2022, you cited the rise in the long-term inflation
Nvidia now,
expectations
too.
in that index as the reason that you went big with a 3/4 point hike. So I know you've talked about all the different measures now, but you seem to not be
major
placing the
update
same
on Trump's
weight on
crypto.
that. And so I'm just wondering, are you
Keep
dismissing
watch.
that?
I don't know if it was
what we
moving on
saw
that or
last week from
Powell.
the University of Michigan, or does that carry the same weight as it did in the past?
So I mentioned it back then, but in no way did I place a huge weight on it. I think that was a ex post story, but it wasn't the case. That was a preliminary reading, and so is this. And it's also, this is that Michigan, the one you're referring to.
That came out a
the
few
longer
hours
term
ago.
thing. we look at it. We don't dismiss data that we don't like. We force ourselves to look at it, but it is an outlier compared to market-based and compared to other survey-based assessments of longer.
Bro, Powell just
run
snapped back to
inflation
reality.
expectations.
This
So
is
we
the
gotta keep
weirdest
that
shit
in
ever.
mind. And
He's even calling you, Mitch, an outlier. So he's like, yeah, he said, we don't like it, but we still took it into account.
Outlier, but
That's great. Bro, this is so fucking weird. Now Powell is telling you what I've been telling you guys for a long time.
Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Mike McKee usually calls his moves.
There's a worry on Wall Street
That's
that
hilarious.
when you say you want to study the net effect of the fiscal policies we may see on the economy, that you would end up waiting too long and be behind the curve in responding to any downturn. How can you reassure people that you can spot a problem early enough unless you decide to be preemptive?
Yeah, look, we're aware of we're well aware of how things are going to evolve and the time frames and all that, and we will use our tools to foster achievement of our goals to the best we can. And of course, we're going to try to be timely with that. For right now,
bro, he just pivoted. They went from freaking out at the last one.
We are
he like pivoted without like changing anything. You get what I'm saying?
And we're watching that carefully.
He sounds like
and
me.
we think it's
This is weird.
A good time for us to wait for further clarity before we consider adjusting our.
Bro, he's like, why are you guys worried
Do you
about
think it's
tariff
going to be
inflation? It
hard
goes
to
down
get
after
clarity
26.
in a government by tweet? I mean, do you have
Then he's like, yeah, you missed outlier, bro. Who cares?
Will have a forecast you can trust?
Yes, I think we will. It's hard to say when that will be. These decisions are going to be made and they're going to be implemented, and then we'll know.
Yeah, bro, calls are running now.
The
The
decisions
shitty
are.
ones
We'll have to
haven't.
make
Near the monies
assessments then
are up
about their,
60, 70.
implications for the
That's
economy.
it. I hope
Those
you
things
guys
will
got
happen.
the
A lot
alerts
of them
limited the
will happen
put
over course of,
exposure.
in coming
The
months,
UVXY,
certainly over the
because
course
that's
of
it.
this
If you
year.
position,
And
that's
we'll be
it.
adapting
I think
as
it's going to
we
be
go.
bullish now. Even then, even coming into the next couple days. This might help ease the
Hi,
vibe.
Chair Powell. Rachel
He's
Siegel
being
from the Washington Post. Thank
weirdly,
you for taking our
weirdly
questions.
commonsensical right now,
At the beginning, you
which
were
is
talking
very
about
different than the last 2
separating
months.
the signal from the noise and tariff inflation from non-tariff inflation. Can you walk us through what that looked like over the last couple of months, if there were specifics from the January meeting to now that helped you make those distinctions?
So when we say separating the signal from the noise, that's just a way of saying that things are highly uncertain and that you're reading about developments. The news is full of developments of tariffs being put on and taken off and things like that. Some of that is noise in the sense that it's not
Literally,
really telling
again.
you anything. You're trying to extract a
He's
signal
literally
from
downplaying
that, and the
tariff
signal is
inflation.
What's going to be the effect
Only a few
on
questions
economic
on the
activity,
actual
on
like
inflation,
recession
on
economy,
employment,
but he
and all those
downplayed that
things.
shit too.
So that's really when we say signal and noise. Sorry, the second thing was.
Or similarly for tariff inflation, non-tariff inflation, ways that you're making the distinction.
That's sort of a special case of that.
Look at his
the
clapback right
idea
away.
being- and I do think that the first 2 months of this year are a great example. You've got high readings for goods inflation after a string of readings that average close to zero.
It's just a
And you have to
flip-flop.
ask, It's coming during
This is like
tariffs,
Mark
but
Zuckerberg. That's
you
it.
can't-
He's
it's
pulling a
very
Mark
hard to
Zuckerberg right
actually
now.
Scientifically go back and match up those
He went from
increases and say, yes,
monitoring
I
and
can
banning
prove
your
that that's
posts
from tariffs, but
to
it kinda
now
has
he's
to be
like,
to some
yeah,
extent.
bro, like,
Plus noise.
tariffs.
There can be idiosyncratic readings in various categories, which will shortly reverse.
That's
and
why
that
I'm so
happens too, and
shocked.
that
I'm
could
like,
be
what?
A big piece of it. I think we'll know in a couple of
So
months.
he gave you your bull with, and again, you got to light a small olive branch on quantitative tightening, which I think set off the bonds. That fucked with my reaction. But other than that, just listen to him, bro. He's not, like I'm telling you, it sounds like he's been watching the channel for the last month.
From tariffs and how much of it didn't. But that's what we'll be doing. We'll be doing that, and so will everybody else, and we'll all
Listen
be
to this.
trying very hard to make that assessment. And I'm sure we will make a lot of progress on that, and we already have. But it's going to be a challenge.
Do you have a sense yet as to what, in your mind, would make
Don
something
Lemon
cross
put him on.
from noise to a signal, what that threshold would look like?
It would depend on what we're talking about. I mean, obviously, you're looking for direct evidence that particular pieces of inflation are or are clearly not caused by tariffs. For example, if it's something that was, in the service sector that was far
Listen
away
to
from
this.
anything that's tariffed, you might think, okay, well, that is, like, frankly, housing services inflation, which by the way, has been behaving well. Which for some time was
There you go, throwing another
kind of our
fucking
problem.
positive.
Now it's slow, but it's definitely moving down.
Yeah,
in a very
everything's
good
ripping
way.
now. Again, those
It's more
Tesla
now
out the
with
monies are
goods and
still
to some
kind of
extent with,
cheaper. I'm riding though. Look
non-housing
at
services
out the money calls just jumped now. Now we're up 20. Those shouldn't be up. Exuberance is hitting the
Thanks for
chain
taking
now.
our questions, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. So consumer sentiment has dipped dramatically, but you say the economy and the hard data is still solid. What is your message to consumers that clearly disagree and don't feel that strength? Because the hard data they're looking at is their grocery bill.
Okay, so a couple things.
Let's
The
see this
grocery
one.
bill is about past inflation, really. There was inflation in 21, 2, and 3, and prices went up.
He
The
said
current
your
level
grocery
it's
bill is
not the
Biden.
change in prices. It's they're unhappy,
No.
and they're not wrong to be unhappy that prices.
I wonder
went
if
up
they're
quite a
going to
bit,
rip him
and
apart.
they're
Let's
paying a
see
lot for those
after
things.
this is all done.
So that's, I think
This
that
is
is
weird,
the
dude.
fundamental fact, and has
I
been
wasn't
for a long
expecting
time,
this
a
at
couple of
all.
years,
I did
why
not. I
people
thought
are
Powell
unhappy
was
with
like,
with
again, you heard me. I
the
don't. I
economy.
stand
It's
by
not
my
that the
my
economy's
comments.
not growing. It's not
I'm
that
shocked
inflation's
right now.
really high. It's not that
I'm
unemployment
shocked.
is high. It's none of those things.
Refreshing,
We have,
but I'm
you know,
shocked.
4.1% unemployment. We've got 2% growth, and it's a pretty good economy. But people are unhappy because of the price level, and we completely understand and accept that.
And just to follow up,
weird.
why are you still projecting 2 rate cuts this year if your own projections show inflation higher for longer? Does that mean you see a slowdown in economic growth?
He's going to
as a
shoot
real
down
threat?
tariffs again. Watch.
So I think remember we came into this with, at the December meeting, the median was 2 cuts. The median was.
I think he is trying to
And so
bring
you
his
come in and you
credibility back.
see, broadly speaking, weaker growth.
He's like,
but higher
see, I didn't
inflation.
cut for no reason.
And they kind of balance each other out. So you think, and unemployment is really, there's really only a 1/10 change. So there's just not a big change in the forecast. There really isn't. Modest, meaningfully higher growth and meaningfully higher inflation, which call for different responses, right? So they cancel each other out, and people just said, okay, I'm going to stay here. But the second factor is it's so highly uncertain. Is just, we're sitting here thinking, and we obviously are in touch with businesses and households all over the country. We have an extraordinary network of contacts that come in through the reserve banks and put in the beige book, and also through contacts at the board. And we get all that, and we do understand that sentiment has fallen off pretty sharply.
Yes.
But economic activity has not yet. And so we're watching carefully.
He's saying you're
So I would
freaking
tell
out
people
more than anything else.
that the economy seems to be
Bro.
healthy. We understand that sentiment is
I
quite
can't believe this
negative at
motherfucker.
time. And that probably has to do
You
with,
freaked out a month
turmoil at the
before us,
beginning
and
of
now
the
you're the one
administration. It's
calming us down.
making,
This is hilarious.
Big changes in areas of policy. And
You
that's
guys were
probably
literally
part of
the
it.
one that jacked
I do
up the
think underlying
PCE
unhappiness people have
and
with
the
the economy,
rate
though,
cut
is more of at the price level.
And now he's like, yeah, bro, like nothing's changed.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, first of all, if you could clarify, you were talking about how tariffs were a good part of the uptick in the inflation forecast, and I was just wondering what that specifically refers to. Is that the tariffs that have already been put in place? Is that anticipating some of the tariffs that might be coming on April 2nd? And then also, if you wouldn't mind, talking a little more about the balance sheet decision and what drove
listen.
that.
Vaughn's
Did that
already
have
front
anything
ran
to do
this
with,
question, low-key.
expectations of how the debt ceiling, raising the debt ceiling, might affect the reserve supply?
Yeah. So in the SEP, you'll see that there's not further progress on core inflation this year. We're kind of flatlining, going sideways. We don't ask people to write down how much of this is from tariffs and how much of it is not. But some of it is from tariffs. We know that tariffs are coming in. We know that they're probably already, all forecasters have tariff inflation affecting core PCE inflation, core CPI inflation this year, without exception. I'm not aware of an exception. So it's in there. I can't tell you how much of that it is. In terms of the balance sheet, so yeah, I think, I guess the way I'd say it is, it was the flows in and out of the TGA that got us thinking about it. But as we, as we
the
thought
Treasury
about
General
it,
account,
we really came to the view that this was a good time to make the move that we made. And
yeah, listen, this is the bond. So that's
broadly.
The read in the beginning, I was worried about the bonds, but this is an olive branch. Look at TLT.
I guess in June, was it June, whenever it was, we lowered the pace of QT, and we're just going to do that again. We're going to cut it roughly in half. And the sense of that is, if you're cutting the pace of QT roughly in half, then the runway is probably doubled Okay, so it's going to be slower for longer. And people really like that. People thought that's a good idea.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a plane. You can think of it like a plane coming in for a landing. As we get closer, and we by the way, we still think that reserves are abundant, although you begin to see
Yeah, bro.
some of the
Look at this.
some of the
Last
things we
time he
look at
said this
begin to
shit.
react a little
Last
bit,
time
but
they
we still
cut it
think
in
that they're
half.
abundant. Now, of course, now the TGA is emptying out, so reserves are
Dude,
higher
this little
now, so you
fucker.
can't really see the underlying signal. So we came around to the view, and it had a lot of appeal, and so we did it. It has no implications at all for monetary policy. It has no implications at all for the ultimate size of the balance sheet. It isn't sending a signal in any hidden way that you can try to tease out. It's just not there. We're basically, it's very consistent with our plans and our practices that we've published and that we've followed since we began this, what is a very successful rundown of the balance sheet. Again, the second time that we've slowed the pace, and we've said that we would stop when we were somewhat above the level we judge as ample. And clearly we're not at that level yet, but we're going to be approaching it more slowly. It's a common sense kind of a thing, and it had pretty broad appeal, I will say.
Claire. Claire Jones, Financial Times. You said in January, Chair Powell, that inflation expectations remain
shitty calls took
well
off.
anchored. Would you still say they remain well anchored today? And just to reiterate the question others have asked, if they're not so well anchored, why hasn't there been a more radical shift to the policy path today? Thank you.
So when we talk about inflation expectations being well anchored, we're talking about longer run inflation expectations. And they really haven't moved.
Dude, this little fucker, dude.
If at all. There's one,
That's
one
all I'm
reading that
thinking.
everyone's focusing on that's higher.
This is
but
hilarious.
The other survey readings and the market-based readings all show relatively, well-anchored inflation expectations. You would expect that expectations of inflation over the course of a year would move around because conditions change, and in this case,
that's it.
we have
First set of
tariffs
calls up
coming in. We don't know how
100%
big,
now. The other one's up 40.
We don't know, but we kind of know.
The shitty calls went up 40. Like I'm saying, exuberance is hitting the chain now. Those shouldn't go up. They're far out the fucking money.
So I would say
they just didn't move off the
I'm
first
not
balance.
dismissing what we're seeing in short-term inflation expectations. We, as I mentioned, follow that very carefully.
Dude,
But
I'm
when we say
cracking up right now.
expectations
You
are,
guys have no idea. This is the
well-anchored,
funniest
we're
shit
really
ever.
looking at, longer terms, 5-year and out, and there's really no
This
story
is such a
to
flip-flop
tell
from the whole
5 years
entire
and out,
Fed.
either in market
I'm like laughing.
or in surveys. But we'll watch it. I mean, we're not,
Probably one of the best flip-flops I've ever seen.
Evidence that longer term or medium term.
I already made my call free. I'm riding it. Yeah, I made it free. I bought way more. I flipped a quick 40. Got enough for some free contracts, and then that's it. Made up my put loss.
Treasury Secretary Bessent
and then I grabbed the shitty ones, and now they're up 50.
Over the last couple of years,
I didn't tell you the exact play, but you should have heard me when I was doing it. I hope it helped.
Education. Do you agree that there's some weakness in underlying private job growth, and do you see the composition of job growth as something that has policy implications?
So that has
Bro,
been
this
the
is
case.
vertical.
We talked
I'm
about
telling
that
you,
over
this
the
is
course of
such
the
a
last year.
fucking
There was-
flip-flop.
There were some
I'm
good
shocked.
number of months and times when a lot of the job creation was
considering what we heard from the last Powell, I was
educational
not expecting him to walk
healthcare,
today sounding like
state
me,
governments, things like
telling
that.
you don't worry about
there were also
tariffs.
times
It's
when
fine.
Private sector job growth has been
Yeah, it'll come down in
moving in a healthy
26. What
range.
the
I mean,
fuck
they're
is he
all
saying?
Jobs, but,
He just
you
raised. They
remember
all
we're-
just
we're
raised
at
the
very low
expectations
unemployment for
a month and a half ago.
for quite a time now. So I think it's a good labor market, but it's something that we monitor carefully. From our standpoint, employment is employment. But
This
the
insanity,
elected government is
bro.
entitled to have, we don't have policies that address different kinds of employment, but the elected government
I
has
think
a
this is
different
going to
role,
free
and
up
they
a
can-
lot, bro.
They can have
I
those.
think this took
Quick,
at least
QT
20% of the
question.
worry
Does
off
the
the
committee
table
envision, at some
until
point
you get the
tapering
next
MBS
Donald
runoff
Trump
as
random
well?
headline.
I think.
I hope that. And then those
tapering it,
Teslas
I
went up
don't know. There's
100.
no plan
They
to
were
do
literally
that.
break even last
At a
call
certain
out.
point, we'll stop runoff. And
Okay,
we may
listen
or
to
may not
this.
stop MBS runoff though, because we want
This
to
is
stop
QT.
runoff in net at some point. We haven't made any decisions about that. But, we want the MBS to roll off our balance sheet. We really strongly desire that. So, but we haven't made any decisions about that. I think we'd look carefully at letting that keep going, but hold the overall size of the balance sheet in constant at some point, a point that we're not out yet.
Yeah, dump the fucking mortgages, buy fucking treasuries.
Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. Thank you, Chair Powell. Several times today you've said that you feel you're well positioned to wait for greater clarity.
Yeah, I'm well
At the same
positioned
time,
too,
you could
sir.
point to quite a few
Shout out to
growth
Lonzo.
risks at the moment. We've seen a stock market that's gone quite wobbly, rapidly cooling housing sales, plunge in confidence surveys. Today, not only did the S&P
This guy
knock
bought
down
so
the
many
growth
Tesla
outlook,
puts, he's
17
pissed.
of 19 see risks to the downside. So my question is, how
He
confident
just bought
are
a
you that
Kia
you're well
after
positioned,
trading
or is
in
that
his
one more thing
Tesla.
that
He's
you're
pissed
uncertain
right now.
about?
What the fuck, Powell?
I'm
We're
confident
supposed
that
to
we're
say
well-positioned
this.
in the sense that we're
Fucking
well
bullshit.
positioned to move in the direction we'll
Even
need to
I'm
move.
shocked too, bro.
I mean, I don't know anyone who has a lot of confidence in their forecast. I mean, the point is, we are at, we're at a place where we can cut, or we can hold what is clearly a restrictive.
Why would you have
stance of
any
policy.
confidence in a forecast?
And that's
Weird.
what I mean. I mean, I think that's well.
That's the first time you said that, low key.
Forecasting right now, forecasting is always very, very hard, and in the current situation, I just think uncertainty is remarkably high.
And sorry, standing here today, would you be surprised to pivot back towards rate cuts in May?
I think we're not going to be in any hurry to move, and as I mentioned, I think we're well positioned to wait for further clarity, and not in any hurry.
Oh, it already dropped. I just sent a stream alert telling you. First play went up 200, shitty play went up 100. I just said make them free. Don't be a dumbass. I didn't make them. I already made mine free early.
Said the committee judges that the risk to achieving
So again,
its
you just got two back-to-backs
and
after
inflation
some
goals
losing
fall
ones. So
roughly in
that was your
balance.
money.
Can you explain the decision to remove that line? Does it mean that you're now more concerned about inflation or about employment?
Actually, it does not mean either of those things. Sometimes with language,
I'm more concerned about getting fired. That's what he's more concerned about. Where the fuck did this come from?
And that was the case here. There's really
Jerome
not meant to be
Zuckerberg?
any signal here. Over the past year, conveying the sense of the balance of risks was important, that they be in balance or close to being in balance. That was useful as we approached liftoff, if you remember. But we're past that. Beginning to cut. So we just took it out. I actually would say that the more important thing now about risks, and this is in the pages like 10, 11, 12 of the SEP, if you look.
Bro, I just think that was people taking money off the table. Because that was fat gains. That's why I even stream alerted. I was like, just take your money if you needed it. Because that one right there, that shouldn't have done all that. That was really intense. Now they just dropped down to 40%.
That's a more salient.
Other call
point
back
now
down to
than
100 within 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was just getting crazy.
The stock market has obviously declined significantly since the Fed last met. Are you concerned at all about
this guy's
some
no
of the
idea what the stock
volatility
market is
having a real economic impact in terms of hurting business spending or consumer spending, especially among higher income
So
households?
stocks are down since you
financial conditions matter to
met,
us because
I think,
financial conditions are the main channel to the real economy through which our policy has its effects. So they're important. But what matters from a Fed standpoint for the macro economy is material changes to overall financial conditions that are persistent, that last for a while, long enough to actually affect economic activity. So that's what we're looking for. I'm not
long
going
enough
to
to
opine
affect
on the
economic
appropriate level
activity,
of any
i.e.
market,
a
equity,
year of
debt,
impact.
commodities, or anything
you
like
already
that.
know. He said it.
And I would just point you to the bigger picture again. The real economy, the hard data, are still in reasonably good shape. It's the soft data, it's the surveys that are showing, significant concerns, downside risks, and those kind of things. We don't dismiss that. We're watching it carefully, but we don't want to get ahead of that. We want to focus on the hard data. If that's going to affect the hard data, we should know it very quickly, and of course we'll understand that. But you don't see that yet.
Jennifer. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. As you look to navigate higher inflation and lower growth, the Fed has talked about heeding the lessons from the 1970s. Is the Fed willing to have a recession if it means breaking the back of inflation?
Well, fortunately, we're in a situation where we have seen inflation move down from higher levels to pretty close to 2%, while the unemployment rate has remained very consistent with full employment, 4.1%. So we now have inflation coming in from an exogenous source, but the underlying inflationary picture before that was, basically 2.5% inflation, I would say, and 2% growth and 4% unemployment. So that's what we did. That's what together the economy accomplished. So I don't see any reason to think that we're looking at a replay of the 70s or anything like that. Inflation, underlying inflation is still running in the twos with probably a little bit of a pickup associated with tariffs. So I don't think we're facing, I wouldn't say we're in a situation that's remotely comparable to that.
And last month, the idea of a Doge dividend was proposed, which would send $5,000 checks to every taxpayer from Doge savings. President Trump and Elon Musk have supported
Why don't you guys ask him if he's worried about his job anymore?
What impact might that have on household
You guys remember that one?
And spending?
I haven't heard that once.
In terms of your growth and
Are you afraid about losing your job?
It's
Are you
not
afraid
appropriate
of? Oh,
for me to
weird! I didn't hear
speculate
that
on,
once today.
Political ideas or fiscal policy for that matter. So I'm gonna pass on that one.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Well, yeah, you need to pass this stupid question. Thank you.
Hi, Chair Powell. Daniel Avis from Agence France Presse.
You think I'm hilarious? I think
at least some
this fucking Jerome Powell guy is
I'm just
fucking
wondering how
comedy.
you and your colleagues on the FOMC have been thinking about the possibility of retaliatory tariffs from other
I
countries.
think it's the best set I've
especially with
seen
April
all
2nd
year,
coming
bro.
up. Was it something you considered during this meeting? Thanks.
Bro, that would be like
So since the
inviting
very
all of
beginning,
my Trump
we've
supporter
had kind of
friends into a
placeholder.
room
The staff has a
after
placeholder
telling them
of,
how much I love Trump,
range of
and
really
then
a
be
range
like,
of
yeah,
possible
man, fuck
outcomes
that,
from
Kamala Harris
tariffs
for the
and
win.
from trade policy generally, and they generally
Because I'm
assume
telling
full
you, bro, the
retaliation
Fed
in
freaked
those.
everybody
And so
out
that's kind of baked
in the
into
last
numbers.
60 to
What
90 days.
happens,
And to
it will
hear
be
him do all of
complicated,
this
and
now,
there'll be
I'm
some
just
retaliation
like, wow.
and some not, and
So
all
that did
But
eliminate a lot of
ultimately, they're trying
uncertainty, as you
with
could
the
kind of
placeholder,
feel.
gives a broad sense of what this might look like. When we actually know the specifics, we'll be able to have still uncertain, but better informed forecasts. So yes, that's in there.
Last question goes to Jean.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. Had a couple questions on the balance sheet change that you made. So the minutes had initially described your discussion on slowing QT as temporary until the debt ceiling is resolved. But from what you said earlier, it doesn't sound like there's a desire to kind of regain the pace of QT that we have at the moment after the debt ceiling is resolved.
No, it's not as many. Sometimes we take this to like 12:45.
Yeah, so we looked at pausing and
So
we
it's only
looked
12:15,
at
12:17.
slowing, and really people came together very strongly behind slowing, not pausing, for a variety of reasons. And so people really came to be, pretty strongly in favor of this move. Slows down the path and probably lengthens it, doubles it effectively by slowing by half. That people thought that's a good place to be. It'll help us assure that this path is a smooth one as we get closer and closer to that. So that's how that came about.
Well, I guess my question is more, was that meant to be a temporary measure during the debt ceiling episode, or?
It was the TGA flows, Treasury General Account flows, that got us thinking about this. But the more we thought about it, we came around to this. And it is, yes, it was provoked. The original discussion was provoked by that. But I think what we came up with, though, was broader than that and different than that. It does address that issue, but it really is also, it fits in really nicely with our principles and our plans and the things we've done before and the things we said we would do. So that's why, pretty strong support. I just say it's nothing to do with monetary policy, nothing to do with the size of the balance sheet. It's just kind of a common sense adjustment as you get closer and closer. Let's slow down a little bit again, and that way we'll be more and more confident that we're getting where we need to get. You can take our time getting there. We're shrinking the balance sheet every month, and we think it was a good play, and as I mentioned, well supported. Thanks very much.
Bro, that's hilarious. Well, all right. I think, dude, I'm blown away because I was wrong. So I'm not shocked that I was wrong. I'm glad that I listened and pivoted. But I was telling you, I don't know how today doesn't sound bad. And I guess I was assuming that Powell was going to have a similar attitude to what he has had in the past. So I'm blown away by this right now because I'm telling you, he straight up did not do it literally 90 days ago, the same Fed was like, yo, be worried about inflation. Watch out. We're not going to cut rates anymore. Maybe we raise rates. Really, again, it was total 180. And then that's why I was like, again, so they brought up quantitative tightening. If you guys don't understand the plan, they're not eliminating it, but they're doing what they did in June. They're cutting half of the amount in half pretty much. So they're going to slowly start to wind down everything, but it's not the end. So they're just cutting it in half, meaning that instead of rolling over or not rolling over the other half, you could pretty much get half the amount in demand. So it's not too bad, but it's not the full one. That's why you're still going to hear more quantitative tightening, but that's why I think the bonds were able to go up, but they did lag behind the SPY. But then the whole idea was, I really hope you heard him. I have no other way to tell you guys this, man. I don't know if you got it, bro. Powell legit was like repeating to you some of the things that I have told you. So they kept asking him, well, your inflation expectations, how come they're not higher if they're up, about tariffs? And he just said, listen, we know there's uncertainty about tariffs. It is reasonable to expect a small increase, but he's saying that's not affecting their he downplayed tariff inflation 3 or 4 times. And I'm glad, because this is reality. I've been telling this to everybody, because I'm just like, look, like worst case, best case, whatever you want. Yeah, you could get a small increase in inflation, but then in the longer run, it's going to come down. And that's why I even said in the longer run, as long as he said we're going to take into account the stuff that affects the longer run. We're going to take into account if there really is a big shock, then we could start talking about it. Yeah, the transitory shit was wild. I can't believe he said that. As someone even tried to grill him on it. But then he even said about the consumer sentiment. He said, listen, remember, these are all stuff that we talked about. The answer to it, because that's what I was saying. I was like, how are you going to address all of these things with the same attitude you had last time? It was all going to sound negative. So what he did was he answered all of these questions, and then he just took the damn Trump or Republican answer, I guess independent answer, depending on how you want to look at it, because he just said, yeah, consumer sentiment, outlier, we don't care. Tariff, short-term impact, no impact on the long run. What else you got? And yeah, we won't end quantitative tightening, but we'll cut it in half. So, yeah. But either way, bro, that was I'm telling you, the flip-flop between what you just heard and not. I think it was a bullish Powell, but I don't know if you want to call it bullish as much as I think he toned down some of the uncertainty. Now let's see what the media says and how everybody takes it, because, again, there's always going to be the digestion, but my first read, like I told you, you even heard me on the SEP, I was like, wait a minute, that wasn't that bad. I said that before I heard Powell. So, and then he starts speaking, and I'm like, wait a minute, dude. This isn't the same fucking... Yeah, he walked back the bearishness, but I don't know if it's bullish. I just think uncertainty, after hearing him do that, I think uncertainty should have taken a hit to the downside. I don't think you're going to be as worried with now your Fed kind of saying, well, yeah, we're not that worried. Or, again, we'll do it later. But let's see what you'll see how everybody else takes it. You already see the move after a 10% correction. But, yeah, generally, all calls are up. I'm still up on every single call. So I took a loss. I played VIX, like I said, on the watch list. That's what I did all day today. I had a couple of other plays. I took profits, but that was my play. And then I sold out right when I got calls and confirmation. I took like a 40, 50% loss on my VIX plays, and then I moved into calls, and they all hit. So now they're all up, though. So if you try to position, even after these reds, you're paying a premium. Some are still lower, but the shitty calls are even up too. So you got to shop around a little bit, but we'll see. Either way, I don't know how we're going to continue. I'm not here to tell you what the momentum in computers will do, but I do think uncertainty should decline after that whole little Powell fiasco, bro. It's crazy. They're saying conclusion, Fed remains cautious. Markets are celebrating anyway, and April's tariff development could shift I think, the media doesn't even know how to take this yet. But wait, so they're saying Fed is cautious, markets celebrate anyway, wait for April Fool's Day tariffs. But, yeah. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? Yeah, so you still got a little bit of time, but I think that was crazy. Everything's deflated. I hope you guys got that stream alert, though. Like I said, I think you're going to get back. I don't know if we're fully bullish yet, but I do think my uncertainty is lower after that. I'm not as, I think it's funny. I am a little bit more shocked that Powell did that. Like I said, I wasn't expecting that, but when it's all said and done, I think he kind of did bring a little bit of voice of reason to people today. And the voice of reason, even though some people aren't accepting it, it's very simple. Tariffs will cause inflation, but not as bad as people think. And, yeah, and even then, the consumer sentiment and other outliers, it's not there, but they adjusted appropriately this time. Last time, even the Fed was reactive. So, very weird, bro. All in all, yeah, maybe skepticism. I don't know, though. I think Powell was trying to get his credibility back. Because in a weird way, today's action is kind of like, I think he's trying to show you, look, I cut rates for a reason, see? I think he's trying to justify what he did in October to September till now. Because I'm telling you, I'm just seeing a lot of flip-flop, but I didn't really have that priced in. Because I was assuming he would address the situation at face value, but with the same attitude he has been on for the last quarter. But he just changed the attitude and then addressed it. Crazy. Well, shit, they just dumped that right when he said last question. All of those started to dump. So, again, I hope you listened up on there. Let me see the calls. That was hilarious, dude. I can't believe he did that. Yeah, shitty calls are now back down. So if you did not make them free, the market chose for you. Other calls near the money are up 15%. So yeah, that wiped out a lot of the gains right there. You literally just dropped 3 points from the top. Yen is with the bonds. He's going to get his soft landing. I mean, dude, maybe. I don't know. I'm telling you, the flip-flop, I can't believe it. I hope Powell liked the video. I can't believe it. The last thing I thought was that Powell was going to get up on TV today and sound closer to what I've told you than not. Because I just thought, I was like, this is going to sound terrible. I don't know how he's going to do it. Maybe quantitative tightening. I can't believe he just shit on the tariff inflation. He just very explicitly told you consumer sentiment is an outlier. I don't know what to tell you, bro. That was not on my bingo card. We'll see. You're going to look at this move, though. So look at this little wishbone. Now you're going to have way more. You just moved a whole day in the last 10 from the speech ending till now. You realize that, right? In the last 15 minutes, you have moved the whole entire day. Make no mistake. Yeah. 4 points up and down. You've done the whole day in 15 minutes. So, yeah, that's just messing up more shit for tomorrow, though, too. So, like I said, I don't know if this is necessarily bullish, but I think this lowers uncertainty. I could say that objectively because, like I'm saying, whatever he just did was not, it didn't seem worried about anything, which he's done at other times, but this time, after feeding the uncertainty, he walked his attitude back without having to tinker with too many things, without he just attacked the narrative instead of telling you he was worried. That's it. He let everybody build a shitty narrative, and then he just shot it down, if you really think about it. So instead of panicking, instead of going and pulling out any tricks, again, a little bit of quantitative tightening, all he did was just say, why are you worried about tariffs? We'll be worried about it later. Again, why are you worried about consumer sentiment? It's an outlier. Okay, we'll go. Yeah, we're slight uptick inflation, a little bit more downcline, but everything looks exactly the same from when we cut. That's wild. I can't believe he just pulled that out of his hat. He might be threading the needle. That's very impressive because I didn't see that coming. I thought he was going to be a little bit more. I was like, how are you going to do it, bro? That's why I was like, you know what? Let's be cautious because I don't even think this caught people off guard who thought he was going to be the same because the dot plot was the same and everything was the same. But then that presser, that attitude was not the same at all. So good for him, but I'm shocked. Isn't Pindo, is that today or tomorrow? Dude, he even said your grocery bill is the prior inflation. That's crazy. Tomorrow morning, so it's today. Oh, let's see where it's at. Ooh. I don't know. I'd have to look. If it's pricing in too much, no, but it's up there. I kind of like my Baba and Baidu. Ooh. Yeah, it's pricing in over 10%. So, and then two standards. The spread's pretty high, but it's $100 for two standard deviations. He didn't mention the anticipation. That is true. But he just said it's long. I mean, he touched on the reality. That's why I'm telling you, this is shit I have been screaming from the rooftop, sometimes met with zero. I felt like I was talking to a wall sometimes. Some people got it. But it was all these charts. I even showed you this morning where I'm like, this whole idea of worried about inflation, like in the long run, doesn't make any sense. That's why I told you this is corporations trying to sell you shit or some level of propaganda, because I'm like, it doesn't. Any reasonable person who knows money, economy, they handle all this money. I'm like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Like I've told, and then some of you be like, you don't think it'll cause inflation? And I'm like, no, man, I do think it will cause inflation, but not like an extreme amount. Like, and then again, he even brought up real estate too. He even said, look at your housing data. Then he said that got better. That's what really matters. But it's like, yeah, you'll get a one-time price increase for a little bit that you could forecast, and then it comes back down. I've been saying that for a very long time, and he literally said that. And that's where I'm saying, like, he just shot down a shitty narrative. It's one thing if I say it. It's different if you have the Federal Reserve Chair say it. And that's where I think, that's what I'm saying. It's a different type of uncertainty, more or less. I think he reduced it by if people could actually realize that that is reality. So I'm just surprised he did that. I didn't see that coming. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a philo today. We only got 30 minutes. I think your philo today was flip-flop. That was the craziest thing I've ever witnessed, bro. I'm telling you, I'm blown away. And you got a little bit of QT. A little bit. Not a lot, but still. Where did this mother effer, bro? I don't know if flip-flopping is good, to be honest. That's what I'm saying. I think down the line it could cause confusion, hurt your credibility, but I think he's trying to get credibility back from the whole I cut rates and now I'm not worried. It is very weird, bro. I'm laughing. I'm telling you. That caught me off guard. I'm glad we played it right. It sucked at first, but when it's all said and done, that was not what I was expecting. And I think he maneuvered it. I will always believe there's a hard landing till you fucking land. Does that make sense? So until you have a soft landing, I'm always going to believe this hard landing after what we've been through. So then again, diversification is the answer to all of your worries, real or overblown. All right, well, we got 20 minutes. I'm going to go to the potty. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cold News on Twitter,
I think
baby.
there's still
God
going to be a
bless
lot
America.
of digestion of everything that happened today, what Powell said, what was in the dots, in the SEP, and in the statement.
Yeah, and I think the multiple acknowledgments of the inability to settle on how things are going to break with all these policy questions perhaps is the main takeaway. And it's not as if the Fed's pretending it has a handle on how these things are going to go. And, we were just talking here about everyone is sharing these charts of the policy uncertainty index at record highs. And, that both reflects an uncertain moment. But also, historically, that's when you kind of want to head to risk assets. I mean, do you think that's actionable at all?
Well, you know what? I think it was Jeremy Siegel with whom you were speaking to just before. I believe it was he who rightly pointed out that there wasn't a mention of what could happen after April 2nd. With the fits and starts of all of these policies that are causing the uncertainty index to go through the roof, particularly the trade policy uncertainty index. We won't really have a sense of what this means, not to mention any additional retaliations. So I think that's the next important date to maybe put a little bit more sort of facts around this stuff right now. At this, we're all at the mercy of how we get the news and trying to judge what that means for short-term inflation.
Sure. The correction in the S&P 500 that, maybe culminated in the short term late last week, you got 10% downside. It obviously was digesting this huge rush out of mega cap stocks. At the same time, we got some kind of an economic growth scare. Where does that leave us, in your view, Lizanne, in terms of, the valuation, the kind of tactical setup for stocks right here? Did much get accomplished, I guess, with that pullback?
Well, anytime you have a correction, you do ease some of the valuation excess. I guess the rub for some segments of the market, inclusive of the Magnificent Seven, is you've had the numerator going down, but you've also had the denominator going down. Not in negative territory, but a year ago, the Mag 7's earnings growth was more than 50% year over year at a time when the rest of the S&P was low single digits. Now, based on consensus, that Mag 7 earnings growth is going down maybe closer to 20% by the end of the year, where you actually are getting a little bit of acceleration in the rest of the S&P 500. So as I always say, better or worse can often matter more than good or bad, and I think it's the trajectory. But we did see a little bit of easing of those valuation concerns. Now we have to see whether the setup, given that estimates have come down for 2025 broadly for the market, but even those names, whether yet again the bar has been set too low and we have a first quarter reporting season akin to what we had for fourth quarter, which was too low a bar, 9.5% expected at the start of the season, 17% is what we ultimately got. I think that's the next important test for the market beyond this tariff stuff, is once we start getting earnings reports and what the outlook is for companies, especially with regard to profit margins.
Yeah, definitely too low a bar in terms of consensus going into the reporting season. But I guess in terms of the market, it wasn't able to really gather a whole lot of sustainable strength from that high beat rate. So I guess that's going to be the question heading into this quarter, too. You still favor, Lizanne, sort of lower volatility and higher quality that still makes sense to you?
Yes, I think you're going to get rally days like we've seen in the last few days where you see some money come in and look to bottom fish in some of the hardest hit names. And then you see a reversal on those days. into the higher beta, higher volatility names. But I think still sticking with that broader quality wrapper, low volatility being a component in a broader sense than just from a trading perspective does still make sense, yes.
Yeah. And then, I guess the other piece of it that he didn't get into too much detail, but the idea that we're doing fiscal restraint or at least gestures in that direction at the same time that these tariffs might go up, it's sort of fouling up everybody's GDP number, or at least it's putting pressure on that. Do you think that is going to drive waves of downside in that forward estimate as we go from here for earnings?
It's in terms of the connectivity to earnings, it really is the profit margin story. And I think one of the problems with fourth quarter reporting season, which just finished a few weeks ago,
because now any of these companies are about to look dumb depending
downward guidance.
No.
It was
okay. Look, this is what I was trying to tell y'all, man. Look, this is why you have to understand. This is hilarious. Because this is why on December 18th, I had a reaction to Powell and the Fed. You know what my reaction was? I said, shame on you. If you remember. Because they raised the terminal. They've raised inflation expectations more than when you actually had 9% inflation. And I told you, because I just said, think about it. Now, any motherfucker claiming, oh, this is a problem, they have the Fed to back them up. Do you understand that? Where's the PCE chart? I think it was the first one. Well, not only did it not make sense, like I'm telling you, where's PCE? Oh, this is for 23. You can see where they're at. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. But then everybody who wanted to be like, oh, yeah, inflation's going to go up. Oh, yeah, they had the Fed backing them up. So now you got the dot plot a little bit, but after that Powell, it doesn't sound like you have Powell, he doesn't have your back on this idea. So I'm kind of blown away by that, but that's why I'm like, interesting. Because that's why you had a lot of, again, in the next 3 months after that, all of the headlines started hitting harder and harder and harder. You had now the narrative matching up with the Fed. So now the Fed on the dot plot, it says one thing, but now you kind of do know Powell's attitude is a little different than that. So very, very interesting. But we got 15 minutes left, man. 18 minutes. Wrap it up. Shout out to the long term. What a day. Oh, man. I did see the hairy thing. I think it's fake. I'm being dead serious. I think the guy is paying people because he doesn't want people to doubt his sexuality. I know. It's a very crazy tinfoil. But yeah, that kid he's just weird. I don't know how to describe it. LT undefeated. Well, near the money, back up to 50. Other calls are break even. Bro. This is wild. Fucking Jerome, dude. I'm telling you now. So the Fed, that's why I said even from right when the dot plot came out, I was like, they're much more calm. So they're not as, the last time markets were chilling, and then the Fed was just like, yeah, fuck it. And now this time markets are freaking out. They're like, nah, we're chill. Nah, yeah. No, yeah, a little bit. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised by the flip. I did not see that coming. I did not think Powell would sound more like me than not like me. I knew what I knew, and I believed in what I knew, but I wasn't expecting Powell to confirm it. I don't need Powell to confirm reality for me. But he did. So that's why I'm like, damn, bro. That's a weird flip-flop. Mm-hmm. Well, see, give it time to digest, but people aren't going to like it. Some people will like it, some won't. If you bought the tech dip, you got a long-term, you're loving this right now even more. But like I said, I don't know how some of the media people or any of the corporate executives that try to justify this hype, I don't know what they're going to do, because I mean, something has changed, and it's definitely Powell. The dot plot altered a little bit, and technically the terminal didn't move, but yeah, Powell's attitude is a lot different than the last 3 months on the last one. Well, we have earnings on Thursday, so that if that fucking dies, then that's a different story. Or maybe if the earnings are really good, then there you go. That'll support it. Like I said, I don't want to say this is like the most bullish thing ever, and I don't want to say this is like bull, but I definitely could say that this is less uncertainty. I hope you guys are hearing me on that. So I wouldn't go too nuts. Don't be a dumbass. Your long-term strategies all remain the same. And we'll see how these next, because again, you got a big expiration. We got earnings. We're coming into the end of the quarter, you know. So don't get your hopes up. But at the end of the day, I do think that should take off some uncertainty. I don't think that warrants the same level of uncertainty we had before, you know, the man who controls the money is all, apparently now he's not as worried. He's the best at don't let him know your next move. I just think they have mastered the art of no shame. Because although Powell is good at that, at this point, they just have no shame. They have no shame in cutting before an election, no shame in telling you won, and then no shame of like, yeah, fuck it, it's bad. And then, you know what? Fuck it, it's not that bad. They just don't care. Like, because when it's in the long run, as long as it matches up with their long run objective, that's where they're aiming the credibility. Because that's not, I'm telling you, they have no shame in this. Because I'm saying a quarter ago, I said, shame on you. Now you have people justifying with the Fed seal, yeah, be worried. And now that just got walked back a little bit. Very crazy. So let's see. We got to get out of the dark corner, though. So again, you got to work your way out of this volatility. I don't know how much bullishness, but I do think uncertainty has been reduced. There's an AI agent for that. Chevron on the high. Nazi's up 1.8. SPY, though, ironically, you are almost exactly what you priced in, though. So make no mistake, you just hit the high end of the market of pricing. Trump admin asked Amtrak CEO to step down. Hey, that's my friend. Fuck you. I rode Amtrak every day. I sat at the kitchen table. My dad said, Joey, you take the train to work. You gotta make a decent living, dignity. Fuck you, Trump. What the fuck? You can't fire Amtrak. Stephen Gardner stepping down. Oh, no, he stepped down. Oh, he stepped down. Oh, they made him do it. Fuck. Now Powell doesn't even like Powell just blamed the grocery bill on me. Fuck you. Seriously, I mean it. It's not hyperbole. Oh, man. That was funny. Nothing's funny except for Jerome Powell. Telling you, that was comical. I can't believe it. Even the look on the reporters' faces. I don't know if I could tell. I don't know if you could, but even listen to these guys
at this point ahead of it.
So wait for the media digestion because they're going to spin this
now,
shit.
Of course, we've got April 2nd. We've got the announcement. We'll see what happens in terms of tariffs, how they calculate the reciprocal tariffs in particular, because there's a big bid ask on what you can do if you just look at tariffs that our trading partners impose on us and compare that with US tariffs. That difference is very small. But if you say VAT is also tariff-like, that would imply a very big increase. So we'll learn quite a lot over the next month. But you're right, if you take all the other aspects of policy, that's going to take a long time, especially because fiscal policy is on a much slower path. And so that would suggest, it can still take a while before they actually get to cuts.
When asked directly about the prospect of a May rate cut, he tried to downplay that, right? He said, I don't know that we'd be in any hurry to make any moves.
This is 10-minute rigged. I didn't realize.
What you're expecting the Fed to ultimately do.
Yeah, I mean, May I think is highly unlikely. We have 2 cuts in the rest of the year, similar to the Fed. We've got a June cut and December. I think June is at risk of being delayed. And I certainly think, despite the slightly more dovish tone, it doesn't sound like they're super close.
And in terms of, I know you've recently kind of curtailed your GDP forecast for this year. Does it seem as if the market, the economy has that either the momentum coming in or solid consumer balance sheets? You have these offsets to whatever pressure points we're getting, that it seems like it can fight its way through this period okay?
Well, I think there is a lot to like in terms of the U.S. economy, right? The productivity numbers have been great. We're still getting a tailwind from post-COVID normalization. Wages have been growing a lot more quickly than prices. So we're coming into this period of policy uncertainty in a good spot. We're going to have to see how much of a drag we're going to get from especially the tariffs. We're in a similar place as the Fed. Our Q4 to Q4 growth forecast is 1.7%. And I do think there's going to be a slowdown, but we're going to have to see how substantial it's going to be. And that probably is going to take a little bit of time.
And I know you've done a lot of work on the immigration piece here, which perhaps is a little bit more of an immediate impact if you look at a lot of the real-time data. What does that mean? Because it would seem as if it might help put a lid on the unemployment rate. At the same time, it could curtail payroll growth.
Yeah, I mean, it's
lower.
also going to be a drag on growth.
Again, that was 10-minute rig.
From both the demand side and the supply side. It's going to be smaller. I mean, we don't think that the impact of that is going to be all that large. Certainly if you compare the pace of immigration with what we saw pre-pandemic. Of course, if you compare it with 2023, that's a huge change. But 2023 was such a big outlier that you really ought to be comparing it with pre-pandemic. And there, it's not that big a difference. So I am mostly focused on the tariffs. That's where the uncertainty is greatest, and I think that's what's going to have the biggest impact.
Sure. You did mention the balance sheet move. I mean, I guess maybe there was a little bit of surprise in there on the dovish side. Rates have reacted to that. I mean, what levels would you be looking in terms of, let's say, 10-year Treasury yields to indicate that you could actually have them either become stimulative or help housing?
I always look mostly at broader financial conditions, not just the 10-year yield. But we've been running in a low to mid fours kind of environment for 10-year yields. So if we were to go back below 4%, I think that would be more stimulative. And
general financial conditions at this point, you feel as if they're okay, they're relatively in decent.
All right. TLT, are they? I haven't looked on like a daily. They might be. Close. Very close. That's actually nuts. I'm telling you, this whole little fiasco, it was a correction. It helped bring down the market, bring up bonds. Like I talked about, if you save the bond market, who gives a shit? Like that's literally what we've been talking about for 4 or 5 months now. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of wild. I'm telling you, what he just did, I'm blown away. He did cool down the tantrum, but let's see the digestion. We are not out of the woods just yet. President Donald Trump to address Digital Asset Summit. Yeah, a little shot of optimism, you could call it. Well, I don't know, though, but I just hope, I don't know, if we could get back to reality, that's going to be great. Reports Canada is in advanced talks to participate in the new EU military and industry prospect. So, yeah, bro, do you realize they're trying to cut out the United States? So it sucks. Boeing's already up, but Boeing's the play. Because if they cut the U.S. out of an arms deal, we're going to fuck up Airbus. And this is like age-old shit, bro. This is economic lessons like I talked about in the morning. I just wish Boeing wasn't up 7%. I mean, all I'm saying is it'll upend a decades-long tradition that could have some serious implications. I don't know who the winners and losers will be, but Boeing would probably get a nice push. No substitute for Boeing, unfortunately. There's a couple, but in the historical sense, it's Boeing. All right, well, dude, that make free call was crazy. The place came back. So that's it. Calls are now back. They fucked you up on the calls. I'm not going to lie. Remember I was telling you calls are working perfectly today? After Powell, they didn't. Because now the calls I bought here that I made the couple 100% on, they're now back to break even. And they are in the money and they have time or near the money. So, yeah, get ready. You're getting your final. You only have 4 more minutes. So, that just, like I said, that move's going to fuck up premium a little bit. So, get ready for digestion tomorrow. You got a couple events. Get a little bit of data. And then we see where everybody's at. I haven't even looked at Nvidia. It's right there. Where's Tesla? Market on close, $1.5 billion to the sell side. Double dip into the weekend. Let's see. Let's see where we're at. Like I said, uncertainty lower. I'm cool with that. Let's see how it materializes. And let's see what we really get. And then everyone now is still worried that Trump, you got 2 weeks till the tariffs, the next round. So that's going to be the next element. Powell just said, hey, I wouldn't overestimate it too soon, but we'll get there when we get there. Some names are doing better, though. So you guys remember how we had that little value rotation move yesterday? Yeah, I don't know what we're just getting a weird mix right now. Some are up, some are down. You don't really have a signal, not to mention literally you move the entire day there. So that was 4 or 5 points top to bottom right now. But get ready. You only have 2 minutes. I love you. Thank you for being here today. It's going to probably get loud. I'm going to scream 1 minute in a minute, probably. So be prepared, but you should wrap everything up. This is your time now. What a confusing time. Well, listen, if you get a long term, all you do is sit there. So you can make it less confusing if we live in a world of everybody flip-flopping. That's hard to trade. But the long term, it's easy money. So, yallah. Save 10%, baby. All right, man. Oh, Baba, I don't think we have Bank of Japan. We already got some of that today. So we'll see. They gave up a lot off of that, but like I think this is just fucking up the premium for tomorrow now. Because now you elevated literally 2 or 3 points, and now premiums are break even. And then shitty plays are holding up better. It's very weird. So that's going to mess up the chain for a little. But Chad, you only have 45 seconds! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Don't flip-flop like Powell, but if you do it right then. At least get a long term. But wrap it up. You have less than 15 seconds remaining. Shares, options, futures, 2 days left in the week, 2 weeks left in the quarter, and 2 weeks until the next round of tariffs. 3, 2, 1. God bless America. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it, we made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat, baby. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, dudes, vibes, personalities, info. Way to do it while not getting banned. Honestly, I don't think I banned anybody today. Holy shit. Did I? I don't think I banned anybody. I just ran the ad. Holy fuck. Who'd I ban? Did I ban someone? I think did I? I don't even recall. I'm acting like Powell. Good game, baby. I see you too, Twitch. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Members, odd members, stream alert, win the game. You got a long term or not?
Influential as fuck, boy, my mental been tough. Wear my heart on my cuff, it ain't hard I don't want. Cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. And my money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch, use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Whew. I banned the guy with YouTube Premium? Did I? I sure? Either way, he's either one or none, bro. That's great. That's a record for the last couple months. So that's good. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I like it. Well, either way, man, thank you for surviving. Thank you for getting a long term. I hope you learned something, whether it was 3 months ago or today, but we got a lot more in store, baby. We got a lot more in store. So let's wrap up this quarter. Let's wrap up this week, man. But Chatadonia, that's it. You got a couple of earnings tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow after the bell, the first set begins. So that's it, though. I think we're done, man. I think we are done. I love you, Chad. That's it. Wow. I still got to go to the gym. I don't know, bro. I getting hella tired after the gym. I might just need to take another nap if I want to make. Cause I did go. Actually, I did both yesterday. What the fuck am I saying? I did gym and Watchlist. So I'm still a little under the weather, but we made it for Powell, baby. We made it for Powell. But yeah, that's it. Dude, I was like halfway through my tricep dips, and I was just like, I'm tired. And then I went home. But it was good. I didn't want to go too hard. But then I got out of the shower, and I was like, ooh, I want to lay down. So I did a live watch list instead. It's weird, bro. I feel better, but I got mad mucus. A lot of, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's it, man. Let's see. We'll play a couple bangers. Dude, I am shocked. You know that, right? I'm shocked. Fucking Powell Zuckerberg, dude. I can't believe he did it. Crazy. Look at you, Powell. Look at you. Powell, can you do an interview if you watch the channel? Come on, Powell. I've watched you for like 10 years almost. Come on. Come on.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I don't even want to interview Powell. Powell, just give me $6 billion for the homeless veterans. Stop playing around.
I had a drink like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Come on, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have. So I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm on with your new face. A snake can move a few ways, and life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes.
A snake can move a few ways.
Welcome back.
Oh, man. He did it. They lied. Life a bitch. They lie about how the fruit tastes. No. Oh, man. Wow. That's it. I see bonds going. Crypto funding jumps 25% in quarter one, despite market volatility.
Ask me if I'm holding stocks. Please don't be ridiculous. I was holding shit and buying dips. You were a little kid. All I want is ownership, but I still put a limit in. No matter if you're young, you could always use a dividend. Know you want the money. I suggest you do not rush with it. Ideas aren't plans. Make sure you don't fall in love with it. You ain't never saved. By the second month, you double it. Trading foreign currencies. I don't need a dub on it. I don't need a translator. Nod my head and run with it. Mama always said, never marry, but have fun with it. Mama said that's wrong, but deep down, I always fuck with it. If you don't like my plan, do your thing. I wish you luck with it. Why they call me fan, but I don't see them at the holidays. Say that you're a man, but on the internet, you talking gay. Go ahead, you can cancel me, but don't act like you ever
Bro, what the fuck was that?
Fuck if only one of us is
everything glitched.
What I mean, bitch, that wasn't
bro, it just printed 485.
Don't mean that we're comparable.
Or 585.
Phony, that just means your judgment terrible. An iPhone in your hands, you're a narc. That's a wearable. Didn't buy the stock, it was down right in front of you.
Bro, call premiums were up.
My account looked like a W. You don't got the lawn to.
Yeah, that happened on multiple platforms.
You can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't
even
put my trust
options
in
got
you.
it.
Fuck it, dude. Hold my dick, I won't hold my tongue. Remember they were talking shit about Amazon when I was young. Oh wait, they did the same. It was Meta right in front of them. Think they'd have a little bit of shame from always looking dumb. Nah, they on a diet and it's humble pie. It's 2025, you could kick it, you ain't gotta lie. Made $1 million buying value, I don't buy the hype. My girl is really classy, all you ratchet bitches not my type. Why? They don't buy it till it reached the high. You picked the right thing, but you also picked an awful time. You would be surprised how making money make you fall behind. Maybe I offended, but that doesn't mean I told a lie. Wow, you really like it when they lie to you, ignoring all the things you hear, denying what the eye produce. Helpful isn't friendly if they helping you to tie the noose. You teach them how to steal your money every time you live and lose. Damn, I won't lie, my mama taught me that. Whoever sold you all those courses, you should probably take it back. It's all a bunch of bullshit, you would learn more if they told you that. I know you know the truth, so you still got time to go to that.
My goodness, Chad. Well, what a day. We did it, baby. We did it. So God bless you all. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed your moment. I hope you're ready for more. I don't know. Do you feel more or less uncertain? Maybe that's a good question. But either way, the long term, where is it? Let's see. How do we close? Oh, that's it. Boo. I was up like fucking 2-3 grand. Oh, I ended at 200. They wanted to hoe me. But not bad though, again. So still great on everything. I can't complain. But nice. Well, shout out to long term. I don't think you have to really reposition or do anything. So that's kind of the beauty and all of the craziness, man. And all of the craziness. So, Chattadonia, thank you for your time. For real, thank you for not getting banned. For real, being a part of the community. Upholding it, paying attention, not wasting time. Locking in, baby. Forward or backwards, none of that in between. You know what I appreciate it. So God bless you, baby. Thank you for being here. I'll see you tonight, either on the trading fraternity or here. If I don't see you tonight, that just honestly, it means I'm not doing it. So either way, we'll find out. We'll be here in the morning for Friday Junior. I'm glad and grateful, man. We have a lot more in store. Be prepared to be disappointed. And that's it, bro. We have wildness still. You are never out of the woods, my brother. So don't ever forget it. Most of the earnings are after the bell tomorrow, so we could cover all that. Pinduo duos in the morning, so you'll be fine. But that's it, man. We good. We good. Read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs Do Live in Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why people's views, opinions, and words always change. But one thing stands forever, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadoria, God willing, I see you tonight. If not, tomorrow morning. Enjoy the rest of your day. And that's it, man. That's it. Goodbye. Peace out. Goodbye. Hey. I heard about the Amtrak guy. Fuck that. Jerome, why are you acting so different? 2025, you don't gotta lie. Fuck you, Jerome. I feel like that's why we gotta ban Stock Market Live from YouTube. The fucking Fed chair saw the channel, and now he's talking like a normal person. We gotta get rid of that shit. Fuck that Josh guy. No, for real, seriously, I mean it. Not hyperbole. Why the fuck is Powell flip-flopping? He probably bought the membership. He probably be listening to Philo next. Fuck that. Get this Josh guy out of here. What the fuck? Why the fuck he say tariffs don't cause inflation? What the fuck? No, they do cause inflation, but not a lot. Why'd he say that? Why do you acknowledge that? Fuck that. I don't know. He keeps talking like that. I'll let him stay on board for another 4. I'll let him stay on board. You bring those yields down. I'll let him stay on board. He's talking normal now. Look at that. Maybe he'll come around. Maybe Guatemala. Maybe Canada will come around too. Who knows? Maybe Greenland next. One at a time. One at a time. Have a good day, Chad. Goodbye. I said same on you, Mr. Powell. Now I'm confused. Powell went from supporting Kamala Harris to Donald Trump in 3 months. He flip-flopped faster than everybody. I'm confused. Is your last name Powell or is your last name Zuckerberg? I'm confused. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.